Chapter 319. For the sacred flame, royal city today. What broke the silence was a terrifying piece of news. Yi clan's third young master, Yi Gushing. In his own home, his lower body was smashed, his knees were broken, and he died tragically in the courtyard. Anyone who heard this news would shout, "Impossible!" That was the third young master of the Yi clan, Yi Gushing. Even Zi was famous among the hedonistic sons. It was said that a few days ago he had lost an invaluable coral yuan stone in a bet. The formation of such a vitality stone would take thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years to form. Yi Gushing, on the other hand, was killed. Among the group of royal cities' special envoys, a storm was brewing. One should know that these special envoys would not be able to escape the blame when the storm blew over. At this moment, the imperial court was definitely going to be turned upside down. As for what exactly was going on, the people outside naturally had no way of knowing. However, Beiho Liang, who was hiding in Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. After hearing this news, he was also in disbelief. It was too shocking. He had already received news that Yi Gushing had sent someone to deal with him. That was why he was hiding in Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, not daring to go out easily. However, he did not expect this to happen. In less than 2 days, Yi Gushing had actually died. The person who dared to kill Yi Gushing in the city must be someone who was on par with the Yi clan. Otherwise, no one would have such strength, and they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. For ordinary people like Beiho Liang, even if they wanted to enter Yi Gushing's mansion, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. As the news of Yi Gushing's death spread, most of the prodigal sons also reined themselves in. No one knew what kind of storm this matter would cause. It was said that the murderer was untraceable. He sneaked into Yi Gushing's mansion silently and killed all the guards. Even the 2 experts who were in charge of protecting Yi Gushing in the dark died in the secret chamber. There were no signs of a fight at the scene. The attacker must have been killed in one move. Someone with such strength had to be at least a king-level master. Furthermore, 1 king-class expert was definitely not enough. With such a huge commotion and the smell of blood to cover, 1 person was definitely not enough to kill so many people at the same time. There had to be 2 or more people involved. Faced with the many difficult questions in the investigation, it could be said that these people from the Special Envoy Department had some difficulties. The news of Yi Gushing's death was quickly suppressed. Some details were suppressed, but this fact was not forcibly suppressed. This was a matter of life and death. Moreover, the person involved was a member of an important family. It was even more impossible for them to let it go easily. They would definitely investigate to the end. However, although this matter was big, there were also other matters. Not everyone was interested in the Yi clan's matters. Outside the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, there was a long queue. A large number of people had gathered, and a notice board was erected at the entrance. What was announced on the notice board was the list of people who had successfully entered the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor this year. The order of the rankings was also based on the list. Those who were ranked high would naturally be at the front. No one could know the news in advance. Therefore, if anyone wanted to know, they would have to come and see it for themselves. Kuan Erisher tried his best to squeeze in. When he saw the name directly, Kuan Erisher was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, he was only ranked second. He's only ranked second. This Li Zongjio is really strong. Kuan Erisher thought in his heart. When he saw Li Zongjio's name hanging high on the list, although he was a little depressed, he did not feel defeated. Instead, his fighting spirit was reignited. Indeed, there are many experts in King City. Kuan Erisher thought in his heart. The results of the announcement were not too surprising. There were a total of 300 people, and the names were clear. Moreover, the list announced by the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor did not allow anyone to question it. It was an existence of absolute authority and fairness. Who would dare to say anything against the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor? That guy actually got first place. Liang was also mixed in with the crowd. When he saw the list, he was shocked. Just by looking at the following names, one would know how valuable the first place was. Third place, Mo Suli, Medicine Sovereign's disciple. The Mo clan was a rather prosperous clan in the north. Fourth place, Mu Qingyun, one of the 4 great princes of King City, the future successor of the Mu clan. At the same time, he was also a rare genius of the Mu clan. Fifth place, a boy named Wang Xian. If he guessed correctly, he should be a disciple of the Wang clan, the number 1 clan in Nantan State. The 6th person's name was a little unfamiliar. Almost no one had heard of it before. No one knew where this person came from. She was called Shuiyu. There was actually someone with the surname Shui. This was simply unbelievable. There was actually such a name. Shuiyu was a girl, but to experienced people it should be an alias. No one knew where she came from to have such a big background. She could even write an alias on the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's announcement list. No matter what, she was not someone to be trifled with. Sigh, it's a pity that Crane died. Otherwise, he would definitely be on the list. I wouldn't have ended up like this. Liang grumbled in his heart. San Tong squeezed out of the crowd and impatiently told Li Zongjiu the news of him passing. Li Zongjiu had no intention of coming to see the rankings. Instead, he had been cultivating in the technique practicing room. He had just received a large amount of vitality stones. Of course, he had to seize the time to cultivate. In the tea house, Mo Suli and Mu Qingyun sat together. When their subordinates came to report the news, Mo Suli was so angry that he could not even drink his tea. He was actually being suppressed by someone else. Third place. What kind of humiliation was this? She, Mo Suli, was the disciple of the East Victory Medicine Sovereign. Now she was ranked 3rd. Obviously, she was not satisfied with this result. 3rd place is not bad. Look, I'm only 4th. This Kun Erisher is a strong opponent. As for Li Zongjiu, it seems that he is not on the same level as us. Mu Qingyin said without a care in the world. He didn't really care about reputation and whatnot. As long as he could enter the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, it was enough. As for other things, it did not matter if he was slightly worse. After all, there were too many geniuses in this world. Even they might not be able to firmly stand at the top. Every year, new geniuses would appear. The pressure of competition was too great. But then again, I don't seem to see Li Zongjiu. That guy, doesn't he care about his ranking? Chapter 320. If that was the case, then this Li Zongjiu was too arrogant. He didn't even care about his own ranking. Did he really believe that he would be able to advance? In the same tea house, there was also a young lady sitting on the 2nd floor. The young lady was also dressed in a youthful and energetic manner. Her hair was casually tied up, but her jet black and beautiful eyes were filled with charm. "Miss, it's dangerous outside. Let's go back quickly," a maid beside her said worriedly. At the same time, she sized up the surrounding environment. It seemed that in her eyes, everyone was a bad person. No matter who approached, they would be a threat. The black-haired young lady in a white dress waved her hand indifferently. On her jade-like wrist, there was a white jade bracelet. On the bracelet, there were exquisite carvings. "It's okay, little Chen. However, these people are really strong. My teacher has been teaching me for so long and praised my talent. However, I'm still only 6th. The young lady seemed a little discouraged. Although she had worked very hard, the result this time was still not ideal. The 6th place was Shuiyu. Who would have thought that the young lady in front of them was Shuiyu, who was ranked 6th on the freshman ranking list? Although the young lady didn't look simple, it was really difficult to link her with the 6th place on the freshman ranking list of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. "Miss, you're only 16 years old. They have been cultivating for so many years more than you." The maid, little Chun, said helplessly. If they were at the same age, the young lady's talent would definitely be at the top. However, the The young lady had to compete with these people who were above 17 years old. There were even some who were already 19 years old. If she were to compete with these people, she would naturally be at a disadvantage. Between geniuses, the greater the difference in age, the greater the disadvantage. Even if there was a difference of a few days, there would be a world of difference. After all, when it came to breaking through, it might be a difference of a few days, but it would be a difference of an entire realm. Oh, right, they are all older than me. Shueyue's face suddenly lit up. She seemed to be happy. Hey, have you guys heard? I heard that the top of the assessment this time, Li Zhongjiu, is only 16 years old. Oh my God! Did he start cultivating in his mother's womb? 17 years old. I heard that the person ranked third, Mo Suli, is already 17 years old. That Mu Qingyin is also 18 years old. If that's the case, then with Li Zhongjiu's strength, he's probably at the top of his peers. It's possible. I've never seen such a monstrous genius in Royal City. This year's batch is said to be the batch with the highest quality. The 7 people on the freshman list almost all have the strength to challenge the seniors. They're so fucking fierce. How do you think they did it? They're only in their teens, and they've already reached a level that we'll never surpass in our entire lives. Sai, everyone is the same. Everyone has their own way of doing things. The people at the table behind seemed to be discussing. After Shueyue heard it, her black eyes widened as if they were shining. Little Chun, listen. That Li Zhongjiu is actually the same age as me. He's only 16 years old. How could that guy get first place? Shueyue seemed to be somewhat unconvinced. Could it be that his teacher is more powerful than my teacher? Shueyue asked doubtfully. Her words made little Chun jump in fright. Aye, young miss, don't talk nonsense. If the teacher hears it, you'll be punished to copy the 100 herb scripture. In Royal City, there are only a few people who can surpass Mr. Deshun. Young miss, you can ask Mr. Deshun and you'll know the origin of this person. Little Chun said, No, if I go back to the palace, I won't be able to come out. Anyway, I've already passed the assessment. Why don't I just stay in Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and study for a period of time? I want to see the origin of this Li Zhongjiu. At such a young age, he was able to suppress several famous geniuses. Even Mo Suli was left behind. Li Zhongjiu instantly became the hottest topic in the city. Some information about Li Zhongjiu also appeared in the eyes of the major forces. After knowing that Li Zhongjiu was just someone who came from a small city, these forces became interested in Li Zhongjiu. He was a very dazzling dark horse. If they could recruit this Li Zhongjiu into their camp, that would be a great help to them. Li Zhongjiu was born with a clean background. It was almost impossible for him to be a spy sent by anyone. He was the best target to recruit. He also didn't have any major forces supporting him. If they didn't seize the opportunity and he was recruited by others, he would become their strongest enemy in the future. When it came to geniuses, they couldn't be too hasty. If they really refused to listen and cooperate, then it wouldn't be too late to destroy them. Li Zhongjiu's manor. At this moment, there are hundreds of stones placed beside Li Zhongjiu. These were all yuan stones. However, they had already lost their luster and didn't have enough energy. The energy that was previously stored had all been devoured and absorbed by Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu had 4 great yuan spirits. Therefore, the yuan energy required for this breakthrough was also incomparably vast. If he only relied on the yuan arts to obtain it, it would take an unknown amount of time before he could break through to the yuan ancestor realm. Therefore, yuan stones and elixirs were the best supporting partners. As long as there were enough yuan stones and elixirs, Li Zhongjiu's breakthrough speed would soar like a great rock spreading its wings. The shackles of the realm were nothing to Li Zhongjiu. The breakthrough experience of his previous life could be easily passed in this life. The hundreds of yuan stones scattered on the ground were already worth a lot. According to the market price, the value of a yuan stone was around 10,000 purple yuan. If one were to buy it, that would be the price. Of course, the cost was also controlled. If one had the means, one could buy it for 500 purple yuan. However, the price was just that high. Therefore, using these yuan stones to cultivate was an extremely expensive matter. Almost no one could afford it. Generally, they would only use these yuan stones to break through their strength at this crucial moment. Just one more step. Li Zhongjie took out the last 3-flower yuan gathering elixir and threw it into his mouth. At the same time, the yuan arts within his body began to circulate. Grade 7 yuan arts. Heavenly Void Divine Body Record. Boom! Finally, the restriction that was restricting him instantly collapsed under Li Zhongjie's attack. The yuan bead within his body also became the size of a fisheye. The appearance of such power made Li Zhongjie's heart tremble slightly. The vast power of the yuan bead instantly poured into his entire body. At the same time, the 4 great yuan spirits within his body began to howl. The blood dragon yuan spirit did not rely on the yuan arts to break through, but on a yuan skill. Li Zhongjie had obtained the white god endowment, ancient golden body art, and hell prajna technique from the 4 great yuan arts. However, the corresponding attribute of the blood dragon soul had never appeared. Therefore, there must be something hidden within the blood dragon soul. When Li Zhongjie broke through to the yuan ancestor realm, the blood dragon soul also responded. The blood dragon soul also reciprocated. It seemed that the strength from before had also been connected at this moment. Blood spirit world. Li Zhongjie read the information in his mind. The first thing that popped up were these 3 words. Chapter 321. Blood Spirit Plane. Li Zhongjie immediately understood when he read the name. He recalled the time when he fought with the Blood Dragon Sovereign. That guy was also gritting his teeth, but he didn't see any elemental energy bursting out. However, he saw that the sky was gradually turning blood red. At first, Li Zhongjie thought that this guy was using his own elemental energy to change the surrounding environment. However, because the elemental energy attribute was rather special, he couldn't sense it. From the looks of it now, it wasn't because of yuan power. That power was called the blood spirit plane. The blood spirit plane uses murderous aura to create a space. It's a skill to train one's murderous aura. Li Zhongjie analyzed in his heart. As an evil lord, he could naturally see through the essence of these yuan skills at a glance. In that case, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Most of the time, he needed to understand something in order to do it well. Just as Li Zhongjie was about to continue cultivating the blood spirit plane. After studying it for a while, he sensed that Santong was waiting outside the house. He got up and went out. He saw Santong standing outside the courtyard. "What's wrong?" Li Zhongjie asked. Seeing Li Zhongjie come out, Santong's face was filled with anxiety. "Young master, the results of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor are out. You're first." Santong was obviously very excited. He hadn't been this emotional for a long time. One had to know that the first place of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor's newcomer ranking was destined to have a bright future. Li Zhongjie's future was limitless, and such an honor was extremely rare. Li Zhongjie, who came from a small city, had actually killed his way out of the encirclement and became the center of attention in Royal City, the place where dragons and tigers roamed. How could one not be proud of this? Li Zhongjie was not arrogant. For Li Zhongjie, this was not a challenge at all. If he could not get first place, then Li Zhongjie might as well hang himself at home. Santong, remember this. If you want to stand at the peak, you have to focus on the peak first. Li Zhongjie said calmly. Then he waved his hand. Go back and cultivate. There's nothing to look forward to. Li Zhongjie said calmly. After that, he turned around and returned to his training room to continue his cultivation. Santong watched in shock as Li Zhongjie left. He felt an indescribable admiration for Li Zhongjie's level of awareness. At the same time, Li Zongzhou's words exploded in Santong's mind. If you want to stand at the peak, you have to focus on the peak first. How could Li Zongzhou be satisfied if all he saw were the mediocre people around him? Naturally, it was impossible. That was why Li Zongzhou had never put these people in his eyes. All he wanted was to reach the peak of his strength. Therefore, the young master's achievements were far above these people's. After Santong understood this, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. The most important thing now was to break through his own level. At the same time, he had to cultivate the dark Yuan Pierce to its peak state. This was Santong's current task. Many people were celebrating that they were able to enter the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. However, there were also many people who left dejectedly. Yao Lei had originally wanted to congratulate Li Zongzhou, but she couldn't believe that Li Zongzhou had actually obtained first place in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's assessment and become this year's newcomer king. This year's newcomer king was especially low-key. After obtaining such a result, there was actually no response from Li Zongzhou. Even those who wanted to recruit Li Zongzhou discovered that the manor's doors were tightly shut. When they saw this, they could not help but feel admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Being able to obtain first place in this assessment did not fall from the sky. When Yao Lei sensed this atmosphere, she became even more focused and worked even harder on her cultivation. In Wu Tang's opinion, this was a good thing. However, it seemed like this girl's thoughts were mostly on Li Zongzhou, which was rather dangerous. In Wu Tang's opinion, Li Zongzhou seemed to be at a higher level than them. This was a direct perception of a powerhouse. He could clearly sense that Li Zongzhou's aura was stronger than ordinary people's. Their gazes were different. To be able to nurture such a person with such lofty aspirations, Wu Tang did not know who Li Zongzhou's master was and which sect he was from. This is just the beginning. I'm afraid that this girl will be thrown to God knows where before long. Wu Tang thought in his heart. Yao Lei's talent was indeed not bad. However, compared to a true demon-like genius, she was still far from it. If she could not recognize the difference between herself and others, it would be a very painful thing. At this moment, Yi Manor, as the Yi family's manor, it looked dark and solemn from the outside. From afar, one could feel a strong, murderous aura. It was because of this that the Yi family was able to suppress the surrounding citizens who wanted to cause trouble. If not for the existence of the Yi family, there would be people who would be even more unbridled in the royal city. In the great hall of the Yi family, a long purple-gold wooden coffin was placed. The person lying in the coffin was Yi Guxing, who had been tortured to death. Yi Guxing wasn't very old, but he died early. If Yi Guxing was killed by a sword, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the Yi clan was a big tree that attracted the wind. They had offended countless enemies. Naturally, they had to pay for what they had done to the Yi clan. It was inevitable that some of the henchmen of the families that had been investigated by the Yi family would come out. The Yi family head Yi Lantian did not wish for his descendants to be incompetent. Therefore, even if there was danger outside, he would let them out and let them grow up independently. This matter naturally had to be investigated thoroughly. However, Yi Guxing had not been killed by a sword. Instead, he had been tortured to death in an extreme way. This was a provocation to the dignity of the Yi family. Such an action would also lead to the crazy revenge of the Yi family. No matter who you were, you would have to face the wrath of the Yi family. There were 4 people kneeling in front of the coffin. These 4 people happened to be the ones who had been searching for an opportunity to assassinate Bei Holiang. Originally, there were 6 of them. However, the other 2 went to assassinate Li Zongzhou and never returned. They did not even have time to understand the situation before they were brought here by the Yi family. They were surrounded by the Yi family's cold and ruthless guards. The swords in their hands would be unsheathed at the slightest movement. To them, there was no chance for them to leave. Tell me, how much do you know about this matter? Yi Lantian asked in a low voice. From the beginning to the end, his back was facing these people. After these few assassins left Yi Guxing's place, Yi Gushing met with such a thing on the same night. It would be hard to believe that this had nothing to do with them. Master, we really don't know. We only took young Master Ye's money to kill him. A young master from a second-class city, and a country bumpkin who isn't even from a third-class city. Do you think the two of them have such ability? Yi Lantian laughed coldly. He turned around and looked at one of the four people. Where his gaze landed, that person's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, he saw a cold light falling towards him. Whoosh! The sword fell, and a head rolled to the ground. After all, he was a rank 2 origin ancestor expert. However, under this sword, he did not have any ability to retaliate or react. This was because the speed of this sword was too fast. A head rolled on the ground. The black-faced guard put away his sword and stood at the side as if nothing had happened. The other 3 people were so frightened that they trembled. One of them forced himself to be brave. Master, please give us a chance. Within 3 days, we will definitely find the murderer who killed young Master. This person was quite smart. He actually wanted to redeem himself by doing good deeds. However, a mocking light flashed across Yi Lantian's eyes. Chapter 3:22. My son is dead, and you still want to live for 3 more days? Ha! Yi Lantian turned around. At this moment, the 3 people kneeling on the ground immediately realized that something was wrong. However, it was too late. Whoosh! 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 Behind him, 3 guards immediately stepped forward and beheaded the 3 people on the ground. What was the big deal about killing people? What was the big deal about using private punishment? To Yi Lantian, these things were extremely normal. Who would dare to investigate in the Yi family's territory? From the beginning, he did not intend to learn anything from these 4 people. Their status was too low, so there was no need to spend so much effort. There are not many people in Monarch City who dare to touch the Yi family. The Mu family is neutral. Right now, the only one who wants to compete with me is Old Man Sima. Sima family, now that one of my Yi family seedlings has died, your Sima family will not have an easy time either. Yi Lantian said. At this moment, the aura of a king was released from his body. No one dared to doubt Yi Lantian's strength. To be able to sit in the position of the head of the Ministry of Justice, Yi Lantian did not rely on his mouth. The 13 guards of the Ministry of Justice were his sharp weapons. However, in this imperial court, there was only one person who could be his enemy. This person was the Iron Pestle Sima, who was bestowed by the emperor. The Sima family commanded the special envoys of the 13 prefectures. The power in their hands was more terrifying than Yi Lantian. Only the people of the Sima family were not afraid of the Yi family at all. The Department of Special Envoys, a department that was not greatly affected by the Ministry of Justice's jurisdiction. There were many experts in the department. Father, the Sima family is definitely involved in this matter. The city is filled with special envoys of the Sima family. Third brother was lying in the courtyard for an entire night and only died before dawn. There must be special envoys covering for him. One of them was tall and slender, with delicate features. The aura he exuded also seemed to indicate that he was well-read and had a wise and far-sighted aura that seemed to have seen through the myriad of worlds. It was the second young master of the Yi family, Yi Moon. When Yi Gushing died, Yi Moon was naturally the happiest person. Everyone knew that his father doted on Yi Gushing the most. But this time Yi Gushing was defeated. Even the 9-star protective pearl that he always carried with him was taken away. In the end, he was brutally killed. As a result, among the successors of the Yi clan, only he and his eldest sister were left. As for his eldest sister, she was currently serving as the captain of the 13 judicial guards. Clearly, his father was preparing for his eldest sister to serve in the judicial guards. However, he was naturally the only one who could control the entire situation. Even when he was asleep, Lone Moon wanted to laugh out loud. If it wasn't for this accident, it was very likely that Yi Gushing would have been directly cultivated into a talent. However, he also believed that Yi Guxing would either get rid of Xia or take on an idle position and then wait for the end of his life. The Yi clan's business would no longer have much to do with him. It doesn't matter if the Sima family has a share or not. I won't let them off so easily. I just pity my Xing. Yi Lantian looked at Yi Guxing's body, and his heart was filled with melancholy. He didn't expect that the curtains to the war with the Sima family would be drawn with the corpse of his most beloved son. Don't you want to prove yourself? Then go and complete the task that Xing was unable to complete. Kill Li Zongjiu and Bei Holiang. Since Xing wants them dead, then they can't live. Yi Lantian said slowly. Hearing Yi Lantian's words, Yi Lonmoon bowed. Yes, master. However, a cold light flashed across Yi Lonmoon's eyes. It was obvious that Yi Lantian doted on Yi Guxing. Li Zongjiu's information had already been released. He was the #1 person in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's new disciple assessment. With such a standard, he would definitely be noticed by the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. If Yi Lonmoon were to make a big fuss, he would definitely be noticed by the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. At that time, even if he was a disciple of the Yi family, he wouldn't be able to escape death. The Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and the Yi family were on 2 completely different levels. The Yi family was still in the imperial court, fighting for power and maintaining their position. However, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's position was unshakable. Even if Yi Lantian wanted to go to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, he would have to inform the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, and he would have to wait outside. It wasn't impossible for the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to directly reject Yi Lantian's entry. Both parties had different priorities, and their positions in the city were also different. If Yi Lantian wanted to kill Li Zongjiu, he would have to do it within these 3 days. Otherwise, if he waited until Li Zongjiu entered the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, it would be even more difficult. Moreover, if he killed Li Zongjiu, he would have to bear a greater responsibility. The Yi family was filled with murderous aura, and people could feel it from dozens of miles away. An unusual cold wind blew across the sacred flame, royal city. On the day of Yi Guxing's funeral, the dozens of beautiful maids who were in the courtyard were all sent to the cemetery to be buried with Yi Guxing. More than 10 lives were nothing to the Yi clan. After the list of new students was released, everyone was given 3 days to sort out their matters. After 3 days, they would once again bring along their own proof of identity, which was something similar to the admission form that was issued by the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Hall, to complete some of the procedures to enter the academy. It was worth mentioning that during this period, they could only come out for 2 days a week. For the rest of the time, they had to stay in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Other than the tuition and miscellaneous fees, they also had to pay some accommodation fees. Compared to the facilities built by the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, the tuition and miscellaneous fees were considered very cheap. There were also some new students who came from far away. They had enough time to bid farewell to their friends and family. After all, they could accompany you to participate in the assessment, but they couldn't stay with you forever. If you were to stay in Royal City for a long time, you would have to apply for some documents. If you couldn't prove that you were here to do something, and if you couldn't contribute anything to Royal City, you would be thrown out even if you were a beggar. That was the way it was. Li Zongjiu had been cultivating for the past 3 days. Although there were undercurrents in Royal City, Li Zongjiu wasn't affected much. It was worth mentioning that Santong had finally broken through to the ancestor level last night. Unfortunately, his original spirit hadn't awakened. Although he had lost the opportunity to become a genius, it didn't mean that he couldn't become a strong person in the future. The Dark Yuan spike was also in his hands, and he was cultivating every day and night. Compared to the past, his current cultivation was in a more focused and efficient state. This was a huge improvement for Santong. Your Dark Yuan spike isn't explosive enough. Furthermore, it's not hidden well enough. Li Zongjiu's voice was heard. Santong also stopped at this moment. In front of him was a wooden stake that had been smashed. Young master, you're out. Yes. Although you don't have an original spirit, it's very important to obtain an original spirit. Don't rush, Li Zongjie said. Yes, young master. Tomorrow I'll enter the mansion to learn. In 3 months, you can travel outside and find a suitable origin beast. The origin weapons in your hands should be enough to protect your life. In addition, I got this a few days ago. I've erased all the traces on it. This origin weapon can provide you with a final layer of protection. With that, Li Zongjie took out a belt. The belt was inlaid with 9 silver pearls. This belt was called the 9-star protective pearls. If Yi Guxing had been wearing this equipment that day, it wouldn't have been easy for Li Zongjie to kill him. Therefore, he could only say that this guy was unlucky. Although San Tong didn't know the name of the belt, he knew that Li Zongjie had helped him too much. Did he mean that he wanted him to leave? Could it be that he didn't perform well enough? San Tong thought to himself. On second thought, this was indeed the case. He had stayed by Li Zongjie's side for so long, but he hadn't produced many origin beads. At the end of the day, he was still too weak. Don't disappoint me. After Li Zongjie finished speaking, he left alone. San Tong took the exquisite belt in his hands and put it away. His eyes were filled with emotions. He had been by Li Zongjie's side for less than half a month, but every day had been happier and more satisfying than when he had been in the Blood Strike Guard. Therefore, he couldn't let Li Zongjie down. Don't worry, young master. I definitely won't disappoint you. San Tong wasn't a pretentious person. After Li Zongjie left, he also left. Chapter 3:23. Tomorrow was the day of registration, and 7 days had passed since the start of the school year. According to the agreement, Li Zongjie once again came to the remote blacksmith shop. There was still a shabby signboard hanging high above the blacksmith shop. It looked really shabby. Anyone who saw this blacksmith shop would definitely not walk in. When Li Zongjie walked into the blacksmith shop again, the old man was still lying on the ground. He saw that the old man was still lying on the rattan chair in the courtyard, but he was holding an exquisite box with both hands. It seemed that no one could take his box away from him. This was his lifeblood. In the eyes of outsiders, this scene was also very funny. "Boss, my weapon is done." Hearing Li Zongjie shout, the old man slowly woke up from his sleep. "You're finally here. In order to make this weapon of yours, I overdrew my strength for the next 10 years. Come and take it yourself. I don't have the strength to give it to you." The old man opened his eyes weakly and glanced at Li Zongjie. The reason why he was lying on the rattan chair was not because he was sleeping, but because he was recovering his energy. This was because the creation of this weapon was quite difficult for him. Therefore, he had overdrafted a large portion of his energy before he was able to complete the creation of this weapon. "Thank you." Li Zongjie took the box. He opened it and took a look. Immediately, he was completely fascinated by the flying knife in the box. Only when you really looked at it, you would know how charming this flying knife was. That perfect, streamlined body. It was as if he could travel through any kind of storm with ease. On the blade, there was also a Bai Xiao Hua carved with extremely fine knife skills. Moreover, this Bai Xiao Xiao flower wasn't just for show. Once the throwing knife pierced through your body, you would know what it felt like to have your body blossom. This thing was very accurate in telling you what it felt like to have your body blossom. It was a blood trough used for bleeding. As for the gem, it was hidden inside the blade. It looked extremely strange. The gem itself had been cut into an extremely thin plane and was integrated into the flying knife. What an exquisite throwing knife! Not only did it have a strong penetrating power, but it was also tough enough to be comparable to a level 5 Yuan artifact. In addition, the power of the gem was hidden within. Even a grade 6 origin item might not be able to withstand the effects of this flying dagger, because of the enhancement from the boundless stone. Therefore, the flying dagger itself carried the spiritual penetration damage. Basically, if one was stabbed by a flying dagger, there was no chance of survival. With this saber and my current strength, I might even be able to kill Yuan Wang. Li Zongjie sneered. Now he could be considered to have the ability to protect himself in this city. A few days ago, he had killed the Yi Guxing from the Yi clan. Although the other party might not be able to discover him, the methods used by such a large clan were usually extremely extreme. Therefore, they would more or less have some new tricks up their sleeves. Of course, Li Zongjie had to be prepared. In order to forge such a flying dagger, he had probably spent most of his life's effort. However, it was also extremely beneficial for him. After all, forging experience of this level was extremely rare. Li Zongjie left this remote place and entered the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall to purchase some medicinal herbs. Elixirs could not be stopped. Since he had such unique conditions, Li Zongjie naturally had to use his own strength to refine some powerful elixirs to help him break through his cultivation level. However, when it came to refining elixirs, Li Zongjie still lacked one thing. It was his own medicine cauldron. In his previous life, when Li Zongjie became famous, the Shengyan dynasty also specially forged a 9-element golden bottle cauldron and sent it to Li Zongjie's hands. It had to be said that the 9-element golden bottle cauldron at that time could be said to have gathered the best craftsmanship. Various masters gathered together in order to forge this medicine cauldron. The final result was naturally very obvious. Li Zongjie also used it very smoothly. However, for now, the 9-element golden bottle cauldron had not been forged yet. Therefore, Li Zongjie could only buy some ordinary medicine cauldrons to hold on for now. If he wanted to buy things here or outside, of course, he would go to the Seven Stars Fire Room. Even at this time of night, the Seven Stars Fire Room was still in a state of operation. Li Zongjie walked in and went straight to the second floor. On the second floor, there was a young lady who came to receive him. When she saw Li Zongjie appear, the young lady also bowed and greeted him. "Good evening, sir. May I ask what kind of yuan weapon you want to buy?" "Medicine cauldron." The young lady nodded. Looking at Li Zongjie's slightly thin and weak appearance, he was not a good material for practicing martial arts. Most likely, he was also an alchemist or pharmacist. "This way, please. Our Seven Stars Fire Room has a total of 7 types of cauldrons for sale. They are all custom-made and can be used in batches. In addition, you can also design and customize your own medicine cauldron. You can also engrave your name on it to prevent it from being lost." The young lady saw that Li Zongjie's eyes did not linger on the medicine cauldrons. In her heart, she knew that these medicine cauldrons were not worthy of his attention. Since that was the case, she led Li Zongjie to the side. "In addition, we also have some medicine cauldrons for sale. The specific amplification effect of these medicine cauldrons has not been appraised yet. The purchase risk is higher. If you are interested, you can come over and take a look." The young lady said. Medicine cauldrons were not the only medicine cauldrons for sale. There were also many other things. It was similar to a kind of suggested auction. The Seven Stars Fire Room provided a platform and took a considerable commission from the middle. They directly bought the items from the other party. The other party would name a price, and after selling it, they would split the money. They only earned and did not lose. Moreover, they did not have to bear the consequences. At the same time, it could also increase their reputation. Such an easy and pleasing method really made the Seven Stars Fire Room a target for many yuan weapon shops to imitate. However, this huge monster was still a huge monster. Even a simple trick could succeed. Due to the fact that the platform itself was relatively large, the process was also very clear and simple. At the same time, it also added a kind of taobao fun when shopping. "Let's go and take a look," Li Zongjie said. The young lady immediately led the way in front. Those who were able to buy medicine cauldrons were mostly alchemists and did not lack money. "Miss, you clearly have a medicine cauldron. Why do you still want to buy one? We don't have much money on us." Little Chun followed beside Shuiyu. Seeing Shuayu looking at the medicine cauldrons on the display rack with interest, and then looking at the price tag, little Chun frowned. After all, one had to pay to buy things. The two of them could be said to have sneaked out. Originally, they did not have much money on them. Moreover, looking at the price tag on the medicine cauldrons, each price was like a grimacing evil spirit that wanted to eat people up. I'm going to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to refine medicine. I can't take out my medicine cauldron. Wouldn't that expose my identity? Shuayu said. Obviously, she had her own considerations about this matter. She was not as silly as she looked. Hey, wait. Someone with strong mental strength is coming. There were many crystal boxes in the exhibition hall. These boxes were filled with medicine cauldrons and some fire discs. The fire discs were used to increase the power of the flames. When placed under the medicine cauldron, the powerful fire discs could amplify the power of the flames by several times. Of course, this also relied on the power of the Yuan inscription array. Such an item would definitely be of great value. Shuayu's gaze looked over and immediately saw a gray-clothed youth following behind a 7-star fire room salesperson at the entrance as they walked in. Li Zongjiu's mental strength was naturally strengthened after wearing the flying knife made from the boundless stone. Therefore, he could clearly sense the slight movements in the surroundings. He immediately looked in Shuayu's direction. However, Shuayu quickly shifted her gaze and pretended to look at the medicine cauldron beside her as if nothing had happened. Hee, little Chun, the opportunity is here. Look after that gray-clothed kid. We'll take whichever cauldron he chooses and pay before him. Chapter 324. When Li Zongjiu walked in, he saw a dazzling array of medicinal cauldrons placed in front of him. Although they were separated by a crystal cover, those with good eyesight could roughly tell the quality of these medicinal cauldrons from the workmanship of the cauldrons themselves. However, Li Zongjiu had a feeling that he was being watched by someone. He turned around to look at the two girls who were not far away and frowned slightly. With Li Zongjiu's strength, he could also sense that the body of one of the girls contained a strong power, but it could not be released easily. At the same time, he could also feel that the power of the girl's bloodline was not simple. Born with an original spirit, Li Zongjiu had seen such a situation before. Xiao Yu was born with an original spirit and directly enhanced mental strength. This kind of talent was very rare. With a little training, it was enough to become a top expert. At the very least, she could become a very dangerous assassin. They were just two little girls. Li Zongjiu did not take it to heart. Instead, he carefully looked at the cauldrons in front of him. Perhaps there would be some good stuff in there. With more than 3,000 years of eyesight, although he might not be able to tell that something was a treasure at a glance, it was not difficult to tell that it was a waste at a glance. What he saw was basically some rubbish. Some of them had been decorated on the outside and looked awesome, but in fact the formation patterns on the inside had long been tattered and were useless. However, such cauldrons were very expensive. Just when Li Zongjiu was almost done looking at the cauldrons here, suddenly a cauldron appeared in front of Li Zongjiu's eyes. It was a dark red cauldron, and it had a very dangerous name. Azura cauldron. Li Zongjiu looked at the introduction written on the outside of the Azura cauldron. It said that it was unearthed in an unknown historical site in the central part of the dynasty. Although it was severely damaged over the years, it still had a terrifying alchemy effect. Most importantly, the owner of this medicinal cauldron had set a very high price and refused to budge. Of course, the identity of the person who put up the price was kept a secret. Otherwise, if the customer directly went to the person who put up the price, the 7-star fire room wouldn't be able to earn anything. This cauldron, Li Zongjiu pointed at the Azura cauldron. Shuayu and Shuayu, who had been sneakily following them, jumped out. With a bang, he slapped the crystal cover. I'm sorry, little brother. Our family's young miss saw this cauldron first. We want it, Xiao Chun said straightforwardly. Moreover, she had an annoying look on her face as she took out a pouch. Come, help me pack up this cauldron. Our young miss wants it. Xiao Chun jumped out. She was really rude and unreasonable, but the other party didn't break the rules. Whoever placed the order would naturally get it first. Li Zongjio didn't say anything just now. The shop assistant looked at Li Zongjio and then looked at Xiao Chun and Shuiyu, who seemed to be determined not to back down and fell into a difficult situation. You, Li Zongjio frowned and said, "What do you mean by you and us?" "No way. I want to buy this cauldron. Hurry up, we want it. How much is it? Just pack it up for me." Shuiyu waved her hand again and again, as if she didn't want to negotiate with Li Zongjio too much. Anyway, this cauldron was hers and couldn't run away. Even if she had to act shamelessly, she had to get this cauldron. This cauldron is worth 100 million purple yuan. Do you have it? Li Zongjio didn't say anything and just quietly looked at the two girls in front of him. If it was an ordinary little girl, how could she possibly take out so much? Back then, Beiho Liang's entire net worth was only 20 million purple yuan. The price in front of them was 5 times higher, 100 million purple yuan. Even if it was Li Zongjio himself, he could not take out so many purple essence coins either. Even if it was converted into yuan stones, it would need at least 10,000 yuan stones. This was a very huge number. How much? Shuiyu climbed down from the crystal cover of the cauldron and carefully looked at the price tag. It was indeed written on it, 100 million purple yuan. A series of zeros almost made Shuiyu faint. Xiao Chun pretended to open her purse and put it away again. After all, even if she took out her purse and pawned it, it wouldn't be worth so much money. What is this thing? This cauldron is so expensive. It's made of gold. Shuiyu was extremely angry. This was just a cauldron, and the price was actually so high. This cauldron can enjoy a 30% discount, so it only costs 70 million purple yuan. 70 million isn't expensive. Let's take a look. Xiao Chun, let's go. Let's go to other places. This cauldron is really ugly. It's okay to look at it from afar, but I want to vomit when I look at it up close. Shuiyu hurriedly pulled Xiao Chao away. What a joke! 30% discount is 30 million cheaper. Am I someone who lacks 30 million? What I lack is 70 million. She originally wanted to intercept halfway, but she didn't expect this matter to end in such a way. It's really embarrassing. Next time, I must bring enough money when I go out. Shuiyu's face couldn't help but be embarrassed. After all, if such a thing happened to anyone, they would probably be like this. Miss, you don't have to worry. If you reveal your identity, the 7-star fire room will immediately give the cauldron to you. Xiao Chun comforted her on the side. She didn't want to let the miss continue to be so confused. As a maid, she naturally had to solve the miss's problems. That's right. How much money do we have left? Shuiyu asked. Her jet-black eyes gently blinked. We have less than 5,000 left. Less than 5,000 purple yuan. Less than 5,000 gold yuan. A few days ago you ate too much, Xiao Chun couldn't help but say. Her words made Shuiyu's face become even more embarrassed. Humph, I just ate a little bit more. I'm a dignified alchemist. Could it be that I will starve to death? Li Zongjio pulled all the vitality stones and purple yuan he had on him. He almost emptied his entire wallet to gather the money. It was a bit embarrassing, but Li Zongjio could afford it, so he just put the money on the table. Once the deal was made for 70 million purple yuan, the 7-star fire room had already earned 7 million purple yuan just by charging a commission of 10%. This was just an extra income for the 7-star fire room. However, in a third-class city, even Li Zongjio's family, the annual income was only a few million gold yuan. In comparison, it was pitifully small. Therefore, if one wanted to succeed, the first thing one had to do was to expand one's platform. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break through the limits if it was always lingering on the edge of the bottom. Congratulations on the deal. The Azura Cauldron is yours. Also, the owner of the Azura Cauldron once said that if someone bought the Azura Cauldron, he would give it to that person as a gift. As for what it is, we don't know. After the staff at the front desk checked the deal, he asked someone to take out a sealed box from the seed warehouse and handed it to Li Zongjiu. This was also the advantage of having a large platform. At the very least, one could rest assured. Perhaps there was something very precious in the box. If it was placed in a small stall, the stall might just cheat you. However, in the 7-star fire room, such a situation would definitely not happen. Quality and reputation were also important parts of a brand. Okay. Li Zongjiu took the box and turned to leave. On the way home, the surrounding atmosphere gradually became gloomy and cold. Li Zongjiu stopped in front of a long road lined with trees. He turned around. Looking at the pitch-black area, he said indifferently, "Get out here." Chapter 325. When he heard Li Zongjiu's words, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He seemed to know that he would not be able to escape and walked out directly. Although Li Zongjiu did not have a deep impression of the person who walked out, he recognized him. Bei Holiang of the Bei family in the Black North Giant City. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, such a person was even worse than Zhang Sun. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would not have just killed Zhang Sun and not Bei Holiang as well. It was because such a person was not worthy of being a threat to Li Zongjiu. It would not be long before Bei Holiang was killed by himself. He obviously did not have the strength, but he always thought that he could control the situation. Such people were the most pitiful. They could not see their own strength and could not recognize their own position. Such people usually died quickly. "Are you here to die?" Li Zongjiu said indifferently. "I am here to seek refuge with you, alone. Listen to me. The third young master of the Yi clan, Yi Guxing, has placed a huge bet on Zhang Heshuan. Zhang Heshuan's death must have something to do with you. Therefore, young Master Yi Guxing will definitely not let us go. If we cooperate, we will definitely have a chance to survive." Bei Holiang jumped out and said, no matter what, he could not escape from this matter. Yi family would definitely find many people to be buried with him. Unremarkable people, like them, were the best candidates to be buried with him. "Are you talking about Yi Guxing?" "Sorry, I just killed him a few days ago." Although Li Zongjiu's words were soft, it was extremely shocking to Bei Holiang. It was as if he could see thousands of horses galloping towards him. The uproar in the city was almost all because of this incident. Now, the real culprit was right in front of him. How could Bei Holiang contain the shock in his heart? "You killed Yi Guxing." That Zhang Xin, yes, I killed him too," Li Zongjiu said faintly, as if this matter was as simple as having a meal with someone. You actually, how dare you?" Bei Holiang had never imagined that Li Zongjiu would be so audacious as to kill people in the city. Moreover, the people he killed were all extremely important people. Suddenly, Bei Holiang recalled that he had found someone to deal with Li Zongjiu before. However, Li Zongjiu had not killed him. Now that he had delivered himself to Li Zongjiu's doorstep, wouldn't that give Li Zongjiu a reason to kill him? "Then why didn't you kill me?" Bei Holiang probed. "Originally, someone like you was not worthy of me taking action," Li Zongjiu said. Then he looked around. The surrounding forest was pitch black, as if something was trembling. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's eyes turned cold. "But today, you don't have to leave here alive." Holding a flying knife in his hand, he looked at Bei Holiang. The latter was shocked. Could it be that Li Zongjiu had discovered something? Didn't they say that these people were the elites of the elites? They shouldn't be discovered so easily. Swoosh! The flying knife instantly flew out from Li Zongjiu's hand. Bei Holiang could only see a transparent light that was like a cicada's wing flying out from Li Zongjiu's hand. When it left his hand, it quickly hid the light and disappeared. All the light disappeared, and even the aura could not be seen. Boom! A tearing sound came from his eardrums. Then he saw a ball of light behind him, flying forward at high speed. Swoosh! Bang! In the dark forest, the sound of several people falling to the ground could be heard. They were shot. Li Zongjiu's flying knife had actually shot these people to the ground. At the same time, a figure could be seen soaring into the sky. Obviously, he saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. This person's movement technique was not bad, and he also had wind attribute yuan energy. Immediately, a gust of wind appeared beside him as he soared into the sky. This secret must be passed on to the young master. This was the only thought in the mind of the person who escaped. With my wind attribute yuan energy as a 4th grade origin ancestor, that brat will definitely not be able to catch up to me. When this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a ball of light rushing to the front. How did this ball of light appear? This thought instantly rose in his mind. Not good. Lowering his head, he immediately saw a large bloodstain on his chest. The flying knife had unknowingly pierced through his body, which was why it had rushed to the front. That person wanted to see the flying knife clearly, but a trace of dizziness had already appeared in his mind. The entire world seemed to be gradually becoming blurry. His figure immediately fell from the sky. Bang! He heavily smashed onto the ground. The flying knife had also returned to Li Zongjiu's hand. Controlled by mental energy within a radius of 500 meters, killing people is like killing chickens. Feeling the flying knife in his hand, the weight was just right. It did not have the slightest trace of blood and was spotless. Such high craftsmanship indeed made people feel a chill in their hearts. There were a total of 3 corpses on the ground. Beihou Liang stood where he was, not daring to move. At this moment, he understood that Li Zongjiu's strength was rather frightening. Furthermore, such a person did not care about the consequences and was simply fearless. To him, killing people was just a common occurrence. In fact, Beihou Liang had no choice but to come this time. Originally, he did not want to face this unknown and terrifying Li Zongjiu face to face. However, the second young master of the Yi family, Yi Lanyue, had found him and asked him to lead people to kill Li Zongjiu. If he could kill Li Zongjiu, he would be able to return alive. At the very least, that was what Yi Lanyue had promised him. However, now that Li Zongjiu had revealed such a shocking secret and had even killed these people, the next one would naturally be him. Run. Those level 4 origin ancestor realm experts. Not even a single hair could escape. Needless to say, there was simply no chance for him. Beihou Liang merely stood where he was. The sweat on his back had already soaked his entire body. He looked at Li Zongjiu, who was currently plundering the storage rings of these people. When he had to buy these things himself, Li Zongjiu finally understood how useful money was. The things he bought were getting more and more expensive. If he did not prepare more money, he would not have the chance to buy anything valuable in the future. If it really did not work, wouldn't he have to resort to robbing? The 3 corpses were all plundered clean. However, in the end, there were only a few hundred origin stones and less than 1 million purple yuan. How could these people be so poor? Back then, the money in Beihou Liang's hands was much more than these people. 3 poor bastards. With a flick of Li Zongjiu's finger, the obsidian flames landed on the bodies of the 3 men and burned their corpses to ashes. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had already destroyed the corpses, Beihou Liang was so frightened that his legs went soft. Speak. Who sent you here? Li Zongjiu spoke with extreme disdain towards Beihou Liang, who was so cowardly. Don't kill me. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. It's Yi Lanyue. Yi Lanyue sent me here. Hearing Beihou Liang's words, Li Zongjiu immediately sent a flying kick towards him. Damn you! What stars and moon? It's true. Yi Lanyue. Yi Lanyue is Yi Guxing's brother. He said that the Yi clan has already put you on the kill list. Beihou Liang said in fear. He really did not want to die. He really did not know how such a person entered the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. The Yi clan put me on the kill list? Haha, interesting. Li Zongjiu immediately mocked in his heart when he heard this. Then he looked at Bei Holiang. All right, I won't kill you. I'll give you 3 days to prepare all the information about the Yi clan for me. I want to know how many properties and how many people the Yi clan has. What kind of bullshit is this? How dare they put me on the kill list? At this moment, Li Zongjiu was completely enraged. The Yi clan was even more arrogant than the Qing Yuan manor. They actually dared to step on Li Zongjiu's head for no reason. This was going to be fun. The reason why Li Zongjiu targeted the Qing Yuan manor was because of Li Changjiang's matter. Secondly, the Qing Yuan manor was the mastermind in his previous life. Sooner or later, they would walk on the opposite side. As for the Yi clan, they were completely digging their own grave. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had never heard of the Yi clan. He also did not have any interaction with this clan. Now, the Yi clan actually sent themselves to his doorstep. Li Zongjiu naturally would not be polite. Chapter 326. Hearing that Li Zongjiu was willing to let him go was something that Bei Holiang did not even dare to dream of. In such a dangerous situation, there was still a chance of survival. This was too touching, and they couldn't help but want to run away immediately. However, what Li Zongjiu asked him to do was extremely dangerous, even though it was not very difficult. What did Li Zongjiu mean by collecting information about the Yi clan? Wasn't this saying that he wanted to deal with the Yi clan? If the Yi clan wanted to settle the score and found Li Zongjiu, then Bei Holiang, who was in charge of collecting information, would naturally be punished as an accomplice. You want to deal with the Yi clan? Bei Holiang turned around to persuade Li Zongjiu. However, when he turned around, he realized that there was no one around. Li Zongjiu seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He had left just like that. If he could not deliver the information to Li Zongjiu after 3 days, Li Zongjiu would come personally. This was really terrifying. He was such a homicidal maniac. Although Bei Holiang's name was kept and Bei Holiang also knew that the person who killed Yi Guxing was Li Zongjiu, no one would believe this news, even if it was spread out. Moreover, he could not even protect himself now. The only way was to stand on Li Zongjiu's side. This was because Li Zongjiu was the only one who disdained to kill him. He would only have a chance to live if he stood firmly on the team. No matter how stupid Bei Holiang was, he would not be stupid enough to keep it a secret. After all, this kind of news did not have enough weight to prove it. In addition, the 3 elites of the assassination team had died directly. Therefore, the best explanation for Bei Holiang was that the assassination team had appeared in advance before he could arrive. However, they were killed by Li Zongjiu. If Yi Lone Moon wanted to kill someone in the Heavenly Dawn medicine manor, then he had to leave Bei Holiang alive. The surrounding air seemed to have become colder and colder. Bei Holiang no longer hesitated. He immediately stood up and hurriedly left. The dirt on his body was also continuously scattered. Apart from the 3 corpses, there was nothing else in the forest. Suddenly, a groundhog emerged from the ground and hurriedly ran to the 3 corpses to sniff them. Then it quickly drilled back into the ground and disappeared. The next day, Heavenly Stellar Medicine Manor, 300 new students entered the residence. When they arrived with their name lists, they realized that they had already been assigned to different classes. Within the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, it was divided into the Heavenly Dawn Institution and the Earth Branch Institution, 2 great institutions. The 2 departments were in a competitive relationship. Under the faculties, there were 4 faculties, A, B, C, and D. For example, Bei Holiang was a student of this Earth Branch Department's C Academy. On the surface, these faculties did not have a clear distinction between high and low. However, everyone could see that the A Department was often the place where geniuses gathered. This was because on the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's Alchemy Master ranking, most of the names were from the A Department. The so-called Alchemy Master ranking was, in fact, a very obvious ranking. Every year, the students would be assessed based on points. If one's score was high, then one would be able to enter the Alchemy Master Ranking. The Alchemy Master Ranking was also a comprehensive assessment. Usually, one's score in the course would be directly linked to the Alchemy Master Ranking. Apart from that, the annual year-end assessment would also be used to filter out those with poor grades or even those with low motivation to learn. There would always be black sheep in any place. Therefore, even those who entered through the back door with strong connections might not be able to rest easy. If one was not careful, they would still be easily eliminated. Li Zhongjie took his name list and came to the registration area. Li Zhongjie, student number 01, Heavenly Dawn Medicines, A department reporting. The instructor in charge of the registration could not help but glance at Li Zhongjie. To the outside world, Li Zhongjie was merely a new student who obtained the first place. However, the instructors of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor clearly knew the potential and strength of this Li Zhongjie. This was because the elixir that Li Zhongjie refined that day was actually lured out by the Heavenly Pool spiritual Jiao. This kind of achievement was almost unimaginable. Ever since the Heavenly Pool spiritual Jiao was injured, it had dived into the bottom of the Heavenly Pool. No one had seen this Heavenly Pool spiritual Jiao again, and it did not pay much attention to the outside world. After all, this Heavenly Pool spiritual Jiao was left behind by the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's chief. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it. Therefore, when this Heavenly Pool spiritual Jiao was here, one could only use a probing method. If the other party did not want to bother with you, then it was impossible to summon it out. He is Li Zhongjie, the Heavenly STEM Faculty A course. It is said that the Heavenly STEM Faculty A course never accepts new students. This Li Zhongjie is actually so valued. Many people looked at Li Zhongjie one after another. They were also quite shocked by the preferential treatment that Li Zhongjie had received. This Sky Horizon A class was an extremely arrogant school. The top 10 alchemists on the Alchemy Master list were all from this Sky Horizon A class. Although the course record was a 4-year course, the Alchemy Master role would only calculate the total score. In other words, it was very difficult for a new student to enter the Alchemy Master role. However, there were still some messy rankings on the potential leaderboard. However, everyone paid attention to the rankings on the Alchemy Master role. The Heavenly STEM Faculty A course could be said to be the strongest course in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. Those who were able to enter this course were led by the strongest instructors in the school. Even the 2 deans would personally appear to teach them. It was very difficult for the other courses to receive such treatment. This guy, how is this possible? The Heavenly STEM Faculty A course. I am only in the Earth Branch A course. From a macro perspective, the Earth Branch A course was stronger than the Heavenly STEM Faculty B course, and so on. However, this wasn't absolute. Every year, the students would have different explosive power. Usually, they would have their own strength and plans. They might not reveal their full strength too early. Therefore, Mo Suli was very indignant when he saw the course that he had been admitted into. Why was Li Zhongjie able to enter the Heavenly STEM Faculty A course? Don't worry, he's not the only one. Mu Qingyan, who was like a shadow that followed the body, said with a smile, "In the past 3 days, some of the instructors in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor had almost killed each other because of the quota allocation. Could it be that you are also in the Heavenly STEM Faculty A course?" Mo Suli looked at Mu Qingyan. This Mu Qingyan's ranking was even lower than hers. If this guy could enter, then wouldn't Mo Suli be suppressed by this guy? If he knew that it would be so dark, then who would have stayed here? Therefore, Mo Suli had already decided that if this Mu Qingyan also entered the Heavenly STEM Faculty A course, then she would turn around and leave. She definitely wouldn't stay any longer. I'm in the same class as you. There's still one more. It's that guy. Following Mu Qingyan's gaze, she saw the bronze-skinned Kuan Erasher, who looked very sunny. Kuin Erisher, Heavenly STEM Faculty A Course. Student number 01. Many thanks. Emo Suli instantly frowned. It hadn't even started yet, but she had already lost by a large margin. As someone of the same age, no, Emo Suli was older than the other party. She couldn't help but worry. If she couldn't step on this Li Zongjio and that Kuin Erisher, then her title as a genius would be in vain. Although this school wasn't as good as theirs, it definitely wouldn't be that bad. That annoying guy. Shui Wei received her student information. Heavenly STEM Faculty B Course. Although it was 2 grades lower than the Heavenly STEM Faculty A Course, the teaching locations of the 2 courses were very close to each other. When Shui Wei saw that Li Zongjio, she immediately became angry from nowhere. It was this rich second generation that came out of nowhere that caused her to lose face. Moreover, this Li Zongjio had snatched away a cauldron that she fancied. This hatred, sooner or later, must be avenged. So this annoying guy is the even more annoying Li Zongjio. Chapter 3:27. Li Zongjio became the champion of the freshman assessment and deserved the title of newcomer king. However, the most important thing was that Li Zongjio didn't have the slightest bit of fame before. So much so that no one had even heard of Li Zongjio's name before. To be trampled on by such a nameless person, it was obviously very unpleasant. Therefore, many people believed that Li Zongjio either cheated, gave away money, or got in through the back door. Obviously, his background was very strong. Some people with talent didn't believe that there was someone more talented than them. If there was a chance, it was only a matter of time before a competition would take place. Of course, Li Zongjio didn't know that much. After receiving his student information, he was also led by a senior student. However, not long after he walked out, he bumped into a girl with a ponytail. Li Zongjio had a rather deep impression of this girl. After all, back in the Black North Giant City, this girl had always jumped in front of him. Gongjio, leave this to me, Gongjio said to the senior in front of him. The senior nodded and hurriedly left. After all, he wasn't from the Heavenly STEM institution. If he entered the Heavenly STEM institution's territory, he would feel an inexplicable creepiness. After all, there were too many experts there. If you stayed there for too long, you would feel a strong sense of oppression hanging over your head. How uncomfortable would that be? It was as if everyone was scrutinizing you when they saw you. Hey, junior brother Zongjio, we meet again, Gongjio said to Li Zongjio with a smile. Her hands were behind her back, and she wore a half-skirt with a bright and sunny smile on her face. She already knew that Li Zongjio would definitely succeed. Yeah. Li Zongjio nodded. The smile on Gongjio's face gradually froze. This Li Zongjio was really too boring. He still had such a cold expression on his face. Welcome to our Heavenly STEM Institutions A Department. Let me introduce you to the surroundings, and at the same time explain the rules of the institution. You've been to the institution before, right? Gongjio also knew Li Zongjio's character. He was such a person, so there was nothing to be confused about. Nope, Li Zongjio replied. Gongjio also looked at Li Zongjio in astonishment. If he hadn't been to the institution before, everyone of his age should have been there before. At the very least, he should be literate. Right. However, it wasn't certain. After all, every family's situation was different. It doesn't matter. In any case, the rules of our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor are different from other places. In our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, there are 2 classes every day. The classes are based on oneself. It doesn't matter if you don't come. However, at the end and beginning of every month, there will be classes for the Heavenly STEM Institution's Dean and the Earth Branch Institution's Dean. If you don't come, then you're basically dead. If you're expelled, then you'll be expelled. In addition, there's no distinction between new and old students. If you don't know the knowledge taught, then you'll have to learn it yourself. Apart from the classes, there will be a test every semester. In addition, You'll have to report to the Academic Affairs Department once a month to prove that you're still alive. The rest of the time can be arranged freely. You can use all the resources in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. You can even listen to the classes of other teachers. There's a total of 6 classes. At the end of the semester, the teachers of each class will grade you. The grade will directly affect your ranking on the Alchemist ranking. Every year, the top 10 of the Alchemist ranking will have the opportunity to enter the forbidden area of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to study and seek fortune. Suddenly, Li Zongjio stopped in his tracks. What Alchemist ranking? What classes? What nonsense? Li Zongjio wasn't interested in any of them. He was only interested in the forbidden area. This was also the reason why Li Zongjio traveled thousands of miles to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. It was for the things in the forbidden area. Only the top 10 of the Alchemist ranking are qualified to enter the forbidden area? Li Zongjio asked. It was similar to the answer he got in his previous life. However, it was more specific. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing in it. That's right. You're also interested in this forbidden ground, right? Most of the top geniuses who come here are here for this forbidden ground. It's said that the forbidden ground contains the insights of a pill venerate of the supreme realm. Alchemist venerable? Li Zongjiu sneered disdainfully in his heart. If that was really the case, then he was underestimating the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Alchemist venerable. Li Zongjiu already had that realm. However, it was still far from enough for him. He was afraid that the forbidden area contained the insights of an alchemist venerable. Thinking of this, Li Zongjio couldn't help but feel excited. How can I get those points quickly? Li Zongjio asked. This was the key point. Some people were too talented. These ordinary classes were a waste of time for them. Therefore, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor knew how to not waste resources. They didn't want to attend classes, and at the same time, they wanted to get those points. There was another way. Yes, of course. There was a glimmer of light in Gongjio's eyes. It was a glimmer of fighting spirit. Genius Tower. Genius Tower. It's that tower. There are 49 floors. There are 3 challenges on each floor. It's a difficult problem in the alchemy world. If you can solve one of them, you'll be able to get a lot of points. Some of the difficult questions in the Genius Pavilion are not simple matters to solve. Whoever solves them first will naturally obtain the most points. However, if one is able to supplement the solution, after being examined by the various deans and teachers, one will also obtain points. Li Zongjio looked over. He suddenly laughed in his heart. Genius Tower. Back then, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor invited Li Zongjio to study the difficult problems in the Genius Tower. At that time, Li Zongjio had already solved all the difficult problems in the first 48 floors. It shocked the entire alchemy world. However, Li Zongjio's realm was still insufficient for the 49th floor, so it was impossible for him to solve it. However, in such a situation, after more than 2,000 years, he was already at the peak of existence. How many floors have been solved now? Currently, the senior brothers and sisters on the Alchemy Master ranking are trying their best to solve the last difficult problem on the 7th floor. Every floor was a hurdle. The further they went, the difficulty would be unimaginable. What a coincidence! Li Zongjio knew all the answers to the Genius Tower. However, these people were only at this level. They couldn't even pass the 7th floor. How long had it been? The Genius Tower wasn't built by the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. It existed long ago. The Heavenly Star Medicine Manor existed to solve the secrets of the Genius Tower. Gongju looked at the towering Genius Tower and said slowly, "If you can solve the difficult problems in the Genius Tower, you'll be able to become a supreme saint." Li Zongjio said slowly. In his previous life, Li Zongjio was an alchemy master. Therefore, he could easily solve the difficult problems in the first 48 floors. However, he hadn't reached the supreme saint realm yet. Therefore, he didn't know how to solve the problem on the 49th floor. As for what the problem was, it was hard to say. He had to use his own realm to comprehend it. However, Li Zongjie wouldn't solve so many difficult problems in advance. If alchemists wanted to improve, they would first need to have an indomitable spirit of exploration. Even if they used the knowledge directly, it might not be the best. For them, it would even bring a certain degree of blockage and self-denial. Because in Li Zongjie's eyes, most of the things refined by alchemists were no different from shit. Take it slow. You can do it too. It's up to a genius like you to solve these problems. We're here. The male dormitory is just ahead. 1 room per person. After all, the students of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor all had some status. In the future, they would become super alchemists. Therefore, the treatment they received was naturally different. Although it was a large building, there were many rooms in the building. It was like a centralized super hotel. 1 room per person, 1 room per person. The only difference was that there was no lobby or waiter. Let me see your information. Oh, the first room on the left on the 6th floor is yours. Remember, classes will officially start tomorrow. All the notices will be written on the notice board in front of the dormitory building. Pay attention to it. After all, sometimes there will be training outside. Don't miss it. Gongjie said. Thank you. After Li Zongjie finished speaking, he leaped into the air and flew directly to the corridor of the 6th floor. Take the stairs next time. Gongjie immediately shouted when he saw this. Chapter 328. Classes would officially begin the next day. Li Zongjie did not care about classes, as he had no interest in them at all. He had a manual in his hand that detailed some rules, things to take note of in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, and the locations of some functional buildings. For example, the location of the elixir selling building. The purpose of the elixir selling building was to sell elixirs. One could buy elixirs and sell their elixirs there. Of course, one could also sell their elixirs and herbs in the school's flea market. When one needed herbs, one could also search for them in the elixir selling building. The price of herbs was almost half of the outside world's price, but one could not bring them out. Why half? Because they had money. In order to nurture alchemists, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor naturally had to use these herbs. Herbs that were extremely precious in the outside world could be found everywhere in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Preparing some medicinal herbs from time to time was a very comfortable thing. Of course, it was not allowed to resell them in large quantities. However, if one sold them in small quantities, no one would pursue the matter. However, the students of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor basically disdained to do such a thing. After taking a simple look at the rules, Li Zongjie sat on the bed and started a day of cultivation. Li Zongjie had to recite the white god Fu once a day, as the flying knife made from the boundless stone had an extremely strong effect on one's mind power. Therefore, Li Zongjie was able to improve very quickly during the recitation process. His yuan power cultivation had already broken through to the origin ancestor level, but his mind power was still stuck at the level 3 level, which was far from enough to keep up with this speed. He had to speed up his pace. Another month had passed since that half a year had passed. If Li Zongjie didn't remember wrongly, the original Universe 9 revolving needle was on the 14th floor of the Genius Tower. Once a difficult question in the Genius Building was solved, one would obtain the knowledge formed by the question and the answer itself. The Universe 9 rotating needle represented the knowledge on the 14th floor. Therefore, Li Zongjie only needed to solve this problem, and he would be able to obtain all the Universe 9 revolving needles. When Li Zongjie had obtained the Universe 9 revolving needle, he had casually thrown it to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. This item was of no use to Li Zongjie, so he had thrown it away. However, who would have thought that Nansheng would need the Universe 9 revolving needles? Li Zongjie's alchemy skills in his previous life had already reached the pinnacle. What use did he have for acupuncture? The reason why he knew a little about acupuncture back in Guangxi town was because Li Zongjio had read it once and memorized it. That was why he knew a little about acupuncture. To be able to remember so many things just by looking at it once was indeed very impressive. When Li Zongjio was cultivating alone, he was also cultivating in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. That night, Lone Moon's residence was also shrouded in dark clouds. 3 dead, all of them killed in one blow. Yi Lone Moon looked at the 3 corpses in front of him and felt a deep sense of anger. The other party was actually so arrogant. He actually dared to kill Yi Lone Moon's men in public, and even took away all their storage rings. That Bei Holiang was simply a good-for-nothing. Bei Holiang was now hiding in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor and did not dare to show himself. After all, if he did, only death would await him. Master Yu, why don't we mobilize the Hidden Moon Guards? One of the strategists asked in a probing manner. The Hidden Moon Guards were a troop that Yi Lone Moon had secretly trained in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. Besides reporting it to his father, they had never been taken out until now. When Yi Guxing was still alive, there were only 2 Peak Sky Origin Ancestor level experts secretly guarding him. However, there were at least 3 Sky Origin Ancestor level experts in the Hidden Moon Guards. It's just dealing with a country bumpkin. Why do we have to mobilize the Hidden Moon Guards? Is there no one else in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor? Yi Lone Moon immediately roared. His eyes were as gloomy as water. When he saw these people, his eyes were filled with resentment. These useless people couldn't even handle such a small matter. The strategists all lowered their heads in shame. This matter was indeed difficult for them to handle. Normally, they would know which restaurant to visit, which brothel to visit, which brothel to visit, and which new prostitutes to visit. These were all very clear to them. They were all drunkards. When it was time to use them, none of them could do it. Young master, my men heard that Li Zongjio's personal maidservant seemed to have left the city. Since Li Zongjio is hiding in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor and refuses to come out, why don't we capture this maidservant and force her out of the manor? She will fall into our trap and be killed directly. When he heard this, a cold glint flashed across Yi Lone Moon's eyes. As long as we succeed, I don't care what method you use. Within 3 days, I want to see Li Zongjio's head in front of me. Otherwise, all of you will become corpses. Then I will send all of you back home. It was not easy for them to pass all the tests and enter the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. They were able to become strategists and live a good life. How could they let this opportunity go to waste? But now, someone had to be sacrificed. In order to achieve one's goal, there was no need to choose the means. It was fine as long as they could use it. Li Zongjio naturally knew that Santong would be in great danger if she left the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. However, Li Zongjio had already imparted his skills to her. Hence, whether Santong could survive depended on her own luck and ability. If she could not handle it and died accidentally, Li Zongjio would not avenge her. After all, Li Zongjio was not her nanny. Moreover, Li Zongjio had his own matters to attend to. The Azura Cauldron seems to have an extraordinary origin. However, I have never heard of the Azura Cauldron in my previous life. Li Zongjio thought for a while. Indeed, he had never heard of it. After all, it had been so long. Many things could have happened in a few thousand years. This was simply impossible to calculate. Li Zongjio could not have known that he had been reborn and recorded everything in a small book. In the box that came with the Azura Cauldron was a blood-red stone. Azura stone? When Li Zongjio saw the stone, he was shocked. He had never heard of the Azura Cauldron, but Li Zongjio had heard of this Azura stone. Moreover, the appearance of this Azura stone had caused a storm. It was said that this Azura stone was soaked in the blood of Azura. Hence, this Azura stone contained a drop of Azura's blood. Azuras were said to be the killing gods of hell. Li Zongjio had never believed in such rumors before. Azuras were definitely just some kind of powerful origin beast. After all, No one had ever seen hell. However, Li Zongjio had already obtained a world-grade origin art from the soul of the Black Dragon Sovereign, the Hell Prajna art. This directly proved the existence of hell, and that hell was just a relatively more powerful space. Therefore, the Azura stone in his hand and the legend of Azura's blood might not be fake. Whether it's real or fake, I just need to test it out. In the next moment, Li Zongjio grabbed the Azura stone in his hand. Li Zongjio activated the Yuan mantra in his body, and immediately, a surge of energy gushed into the Azura stone. Instantly, a terrifying energy erupted from the Azura stone, as if it wanted to suck Li Zongjio's blood and soul into the stone. "You want to eat me?" Li Zongjio immediately snorted coldly. How could the great evil Lord be devoured by a mere stone? In the next moment, Li Zongjio mobilized his mental energy and rushed towards the Azura stone with all his might. Bang! The Azura stone immediately trembled. An intense aura erupted from within the Azura stone. In the end, it transformed into a blood-red figure that appeared within Li Zongjio's mind. Chapter 329. The blood-red figure that appeared in his mind was nearly 10 feet tall, and beneath its feet was a sea of blood. Li Zongjio was shocked to see its terrifying aura. "It's really big, but this is my territory, not yours." A ray of light rose from Li Zongjio's palm. Within the light, there was a flying knife that was slowly rotating. The blood shadow Azura in front of him was neither strong nor weak. If he wanted to completely erase it, he would need a strong mental power. As for Li Zongjio's strongest moves, they were the obsidian flame and the flying knife. Seeing Li Zongjio move, the blood shadow Azura roared. The power of blood in its hands condensed into a long knife, and it slashed down at Li Zongjio. The knife was accompanied by a terrifying bloody light. "Go!" Li Zongjio aimed at his opponent, and with a flick of his hand, the flying knife left his hand. At the same time, as the flying knife flew up, it brought along a black light and rushed out. Boom! The flying knife was as thin as a cicada's wing, and as it flew it was extremely cold. When the blood shadow Azura landed, it slashed at the flying knife. The power of the flying knife broke through the sea of blood in front of it. Around the flying knife, a terrifying light burned, directly burning the surrounding blood until there was nothing left. The blood shadow Azura also felt the terrifying power coming at it. He immediately let out a low roar, but it was immediately defeated by the terrifying mental power of the flying knife. Boom! The blood shadow Azura's body immediately exploded on the spot. The terrifying power poured down, scattering into the sky, and terrifying blood fell to the ground. Li Zongjio reached out with his hand, and the blood was directly sucked into his hand. In the process of condensing, the blood was continuously compressed until it was finally compressed into a palm-sized blood bead in his hand. When the blood bead appeared, Li Zongjio's eyes lit up as he looked at it. Is this the Azura blood? In his previous life, there was someone who had accidentally absorbed this drop of Azura's blood. However, he was unable to control the killing power of the blood within his body. As a result, that person had committed the heinous crime of killing. Back then, the Xinyan dynasty had sent out many experts. In the end, they had paid a painful price to kill that person. After all, at the very beginning, the Xinyan dynasty was not decisive, which led to the loss of many experts, and the Shura blood could be said to be stronger the more they killed. However, it was fortunate that he had stopped it in time. Without hesitation, Li Zongjio stuffed the Azura blood into his mouth and swallowed it whole. After swallowing the Azura blood into his stomach, he completely condensed this power and withdrew from the spiritual world. Li Zongjio sat on the bed and immediately felt as if his whole body was being cut by knives. The Azura blood was rampaging in his body, as if it was constantly looking for a way out. However, Li Zongjio's origin power had completely suppressed it within his body. Evil soul, I. Feeling the restlessness of the Azura blood, Li Zongjio immediately forced himself to use his secret skill. The evil soul, I was Li Zongjio's trump card. He would only use it at a critical moment. Under the gaze of the evil soul, the Azura blood, finally calmed down. It stayed under Li Zongjio's control, waiting for Li Zongjio's power to descend. The blood dragon soul in the origin bead seemed to like the Azura blood very much. It directly stole more than half of the Azura blood's power, strengthening the blood dragon soul's power. Roar! The blood dragon soul roared. Li Zongjio's murderous aura instantly condensed. An entire dormitory was immediately enveloped by this power. The appearance of this power directly alarmed many of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's guardians. One by one, they erupted with their Yuan spirit power and soared into the sky. Who dares to be impudent in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor? The power of the bloody light just now was clearly aimed at the male dormitory and the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. Therefore, this power was extremely tyrannical and precise. However, it came quickly and left quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared without a trace. When a group of guardians rushed into the sky, they realized that the monstrous, murderous aura had disappeared. That aura just now was at least that of a Yuan monarch elite. The disciples of the academy did not have such strength. They had not expected that someone would be so bold as to covet the people of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. Could it be that they wanted to make a move in the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor? The more this was the case, the more they had to let these people know how powerful they were. It seems like someone has been unable to control himself recently and wants to make a move on the disciples of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor. I would like to see who is so bold. Angering the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor was not an easy thing to get away with. The consequences could be said to be rather serious. After today's incident, they had to deploy more people around the area and pay more attention to their surroundings. Even Monarch City was not the safest place. The safest place was, of course, one's own hands. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one would be absolutely safe no matter where one went. Li Zongjio easily controlled this bloody aura. He suppressed it within his body. The blood dragon's soul seemed to be a little excited, but it was restrained by Li Zongjio. Otherwise, it would have been blinded by the murderous aura just now. Then, it would have been dominated by the murderous aura. Even if one knew that one's condition was not right, there was no way to control this power. This was the most tragic moment. It's just a drop of blood, yet it possesses such terrifying power. How strong would a real Azura be? Li Zongjio could not help but wonder. If Azura came from hell, then he might be extremely strong. However, one thing was certain. He had yet to reach the Saint Realm. If he had reached the Saint Realm, then Li Zongjio would not have been able to refine this blood so easily. My Yuan power has increased by another grade. Second grade, Origin Ancestor Realm. Almost no one would dare to believe that this kind of breakthrough speed was possible. It was a little too monstrous. Before this, Li Zongjio had not had much time to break through to the Origin Ancestor Realm. I'm not in a hurry to go to the Genius Tower yet. I don't have many elixirs left. I have to replenish them. Li Zongjio looked at his empty storage ring. He still couldn't keep up with the consumption. It seemed like he had to refine more elixirs. Li Zongjio obtained some money from the corpses of the assassins yesterday. Li Zongjio went to the pharmacy. The elixirs here are indeed cheap. This little benefit is not bad. In the outside world, a stock of a third-grade elixir would cost at least 10,000 gold yuan. However, in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, it would only cost 3,000 gold yuan. There was even a discount if one bought 1,000 stocks in one go. Clearly, this was to encourage the students to refine elixirs. After all, they had not practiced for 3 days. No matter how strong their theoretical experience was, they still needed to operate their own bodies to succeed. I want 500 stalks of tiger tail orchid, 500 stalks of sky sunflower, 500 stalks of earth in flour. Li Zhongjie wrote down his requirements and the quantity of elixirs. The staff of the medicine store did not seem surprised by the large quantity of elixirs he had requested. After all, the students who came here basically did the same thing. Very few people bought elixirs stalk by stalk, as they were not that poor. If they casually refined an elixir, they could put it in the medicine store and sell it. Wouldn't they be able to earn money this way? However, the medicine store did not purchase elixirs below the 3rd grade. Therefore, they still needed to cross this threshold. However, for the students who could enter the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, it would not take long for them to cross the threshold of the 3rd grade alchemist. As for how much of their success rate they could achieve, it would depend on their own ability. Your elixirs will cost a total of 5 million gold yuan. These were only ordinary materials. However, with Li Zhongjie's strength, he could turn something rotten into something magical. Of course, he would still need some supplementary elixirs. With my current strength, I might be able to challenge the Daluo Heaven Vein elixir. The Daluo Heaven Vein elixir. It was an elixir refined with the 7-star heavenly vein as the main ingredient. It was a 5th grade elixir. Li Zhongjie had experience in refining elixirs. As for strength, with his current strength of a 2nd grade origin ancestor and the protection of the 4 great origin spirits, it was not impossible. However, Li Zhongjie first needed to familiarize himself with the Azura cauldron in his hands. In addition, he also needed to prepare a few more elixirs. Excuse me, does this place sell the great desolate grass? Li Zhongjie asked. The person who had been sleepy all this time also opened his eyes wide. Someone with good taste actually knew about the great desolate grass. There were not many people who knew about the great desolate grass. Not this month, but there are 30 stalks coming in next month. Do you want to reserve them? I'll take them all, Li Zhongjie said. He did not expect the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to be so capable. They could even get the great desolate grass. Chapter 330. Murong Jian opened his cauldron. The medicinal herbs inside were instantly destroyed. The medicinal liquid that he had painstakingly refined was now a pile of trash. He was originally just one step away from success, but who would have thought that at such a crucial moment the power of the Yuan rune array would suddenly disappear, as if it had been snatched away by someone else. This was a 5th level Yuan rune array. Could it be that there was someone who could extract the power of this 5th level Yuan rune array? Therefore, although Murong Jian was furious, he was still very calm in his heart. This was because it was very likely that the problem was with the Yuan rune array of the Heavenly Fire Pagoda. It seemed like he had to seek justice from the elders of the Heavenly Fire Pagoda. It was actually because of this Yuan inscription array that his elixir had been destroyed. Otherwise, he would have been able to refine a mid-grade grade 4 elixir by now. Even the elders of the Medicine Manor will have to give an explanation for this. Murong Jian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then Murong Jian put away the cauldron in his hand and walked out of the Heavenly Fire Pagoda. However, he saw many people gathered below the Heavenly Fire Pagoda and looked up. One must know that there would be a certain amount of energy in the Heavenly Fire Pagoda if it was being used. Even though Murong Jian had come out, the light above the Heavenly Fire Pagoda was still lit. This meant that the person who was controlling the power of the Heavenly Fire Pagoda was not Murong Jian. Senior Brother Murong. What? When the students saw Murong Jian walk out, they were all shocked. Murong Jian also turned around to look at the Heavenly Fire Pagoda. What? Who else is using the Heavenly Fire Pagoda? Murong Jian's eyes immediately revealed a fierce light. It turned out that it was not a problem with the Heavenly Fire Pagoda. Instead, someone was controlling more power, so the energy was directly taken away. When such a situation occurred, Murong Jian could not help but become furious. You're clearly here to mess things up, to purposely disrupt Murong Jian's pill concoction. At the most crucial moment, you've diverted the power away. This is clearly a premeditated plan. You're here to purposely disrupt his impactful alchemy. At such a crucial moment, it was actually sabotaged by someone. If it was anyone else, they would probably fly into a rage. However, Morong Jian did not immediately go berserk. Those few underlings also quickly arrived in front of Morong Jian. Looking at his bruised and swollen face, it was obvious that he had been forced in later. "What happened to your faces? Who else went in after me?" Morong Jian asked in a deep voice. "I was beaten up by a new student. After you, he also went in to concoct pills. Us brothers wanted to stop him, but we were beaten up by him. We've never seen him before." One of them braced himself and said, 5 against 1, and in the end they were defeated. This was too hilarious. "How many people?" Morong Jian asked. One. Are you saying that he alone is able to mobilize almost 100% of the origin pattern formation's power? Morong Jian's face fell. Right now, these people did not even know how many people had gone in. A freshman? A freshman who had just entered the school was able to mobilize the 5th level origin pattern formation of the Heavenly Fire Pagoda. Could it be that this freshman was a Yuan King Elite? Guard this place. I want to see who caused such a huge commotion and destroyed my alchemy. Even if they can destroy it once, do you think they can destroy it a second time? Morong Jian said in a deep voice. Fortunately, he did not suffer any injuries this time. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. Fortunately, he was more familiar with the alchemy. It was just that he had not succeeded this time. However, Morong Jian wanted to know who was behind this. Inside the Heavenly Fire Pagoda, Li Zongjio opened the lid of the Azura cauldron. Immediately, a fragrant smell filled the air. Looking at the cauldron full of alchemy pills, Li Zongjio casually took out one pill to take a look. The effect is not bad. 50 pills, not one less. Moreover, there are still some of them. The quality is not bad. Li Zongjio nodded. The effect of the Azura cauldron was indeed impressive. When the flames of the origin pattern formation surged into the cauldron, one could still feel the effect and power of the Azura cauldron. There was no fluctuation. Even now it was still in an ice-cold state. At this rate, one would need to refine at least a grade 6 alchemy pill before it would heat up. At the same time, this also showed that the limit of the Azura cauldron was very high. Just this cauldron of alchemy pills had directly refined 55 soul essence pills. If the 5 souls essence pill were to be sold in the market outside, the price alone would be enough for Li Zongjio to live a carefree life. The market price of a grade 4 mid-grade alchemy pill was about 500,000 purple yuan. Therefore, Li Zongjio's cauldron of alchemy pills alone was worth 25 million purple yuan. The money spent on the Azura cauldron would probably be earned back quickly. After all, the Azura cauldron only cost a total of 70 million purple yuan. However, to be able to refine 50 grade 4 alchemy pills in one cauldron, such strength was simply outrageous. Who would have such ability to be able to control the formation of 50 alchemy pills in one go? The cost of the alchemy pills was also very low. It was almost a net profit. Of course, one also needed strength. For example, that person called Morong Jian had spent so much effort to refine one pill, but he had not succeeded. This showed the gap between them. If it was not for entering the forbidden area to gain experience, Li Zongjio would have collected a large number of herbs to refine alchemy pills and then raised his strength. At the same time, he would have cleaned up all the people who would be a threat in the future. The effect of the Heavenly Flame Tower's origin pattern formation is not bad. If it was not for the fact that he had mobilized so much flame power to rush into the Azura cauldron at the last critical moment. In the end, only half of the alchemy pills would have been successful. The rest would have been directly melted. Li Zongjio kept the Azura cauldron. The alchemy pills in his hand were already enough to last him for a month. Of course, if there were no accidents. He put the key back in its original position. When he walked out, he saw many people blocking the door. They seemed to be waiting for someone. When Li Zongjiu pushed open the door and walked out, the leader of the group looked over. "Senior, Brother Morong, it's him." One of the people who had been knocked down by Li Zongjiu hurriedly said to Morong Jian. Morong Jian immediately took a step forward and stood in front of Li Zongjiu. The rest of the people also came up and surrounded Li Zongjiu. "Were you the one refining the alchemy pills?" Morong Jian coldly looked at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu looked at the people surrounding him with disdain. Then he looked at Morong Jian. "Scram." Morong Jian's indifferent tone and disdainful gaze. There was actually someone who dared to ask Morong Jian to scram in the Heavenly Star medicine manner? Could it be that the new students these days did not bring their brains in? How could they enter the Heavenly Star medicine manner with such intellect? Morong Jian's gaze suddenly became ferocious. The surrounding students also became extremely frightened. Besides his strong alchemy talent, the reason why Morong Jian was so famous was because he was a prince in the Sacred Flame royal city. Although he was not the legitimate prince, he was still conferred the title by the royal family. Morong Jian's father was one of the top 10 experts in the Shunyan dynasty, Emperor Morong, Morong Yunzhan. He was a true powerhouse at the Yuan King level. Putting aside his relationship with the royal family, how many people would dare to provoke the steward who had the strength of a Yuan King? Morong Jian was tested to have an alchemy talent and became Morong Yunzhan's most beloved son. Who would dare to provoke Morong Jian? Now, this new student who came out of nowhere actually dared to ask Morong Jian to scram? Chapter 331. Although there was no such rule, the alchemists on the alchemy master ranking were all grade 4 alchemists. Morong Jian was a grade 4 middle alchemist. As long as he could refine a grade 4 high alchemy pill, he would have a chance to compete with the 10th ranked alchemist on the alchemy master ranking. To enter the top 10, one would need to be a grade 4 high alchemist. Even the chief of the Black North Giant Cities Medicine Alliance, Han Qinglu, he was only a grade 4 low alchemist. Could it be that the strength of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor's students were all monsters? This was too terrifying. To be able to enter the top 10 of the alchemy master ranking, one would need such strength. The top 10 alchemists of the alchemist list were basically all level 4 advanced alchemists. As for whether there were any stronger alchemists, it was unknown. At this level, a slight exposure of one's strength would be easily noticed by the opponent. Therefore, this was a very important thing. It was precisely because the alchemy this time had been prepared for a long time and was very well prepared. Hence, when the alchemists came, they specially greeted them and arranged for some people to guard the door to prevent any disturbances. After Li Zongjiu sat down, he felt that although the alchemy room was sealed, it had the function of ventilation. It should be the effect of the Yuan rune array. The dark red azura cauldron was placed on the ground. After the center of the rune array sensed the presence of the azura cauldron, it automatically lit up. As long as one poured in his Yuan rune array, it would form a powerful flame and pour it into the cauldron. Let's familiarize ourselves with the azura cauldron first. Li Zongjiu poured the obsidian fire into the cauldron. Without using the power of the Yuan rune array, the obsidian fire burned quietly in the azura cauldron. The high temperature of the obsidian fire was applied to the azura cauldron, but the cauldron itself did not emit any heat. This meant that the temperature was well maintained. Not bad. A cauldron with this kind of performance is not expensive even if it is sold for 100 million. Li Zongjiu nodded inwardly. As a sovereign alchemist, he did not need to waste too much time. He directly threw in all kinds of herbs into the cauldron. The burning sparks immediately refined the herbs. With Li Zongjiu's experience, even if the conditions were relatively simple, it was still possible to refine pills. In fact, there were even some combinations where the herbs weren't of a high grade, but it was possible to refine even higher grade pills. That was true ability. He used all the herbs that he bought from the medicine store. There was a total of 50 sets of pills. Li Zongjio threw them all into the Azura furnace in one go, preparing to refine them all in one go. 50 pills in one go, and they were all grade 4 pills. The 5 high alchemists' cauldron, soul, cauldron alchemists, cauldron level. 5 alchemists level was cauldron master array, level masters, soul strength, was refining 1 heart, spirit, soul, power. Level alchemist would master, will stronger, strong, transcend, strength, great, level strength. Although they were not the same thing, they were closely related. The Triflower Soul Gathering pill only had the effect of strengthening one's yuan power. At the same time, it could also refresh one's mind and strengthen one's foundation. However, the effect of the 5 Soul Essence pill was clearly even more powerful. Among the pills, it was ranked as a mid-grade, grade 4 pill. With Li Zongjio's current strength, it was not difficult for him to refine it. When Li Zongjio had refined the 3-flower energy gathering elixir, his yuan power had still been at the level of a yuan general. Now he was already at the level of a yuan ancestor. Furthermore, he had the Azura cauldron, which was comparable to a grade 6 yuan artifact. Naturally, it was easy to do. As the flames burned fiercely, some of the medicinal ingredients within the pill furnace emitted crackling sounds. It was an extremely enjoyable sound to listen to. Because there were a lot of herbs, Li Zongjio wasn't in a hurry. When he was free, Li Zongjio even read the White God poem. In the end, that white dragon origin spirit also appeared, guarding Li Zongjio's medicinal cauldron. Boom! The obsidian flame burned fiercely. The few people outside the heavenly flame house also slowly woke up. At this moment, they glanced at each other. They did not know when that fella had snuck in. If he really caused any trouble, they would be in trouble. No, we have to call some people. If that fella dares to mess around, we will directly cripple him. Senior Brother Morong's refining is extremely important. If he is interrupted, the consequences will be unimaginable. Quickly call some people. We can't let that fella escape. Someone roared. Immediately, the few of them split up. Who would have thought that the 5 of them seniors would actually be taken care of by a freshman? If this matter were to spread out, it would be an extremely shameful matter. Therefore, it was better for everyone to keep this matter to themselves. At this moment, Morong Jian had already reached a crucial moment in refining the pill. All of the herbs were being carefully refined. Behind Morong Jian, a fiery red dragon was floating. The dragon was roaring in a low voice. It was actually a rank 5 explosive flame dragon. Although it had yet to mature into a complete form, it was still a Yuan king bloodline. The existence of such a Yuan spirit directly became a powerful support. The explosive flame dragon roared and spat out flames in the air, helping Morong Jian condense the medicinal liquid in his hand. Condense. It took a lot of effort and a long period of output to finally condense the medicinal liquid. Seeing that the most difficult step had been passed, the next step was to maintain the flame at an extremely high level. Then the medicinal liquid would display its power and form the pill. This was enough for Morong Jian to refine the pill. I spent a lot of money to find the improved pill formula of the 5 Soul Origin pill. The success rate is indeed extraordinary. With such a success rate, it is enough for me to successfully refine the pill. The pill that Morong Jian was refining was actually the 5 Soul Origin pill. The improvement of a pill formula was a very important matter for alchemists. In the end, it was also a very beneficial thing. For example, Morong Jian had grasped the latest and improved pill formula. It would be better and easier for him to refine a rank 4 middle pill. He would become a celebrity on the alchemist ranking in advance. Therefore, this refinement was very important for Morong Jian. Time passed. The medicinal liquid in the medicinal cauldron had already started to condense and continue to condense energy. Activate the energy. Murong Jian poured his Yuan Qi into the heavenly fire pagoda. The Yuan rune array of the heavenly fire pagoda immediately erupted with a terrifying power and surged towards Murong Jian. From the outside, one could see the light emitted from the heavenly fire pagoda. The scene that was shown caused the people outside to cry out in surprise. It's here. Senior Brother Murong has activated at least 1/3 of the heavenly fire pagoda's power. The power within the heavenly fire pagoda was only used to accelerate the impact at a critical moment. For example, the final push required the power of the heavenly fire pagoda's Yuan rune array. Boom! Just as 1/3 of the Yuan pattern array's might was unleashed, its power suddenly surged. The members of the Earth branch, who were waiting below, were all watching this scene unfold. Damn! The energy of the Yuan rune array has soared. It has already reached half of its power. Could it be that Senior Brother Murong is refining a rank 5 elixir? Someone cried out in surprise. However, the situation here was not over yet. The Yuan rune array of the heavenly fire pagoda was still releasing its power. In the end, the might of the entire heavenly flame house was unleashed, lighting up with a terrifying radiance. Seeing this scene, even some of the people who were still training in other places stood up one after another and looked towards the direction of the building. It had been a long time since the heavenly fire pagoda was so lively. After all, even if they were refining a rank 4 middle pill, they could only activate 1/3 of the Yuan rune array's power. But now it had reached half of its power or even higher. Boom! The alchemy cauldron in Murong Jian's hand instantly let out a muffled sound. The medicinal cauldron violently shook. Murong Jian could clearly see the terrifying black smoke rising from his own medicinal cauldron. When he saw the black smoke rising, Murong Jian's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Chapter 333. You still don't know who I am, right? Murong Jian's lips curled into a cold smile. If this wasn't the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, he would definitely let this Li Zongjiu have a taste of the power of his Murong family's War God Fist. But even if this was the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, he wouldn't let this Li Zongjiu off so easily. Such audacity! Who the hell are you? Li Zongjiu looked at Murong Jian. Murong Jian's words had ignited Murong Jian's anger. With his status, if he were to teach a new student a lesson, it would be a loss of his status. Bullying the weak, it would cause people to gossip. Furthermore, as a student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, he didn't recommend using violence to solve problems. The most direct method was to have an alchemy battle. Very well, kid. Do you dare to have an alchemy battle with me? Whoever loses will be the alchemy boy of the other party for 3 months. Do you dare or not? Murong Jian coldly looked at Li Zongjiu. Looking at Li Zongjiu's appearance, he probably didn't have much money to compensate. If he were to become the alchemy boy, he would have many ways to torture Li Zongjiu. As long as Li Zongjiu agreed, Murong Jian would have 100 ways to make Li Zongjiu piss his pants. This was confidence. If he didn't even have this confidence, then what was the point of staying in the academy? The 12th place on the alchemy master ranking wasn't for nothing. If he couldn't even handle a new student, then he, Murong Jian, wouldn't be able to stay in the academy. Idiot, if you don't get lost, I'll make my move. Although Li Zongjiu knew that a place like the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor would have a lot of arrogant people who were actually idiots, he never thought that he would meet one on the first day. Fortunately, he had encountered it himself. If he had encountered someone with a bad temper, he would have been in trouble. Kid, your intestines would probably have been dug out by someone by now. Still want to compete in alchemy? More like compete your grandpa. Li Zongjiu's repeated curses had already made Murong Jian feel that his face had been swept to the ground. Furthermore, his invitation for an alchemy battle was directly ignored. This was an extremely provocative action, because there was another hidden meaning behind it. That was, no matter what you say, I don't think you have the qualifications to compete with me in alchemy. What are you doing here? causing trouble in the middle of the night? Is this heavenly flame pavilion a place for you to fight and cause trouble? It seems that the mission given to you is too light. Are all of you itching for a beating? Just as Murong Jian was about to explode, two student teachers walked over. In the Heavenly Dawn medicine manner, the mentors and elders were separate organizations. The elders usually did not interact with the students. They were responsible for providing services and even protection in certain areas. On the other hand, the instructors had the right to supervise the students. Furthermore, they could also give out rewards and punishments based on your usual situation. If all of your points were deducted, then even if your skills were high, you would not be able to enter the alchemy master ranking. Therefore, when they saw the two mentors walk over, these people all became well-behaved. Even the insufferably arrogant Murong Jian, who looked as if he wanted to eat someone, also withdrew his fierce expression. Teacher Xuelin, Teacher Jiang. The students all politely greeted them. The ones who came were a man and a woman. The man was close to 50 years old and had a white goatee on his chin. He gave off a sage-like feeling, as if he could easily refine an elixir with a wave of his sleeve. The other was a beautiful woman in her 20s. The woman's clothes were simple, and there was a faint medicinal fragrance on her body. However, she had a string of copper bells in her hand. The copper bells were called the 1,000 medicine bells. It was a souvenir for the top 10 participants of the Holy Flame Alchemist competition. Just the 1,000 medicine bells alone showed that this woman's identity was not ordinary. Now that she had become an instructor of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, the Holy Flame Alchemist competition would gather all the alchemists under the age of 25 to compete. After winning, there would be a very generous reward. Of course, to these alchemists the reward was understandable. The most important thing was reputation. How many people in this world could be indifferent to fame and fortune? Either they were cowards and knew that they could not win, so they did not participate. There were many excuses. Whether you believed it or not was up to you. The woman's name was Yang Xuelin. She was the 10th place winner of the previous alchemist competition. In the entire world, among so many young alchemists, she stood out. She was qualified to become an instructor of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. In addition, before graduation, Yang Xuelin's ranking had always been 3rd place on the Alchemist Master ranking. With such an impressive result, it was no wonder that these students were so obedient. In front of Yang Xuelin, they did not have the right to be impudent. In terms of family background, she was not bad. In terms of strength, she was several heads higher than you. What right did you have to order her around? Yang Xuelin swept a glance. Murong Jian was not someone to be trifled with. There was actually someone who dared to provoke Murong Jian. This was interesting. What are you doing here? Are you not going to attend class tomorrow? Yang Xuelin said indifferently, although they were only a few years old. In front of Yang Xuelin, these people were like children. They stood there obediently. Even Murong Jian could feel a sense of oppression from Yang Xuelin. However, in Murong Jian's eyes, that trace of adoration was still there. It did not disappear. However, he needed to hide it now. He could not let others see it. It was a little too early to pursue Yang Xuelin now. At the very least, he needed to wait until he participated in the alchemist competition. Again, originally, he could have reached the 10th place on the alchemist master ranking today. However, he was interrupted by that damned brat Li Zongjiu. This made Murong Jian even angrier. He could not help but want to directly cut off Li Zongjiu's head. No, this is not a new junior brother. He doesn't know the way. We're just showing him the way. A more tactful person looked at the current situation and smiled as he walked out to smooth things over. Could it be that Li Zongjiu insulted Murong Jian in front of everyone, and now Murong Jian wanted to kill him? I didn't ask you, Yang Xuelin said. She then looked at Li Zongjiu. This fool wants to compete with me in alchemy. I don't have time, so he wants to call people to beat me up. Li Zongjiu said. His tone was helpless. It sounded like Li Zongjio was the weaker party and was being bullied. However, Li Zongjio was very arrogant just now. Everyone saw it. Now that he came here and purposely pretended to be weak, it was really disgusting. However, it's fortunate that they met me. If they met someone with a bad temper outside, all of them can forget about living. After saying that, Li Zongjio gestured to the people in front of him. Such an arrogant attitude. Wasn't the subtext meaning that if they accidentally provoked him outside, they would be killed by Li Zongjio? He was blatantly threatening them. One of them was even the son of Morong Wang. Although the rest of them couldn't be compared to Morong Jian in terms of status, they were definitely not ordinary people. Did Li Zongjio know the weight of his words? When Yang Xuelin heard Li Zongjio's words, her eyes were wide open. She didn't expect Li Zongjio to say such words. Morong Jian's people knew how to smooth things over and ease the tension between them. However, Li Zongjio didn't plan to give them any face. Morong Jian's face had already turned green. Even his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. If there weren't so many people present, Li Zongjio would have been pressed to the ground and beaten up. What's your name? Which class are you from? Yang Xuelin couldn't help but ask. Heavenly STEM Department A Class, Li Zongjio. Chapter 334. Heavenly STEM Department A Class. Freshman? It was said that this year, only 2 freshmen were admitted into the Heavenly STEM Department A Class directly. Otherwise, to enter the Heavenly STEM Department A Class, one would need to perform well for half a year. Only with excellent performance would one be able to enter the Heavenly STEM Department A Class. It was the only class that was special. Moreover, until now, there were only 15 students in the Heavenly STEM Department A Class, including Li Zongjio and Kuan Arisher. There were only 17 students in total. Moreover, amongst these students, there were already 10 names on the alchemist ranking. The top 10 were all from the A class of the Heavenly Influence Department. With this kind of strength, they were basically the ace class that the Academy had specially created. After all, as the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, it naturally needed some strong students to compete for the ranking. It wasn't within the school, but between the schools. There would often be some prestigious competitions. At that time, someone would need to participate and obtain a ranking to convince the public. Li Zongjio, you're the Li Zongjio who alarmed the Heavenly Pool Spiritual Jiao? Morong Jian was also shocked. The Heavenly Pool Spiritual Jiao was a difficult problem in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. After all, the Heavenly Pool Spiritual Jiao's standards were very high. It wouldn't even bother to eat elixirs refined by ordinary people. Therefore, if someone's elixir could attract the Heavenly Pool Spiritual Jiao, it was also a kind of recognition and proof. Therefore, after this incident, Li Zongjio's reputation had also entered the ears of the teachers and students. So it was the legendary Li Zongjio. No wonder he was so arrogant. But so what if he was Li Zongjio? The one he provoked today was Morong Jian. So it's you. It's your first day in the school. Are you trying to overturn the heavens? Disperse, Yang Xuelin said. In other people's opinion, Li Zongjio might have left, but Yang Xuelin's strength was not weak. At least for now, it was not a problem for her to suppress Li Zongjio. After all, she was several years older than him. Then Li Zongjio would be able to dominate this place. We'll take our leave first. Goodbye, teacher. Morong Jian also cupped his hands together and fiercely glared at Li Zongjio before turning around and leaving with a flick of his sleeves. If you dare to glare at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. Li Zongjio pointed at Morong Jian and cursed. Li Zongjio did not turn around. Now that Yang Xuelin was here, it was impossible for her to make a move. Naturally, Morong Jian let Li Zongjio have the advantage of words. However, this scene also made many people think that Li Zongjio was too arrogant. Tomorrow morning, Li Zongjio's arrogant reputation would probably spread throughout the entire Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. The 8 classes of these 2 great courtyards would thoroughly know how difficult it was to deal with Li Zongjiu, a new student who just came and had actually offended Morongjian, who was ranked 12th on the alchemist ranking. This time, there would be a good show to watch. The 2 of you goodbye. Li Zongjiu cupped his hands and said to the 2 of them, although he was here to enter the school, he was not here to become a disciple. Therefore, he did not treat these people as his teachers. Seeing Li Zongjiu being so arrogant, Yang Xuelin and old Jiang helplessly shook their heads. Young and impetuous, this is even more arrogant than you were back then. Old Jiang said with a smile, Teacher, you must be joking. Yang Xuelin also helplessly smiled. When she was in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, old Jiang was her teacher. On the road of growth, he had also brought a lot of help to Yang Xuelin. Therefore, Yang Xuelin was also very respectful towards him. In my opinion, there is no need to check. The elixir aura on Li Zongjiu's body is the aura of the 5 soul essence pill. From the mixed aura, it seems that he refined more than 1 pill at a time. Old Jiang narrowed his eyes and said, although he didn't say a single word, and his entire person seemed to be invisible, he was the one who observed the most carefully among the people present. Moreover, old Jiang's alchemy cultivation was also the highest among the people present. Although his alchemy level might not be as good as the current Yang Xuelin, in terms of experience, he was still more powerful than some of the young people. Therefore, although Li Zongjiu only carried a little bit of elixir on his body, he immediately sensed it. What? He just entered the school. How could he refine level 4 middle elixir, and more than 1? This time, Yang Xuelin was shocked. Even Yang Xuelin was only a level 4 peak alchemist, and had not broken through to the level 5. Naturally, it was not a problem to refine a middle grade for medicinal pill. However, to refine 2 or more pills at once would be a little difficult. But Li Zongjiu was actually able to refine more than 1 middle elixir at the same time, and they were all level 4 middle elixir. Then, wouldn't his level be on par with Yang Xuelin's? Some people don't come here to study. After all, the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor doesn't necessarily offer the best. There are really top-notch places. The Heavenly Star Medicine Manor can only be considered as a slightly better place. Old Jiang said, originally, they came to see what was going on in the Heavenly Flame House. After all, it was very difficult to not notice such a big movement. However, when they came here, they did not show up. But when they saw that Li Zongjiu was about to fight with them, they came out and tried to dissuade them. If they were to fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter which side lost, the impact would be very bad. That's true. Yang Xuelin nodded. When she first entered the Heavenly Time Medicine Mansion, she thought that everyone was powerful and mysterious. But after she graduated, she came into contact with a higher level. She finally understood that the Heavenly Time Medicine Mansion was only the highest level of learning for ordinary people. There were also many cultivation places that ordinary people could not come into contact with. Only when your realm reached a certain level, then you could come into contact with this level. Now, Yang Xuelin was slowly coming into contact with this level. If she wanted to go further, then she must first increase her strength. This was the most important thing. The 2 of them also left. It was fine as long as the conflict did not escalate. However, from the looks of it, the dispute between Li Zongjiu and Morongjian would not end so easily. She did not know what Li Zongjiu wanted to do. He actually provoked people like Morongjian. Morongjian was not someone to be trifled with. However, Yang Xuelin also saw the detachment in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Although he looked stupid, in fact, Li Zongjiu did not put these people in his eyes. He did not even put the Heavenly Time Medicine Mansion in his eyes. How can there be such a person? Let me check this kid's background. At this moment, the night was dark and the wind was strong. In a dense forest, 20 miles away from the sacred flame, Royal City, Santong's figure was hiding on a tree trunk. He was restraining his aura. The sword in his hand was also stained with blood. A few figures whizzed through the forest. When he landed, he quickly carried out a round of interrogation. "Over there. Don't let him escape. We must catch him. Otherwise, you and I will not be able to live." The few men in black roared. Sentong held his breath. When he saw the last man rushing in a direction, Sentong quietly caught up with him. "Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Let's fight until the world turns upside down." Chapter 335. The next day, early morning. Dong dong dong. Li Zongjio opened his eyes. The sky was already bright. After opening the door, he saw Kun Erisher standing at the door. "Morning. I live next door to you. Shall we go to class together?" Kun Erisher said. Kun Erisher was very lucky to be able to enter the A class at the same time. According to common sense, Kun Erisher shouldn't be able to enter the A class. However, his identity in Kun Castle gave him extra points. Furthermore, this Heavenly Day Medicine Manor didn't want Li Zongjio to be arrogant. They needed to nurture a genius of the same level and let them compete with each other. That was why they sent two of them in at the same time. Not interested. Li Zongjio closed the door after saying that. Not interested. Kun Erisher widened his eyes. This Li Zongjio went through so much trouble and came all the way here just to enter this Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. Now that he could go to class, he actually said that he wasn't interested. Could it be that he heard wrongly? This first class is a class with a great beauty. I heard that she's the winner of the last alchemist competition. TSK, you're really not interested? Kun Erisher shouted at Li Zongjio's door. However, there was no response. It was as if she had disappeared. This cultivation maniac. Kun Erisher shook his head helplessly and went to class alone. When Kun Erisher arrived at the classroom, he only saw a lazy figure sitting on the podium in the empty classroom. "Oh, you're alone? Isn't there a new student?" The person on the podium was wearing an alluring red robe. If one didn't know, they would think that it was a nightgown. The robe was slim and tight, perfectly outlining the figure of the lecturer in front of him. With such a figure, anyone who saw it couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Kun Erisher was naturally feeling smug in his heart. He never thought that the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor's teaching environment would be so good. To tutor, greetings. I'm Kun Erisher. There's another one. He's not feeling well. Kun Erisher was actually a little nervous. He found a seat in the middle and sat down. That guy is pretty gutsy. He actually dared to skip class on the first day. I'll remember it. Also, my name is Ling Yen. You can call me Sister Yen. I'm your homeroom teacher, not a teacher. Our class doesn't have classes. You're free to move around. You can attend any teacher's class. All right, scram. Don't stay in front of me. At the end of the semester, if you can't break through to advanced level 4, then don't stay in my class. Pack up your bed and leave. The red-robed woman said indifferently. She waved her hand casually. Even her posture of telling people to scram was extremely charming, causing people to be unable to extricate themselves from it. Got it. Kun Erisher didn't think that it would be such a situation. This extremely charming homeroom teacher didn't seem like a person to be trifled with. Moreover, from the looks of it, if he were to cause any trouble for her, he might just end up getting a good beating. All right, go tell that guy called Li Zongjio to restrain himself a little. Don't cause too much trouble for me. If there's any problem with my year-end performance evaluation, not only will I kick you out of the A class, I can also kick you out of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. I don't want you. Let's see which class dares to accept you. Ling Yen gave people the feeling of an arrogant big sister. Her words stunned Kun Erisher into not daring to even let out a fart. He repeatedly bowed and then left the classroom. After Kun Erisher left, Ling Yan also looked outside and let out a sigh of relief. This little bastard, I originally wanted to give them a show of strength, but they actually dared to not show up. They are really arrogant. You don't want to show up, right? You want to be an ascetic monk, right? Let's see how you will bow down to me. From this point, it could be seen that this Ling Yan was definitely not a person to be trifled with. Coincidentally, this Ling Yan obtained the 5th place in the last alchemist competition. Before that, she was even the number 1 on the alchemist ranking. At such a young age, she was already a 5th grade alchemist. With this kind of ability, she indeed had the qualifications to say such words and even lead such a class. Of course, this class only had 2 people, Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erisher. In fact, this was also Ling Yan's first time being a homeroom teacher. Originally, this a class of the Heavenly Day Medicine Manners, a class, was just opened. Naturally, a homeroom teacher was needed. Ling Yan graduated less than a year ago. Originally, she was just an elder in the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor, a casual job. After all, the elusive mansion master was her biological grandfather. Moreover, he directly asked the 2 headmaster grandpas to watch over her and not let her run around. Now, he even directly took out 2 troublemakers and asked him to watch over them. How could this be? Of course, he had to show off his prestige. However, what Ling Yan didn't expect was that Li Zongjiu actually didn't show up. Looks like my clothes have shocked him quite a bit. After Ling Yan stood up, she immediately changed into a black martial robe. It was loose and long. Looking at her appearance, she was usually a lively girl. Since these people have nothing to do, I might as well organize an autumn camp activity. The herbs near the Blazing Mountain should be ripe. Let them go and play. The Blazing Mountain was a more colloquial name in the outside world. This Blazing Mountain was called the Incandescent Mountain. The Incandescent Mountain had originally been an ordinary mountain range. However, a meteorite had suddenly fallen from the sky and landed directly in the Incandescent Mountain range. Furthermore, the meteorite had become the core of the Incandescent Mountain. It was said that the temperature at the core of the Incandescent Mountain could easily melt even a Yuan monarch elite. However, the strange thing was that this temperature could only melt flesh and blood. All other types of energy could exist. Therefore, there were some rather powerful spiritual herbs that contained fire elemental energy growing beside the meteorite. In addition, some fire elemental beasts with extremely high tolerance also directly used the power of the Incandescent Mountain to cultivate. If a Yuanzong elite got close to the Incandescent Mountain, they would definitely feel the scorching heat within 1,000 meters. If they got close to the Incandescent Mountain, they would start to feel uncomfortable. This high temperature was like staying in a medicinal cauldron and suffering. If they got close to the Incandescent Mountain, they would probably die from the heat. There was no way to get close to the Incandescent Mountain without a proper method. The Heavenly Star Medicine Hall wanted to obtain these fire elemental herbs. At the same time, they also wanted to achieve the effect of training the abilities of their students. Therefore, they would let these students personally pick the herbs. The most shameful thing was that this was a glorified name. Extracurricular activities. Extracurricular activities had a special characteristic. Those who didn't have a mission weren't allowed to participate. After all, there were still some restrictions after joining the academy. Chapter 336. Li Zongjiu swallowed a 5 soul essence pill. Suddenly, he felt his soul grow stronger, as if he had been enlightened. The effect of the 5 soul essence pill was still very significant among the 4th grade pills. However, no matter how rich a person was, it was difficult for them to be like Li Zongjiu, who ate these pills as if they were jelly beans without feeling any heartache. Even Yang Xuelin, as a level 5 alchemist, would need at least half a month to prepare to refine the 5 soul origin pill. Even if she was prepared, she would need to spend a lot of time to recuperate her body after the refinement was completed. After all, in the case of alchemy, the body's meridians were like a fuse, constantly sending the fire elemental energy into the medicine cauldron. Therefore, it was also a great loss to the body's meridians. No one could continuously refine pills for a long time, unless they didn't want to live, then they could try it. Li Zongjiu, with the help of the Azura cauldron, directly refined 50 pills in one furnace. The same time, but the efficiency was completely different. This was also the difference between a high-level alchemist and an ordinary alchemist. If an ordinary alchemist wanted to reach such a cultivation level, it would take at least 100 years of accumulation. Geniuses were just geniuses, but those real masters with hundreds of years of alchemy experience were not just for show. Even if there was a slight difference, it could have a huge impact on the overall effect of the alchemy. After refining a 5 soul essence pill, Li Zongjiu also felt that his mental strength had improved a lot. To a certain extent, the blood-spirit world also relies on mental strength and the accumulation of killing intent. With my many years of killing experience, my understanding of the blood-spirit world is higher than that of the blood-dragon sovereign. Therefore, improving my mental strength is the best way. Li Zongjiu thought. Mental energy was very important, so Li Zongjiu had never slacked off. The vast flying knife in his hand was constantly enhancing Li Zongjiu's Jinxingli, so his cultivation speed had also increased. Now isn't the time to train in the infernal Prajna technique. As for the comprehension of the Black Bat sword, I'll have to wait for a good opportunity in the future. My physical strength still has a lot of room for improvement. Li Zongjiu calculated. It was extremely difficult to solve the difficult questions in the Genius Pavilion and reach the 14th level in one go. At the very least, one's overall strength had to be at least a grade 7 or even grade 8 Yuan ancestor. Otherwise, the exhaustion of solving a difficult question would be sufficient to exhaust one's strength. This was not as simple as doing a test paper. Instead, it was a kind of empty world and people were in it. One needed to use one's strength to continuously deduce. One could imagine that it was a process of using one's mind to neatly arrange a pile of thousands of kilograms of stones in front of one's body. In the process of deduction, one would consume one's physical strength, mental energy, and even one's soul. Therefore, one would be extremely tired. At the same time, if one wanted to solve the question smoothly, one would need to find the right direction of deduction. If the direction was wrong, it would be a waste of time. Li Zongjiu grasped all the directions of deduction, so he could easily deduce. However, at the same time, Li Zongjiu's current strength was still insufficient, so he could not directly solve the question. Some idiots thought that their strength was not bad and that their talent was not bad, so they foolishly rushed into the Genius Pavilion, as if they were prepared to solve the difficult questions and make a name for themselves. However, they did not know that if this continued, it would only be a waste of time. At least in the eyes of a sovereign like Li Zongjiu, it was a waste of time. After refining a 5 soul essence pill, Li Zongjiu continued to immerse himself in the cultivation process of the white god Fu. He was always in a state of cultivation. On one side, Li Zongjiu was focused on cultivation. On the other side, Beihou Liang, who was trembling with fear, did not dare to go out at all these days. Even now, he seemed to have heard the news that an inescapable net had been set up outside, waiting to deal with him, Beihou Liang. In addition, Li Zongjiu had given him the task of collecting information, and it was not easy for him to collect this information. Now, he only hoped to send this information to Li Zongjiu as soon as possible. Although it was not very complete, it was not that there was nothing. Otherwise, if the ruthless Li Zongjiu came to find him, Beihou Liang would be completely dead. He had never imagined that he, the great Beihou Liang, would actually end up in such a state. Beihou Liang did not directly look for Li Zongjiu. After all, facing Li Zongjiu would give him an oppressive and sinister feeling. Fortunately, there was something like a mailbox in the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. After all, there were many times when you wanted to find someone, but that person might not necessarily be waiting for you there. Therefore, the mailbox function was very useful. After packing everything up, he sent it to Li Zongjiu's personal mailbox. He just happened to see someone come over and write something on the board of the Heavenly Day A-class male dormitory. Beihou Liang stopped and looked for a while. His eyes immediately widened. What? There's an extracurricular activity tomorrow, and it's going to the White Blaze Mountain. This extracurricular activity had been initiated by the Heavenly Day A-class homeroom teacher and had received a response very quickly. It was also a good opportunity to let the new students know how amazing the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor was. It could also be considered a lesson for the new students. It was worth mentioning that this time there would also be a small-scale scoring competition. In the end, the top 10 who collected the herbs would be rewarded with points. These points were something that everyone coveted. After all, it was related to the ranking of the alchemy master role. No one would think that their skills were inferior to others. In fact, they would even think that they had a chance. As long as they were under certain conditions or within a certain period of time, they would have a chance to turn things around. At the very least, they would have to make their ranking look better. Oh no, there's going to be an outdoor activity. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Beiholiang was also thinking about whether he should pretend to be sick and ask for leave. After all, once he was outdoors, he might be targeted by that night lone moon. What's more, the White Blaze Mountain was outside the city. The risk factor was greatly increased. I have to hurry and think of a way. Beiholiang hurriedly left and realized that the announcement had already been written below his dormitory. News of this matter would probably spread out very soon. Lone Moon Manor. At this moment, that night Lone Moon was already speechless. He sent out close to 20 experts, but in the end, not a single one returned. 20 people can't catch one person. All of you can kill yourselves. Yi Lone Moon waved his hand. He was already completely helpless towards these people under him. Even if all of them died in front of him, he would not even blink. Young master, calm down. Now there is a heaven-sent opportunity in front of us. Yes, we just received news that the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor will organize an outdoor activity tomorrow. We have already found out the location. It's at the White Blaze Mountain. Yes, the White Blaze Mountain. Young master, we just need to set it up well. There will definitely be no problem. All the staff members were excited. Otherwise, this night Lone Moon would really kill. Tomorrow is your last chance. If it doesn't work, then all of you can go to hell. All of you get lost. Yi Lone Moon waved his hand and ordered the people in front of him to leave. Then he paced back and forth in the room. Finally, he also smacked his hands. It's useless to rely on these useless people. Looks like I have to make a trip to Big Sister. Chapter 337. Li Zongjio received this information from the mailbox. Someone specially came to remind him, so Li Zongjio was able to get it. Otherwise, he would have stayed in this room and continued to cultivate the white god Fu. Yi Clan, I'll start with you. Faced with this kind of provocation, no one could tolerate it, let alone Li Zongjio. How could he let these people step on Li Zongjio's head and make a scene? Therefore, Li Zongjio naturally took action. He looked through the information. Bo Yu Casino? It just so happens that I've been a little poor recently. Although the information found by Beiholiang was not very secret, it was more accurate than some of the information in the market. There were also some deeper information that was dug out. For example, this Bo Yu Casino was one of the more obscure businesses of the Yi clan. Usually it was under other people's names, but when it came to paying, it was handed over to the Bo Yu Casino. Because Beiholiang often went to the casino to take care of it, he more or less heard about it. This Bo Yu Casino was considered a relatively large gold medal casino in Royal City. Opening a casino required a license, and this license had to be divided into grades. The gold medal casino was the highest grade. Just the amount of money that was bet on this stage every day was often an extremely terrifying number. In order to encourage these gamblers to bet crazily, they would often come up with some gimmicks to attract some gamblers who came to visit. Since they had already come to this casino, how could they not gamble? Moreover, they would often give out some benefits. For example, they would give away 2,000 if they bet 10,000. In the end, even if they lost, they would still give some compensation so that they would not feel that they had suffered a loss. Tonight, the Bo Yu Casino was also holding a Pai Gao tournament. At the same time, they also invited a beautiful gambler from the Pai Gao world to appear. This increased the enthusiasm of these gamblers. Have you heard? Tonight, the Heavenly Queen of 9 Victories will open at the Bo Yu Casino. Whoever wins against her will have no problem sleeping with her. There's such a good thing, we must go and see. Yes, I heard that tonight. There will definitely be a gathering of experts. Let's go together. When night fell, the Broad Delight Casino was already a hubbub of voices. All sorts of banners were hung at the side, and the same name was written on them. 9 Victories, Heavenly Queen. It was said that the Empress of 9 Victories had exquisite gambling skills and was extremely beautiful. Anyone who saw her would drool with desire. Who would have thought that such a stunningly beautiful woman would actually appear in the Broad Joy Casino? It seemed that the Broad Joy Casino had invested quite a bit of capital in order to improve their performance. Li Zongjio raised his head and glanced at the Great Pleasure Casino. The signboard hanging high outside was not the word casino, but Joy Golden Manor. First of all, the first floor was an ordinary gambling hall. All kinds of gambling methods were laid out on the table. As long as you were interested, you could sit down and gamble at the opening of the hall. In the area on the second floor, there were private rooms. Generally, some big shots or rich people would form a card game here. In addition to satisfying their cravings, more importantly, they would come here to discuss some matters. Moreover, there were many polite guards standing at the staircase of the second floor. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter and exit as they pleased. This way, it would immediately appear that they were of high status. Such treatment was naturally good. It seems that it's not easy to meet the owner. Li Zongjio originally wanted to directly kill his way in, but seeing that there were so many people at the scene, wouldn't it be better to kill everyone? Moreover, these people were now in a state of excitement. Who knew if they would cause trouble? However, when it came to robbing, it was still faster to gamble on the spot. Give me 100 gold coins worth of chips. Li Zongjio handed over a gold coin deposit check. It was not easy for him to save this money, because it was in the corner of his storage ring. He did not find it immediately. Now it was just in time to save him. Here you go. A small palm yellow sign was pushed out from the window. The number 100 was printed on the sign. It was exactly 100 gold coins. The people who came here to play included ordinary people as well as high-level people. The moves of the high-level people were naturally different. But for these ordinary people, the denomination of 100 gold coins was enough. Li Zongjio threw the chips in his hand and casually sat in front of a gambling table. Oh, such a young child also came to gamble. Hee hee, little guy, you can't go wrong if you follow your uncle and buy big. After saying that, the other party also threw out a few thousand gold coins as chips and then waited expectantly for the dealer to open. The rest of the people also placed their bets. The game in front of them was dice. They could guess the number and also buy big or small. There were a total of 3 dice, so the winning rate was relatively high. It gave more people a chance to fight for a chance to turn things around. The multiplier would be different depending on the number of points. For example, with 3 sixes, the odds were 100 times. Li Zongjio didn't even think and directly put his chips on the 3 sixes. Everyone knew that the dealer could set whatever time he wanted. Therefore, when people bought, they tried their best not to deliberately win. To bet on such a multiplier was simply a fool. The dealer in charge of shaking the dice didn't care. After a while, after everyone placed their bets, he began to shake the dice in his hand. Big, big, big. Small, small, small. Li Zongjio sat there and seemed to be inconspicuous. Soon he was drowned out by the noise. The dealer also slammed the dice in his hand on the table. With his many years of experience, this round was definitely a leopard. 3 twos. No one at the scene bet on the leopard. Only a fool bet on 3 sixes. Although these 3 sixes appeared occasionally, the probability of winning was too low. When the movement stopped, the surrounding people seemed to be even more excited. The corner of the dealer's mouth raised slightly. "Place your bets. Open." The moment the dice appeared, the dealer was already ready to collect the money on the table. However, the surrounding people were in an uproar. "What? Oh my God, this dog shit luck is too good. Fuck, is this for real?" The dealer's heart was also a little proud. Although 3 twos weren't very easy to shake, with his ability, it naturally wasn't a problem. These people didn't need to be so surprised. A little worship was enough. He actually opened 3 sixes 100 times. This kid's dog shit luck is too good. 100 bets for 10,000. What fucking luck? What 3 sixes? The dealer himself was also shocked, but when he lowered his head to look, his expression changed. How was this possible? The 3 dice in his hand were all sixes, not a single 2. How was this possible? How could something go wrong with his own hands? But this was the reality. However, on the surface, the dealer still won. After all, Li Zongjio only bet 100 gold coins. The rest of the people were all killed. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. If Li Zongjio had bet 10,000 gold yuan at this moment, then the situation would be terrible. It was equivalent to losing 1,000,000 gold yuan on this platform. Chapter 338. Seeing Li Zongjio pocketing the 10,000 gold coins, many people's eyes turned red. They had also placed bets of 3 to 500, but Li Zongjio's luck was too good. Li Zongjio did not show any emotion when he received the money. He glanced at the odds and finally placed the money on the 3 sixes, and it was all of them. He had just won 10,000 gold coins, and in the blink of an eye he placed all of them. How was this gambling? He was clearly venting his anger. He's either a madman or an idiot. When the surrounding people saw Li Zongjio's actions, they could not help but shake their heads. It was better not to bet recklessly with this kid. Otherwise, if something went wrong, it would be troublesome. In a while, they would lose all of their capital. "Place your bets." The dealer had already begun to shake the dice in his hand. Big, big, big. Small, small, small. His voice got louder and louder. The dealer was slightly pleased with himself. This time, he definitely did not lose his hand. 2, 3, 4 small. The moment he opened the dice, the dealer felt that his eyes were going blind. The lid in his hand could not help but fall to the ground. No, this is impossible. The crowd was in an uproar. No one dared to believe that what was in front of them was real. It was real. 3 sixes. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongjio's 10,000 gold coins became 1,000,000. One must know that at the beginning, Li Zongjio had only placed 100 gold coins. With this 1,000,000 gold coins, he could play however he wanted. Of course, he had to be frugal. His life would be much easier. This was the charm of a casino. It could make you a winner in life overnight. However, it was also possible to fall into a valley. Li Zongjio was one of those lucky people. Now that he had 1,000,000 gold coins in his hand, it was enough for Li Zongjio to stop. The dealer was also covered in cold sweat. Even his hands were trembling. They worked here for a commission. On this stage, the money they won every day would be deducted by 1,000th. Moreover, there was a limit to the amount of money they could lose at each table. If they exceeded this limit, they would have to compensate for the losses of the casino. If they could not afford it, they would have to wait for their limbs to be broken. 1,000,000 was already the dealer's limit. If he continued to lose, he would lose his life. He did not dare to continue to bet. He quickly signaled someone in the distance. Then, a man in dark clothes slowly walked over. "Hee, everyone have a good time. I haven't played in a long time, so I'll play with everyone. I will accompany you all." The man had thick eyebrows and a golden tooth in his mouth. When he smiled, the golden tooth seemed to reveal a trace of cold light. Some people could already see that the casino was here to deal with Li Zongjio. One must know that the casino opened its doors to do business. Of course, they could not directly drive people away. If you won a small amount, there would be no problem. However, if you played tricks and cheated, there would be plenty of ways to deal with you. If the dealer was not good, another gambling master would be replaced. It's Third Master Genia. I didn't expect Third Master Genia to personally take action. This is going to be a good show. This Third Master Genia mingled in various big casinos in his early years and almost never lost. Later, I heard that he lost in the Boyu Casino. The boss did not directly chop off his fingers, but let him stay and watch the show. So that's how it is. I was wondering where Third Master Gene had been all these years. The Boyu Casino had a golden license. Of course, they would invite some experts to hold the fort. That Third Master Gene rolled up his sleeves. There was also a leopard tattoo on his thick arm. A pair of leopard eyes were staring at Li Zhongjiu. Even when everyone saw the leopard tattoo on the sleeve, they exclaimed in their hearts. It was a kind of creepy feeling. 1 million. Li Zhongjiu did not care. It was the same no matter who came. He did not come here for the money. In other words, the most important thing was not money. When Li Zhongjiu pushed the chip of 1 million on the 3 sixes, Third Master Genia's face showed a sinister smile. Third Master Genia's face also showed a trace of a sinister smile. How could there be nothing fishy about betting on 3 times? But a real master would tell you that he cheated, but you couldn't find any evidence, so there was nothing you could do about it. This was the best method, and Jin Yisan's method had to be better than Li Zhongjiu's. These dice are too light. Change it, Jin Yisan said. Immediately, someone replaced the wooden dice with golden dice. The golden light shone brightly, making the surrounding people drool. Just these 3 dice alone were worth a lot. In this round, no one dared to bet with Li Zhongjiu. They just watched quietly. Everyone knew that Li Zhongjiu would lose, but they were also looking forward to the appearance of a miracle. Of course, now was the matter between Li Zhongjiu and the other party. What needed to be solved was the grudge between the casino and Li Zhongjiu. If they rashly got involved, they would be regarded as a group. In the end, they would not have a good ending. Ha! Third Master Gene shouted. The power in his body was circulating, pouring into his arm. His arm instantly shook the dice cup in his hand. It kept shaking. Everyone only felt that the cup was releasing a golden aura, which was coming towards them. Clang, 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 clang. A crisp and pleasant sound was heard. Third Master Genia's hand shook in the air, creating afterimages. Gusts of wind blew, making the surrounding people nervous. Seeing Third Master Genia's means, they were extremely impressed. It's really powerful. Those 3 golden dice are at least 1 gene and 8 tails. With such an arm strength and the intensity of the shaking, the speed is terrifying. The surrounding people were talking about it. Li Zhongjiu was sitting quietly. Suddenly, Third Master Gene slammed the cup in his hand on the table with a bang. Place your bets. Open. Third Master Gene was very satisfied with his performance this time. This kind of smooth operation was impossible for ordinary people to learn. Therefore, when this move landed, Third Master Gene was very confident. 2 5s, 1 6. Third Master Gene opened the lid in his hand. At this moment, he was ready to welcome the applause of the crowd. But when the answer was revealed, the whole audience was silent. The surrounding onlookers also opened their mouths in surprise, looking at the final result on the table. Third Master Gene also felt that the surrounding atmosphere was a bit strange. The moment he looked down, he was so shocked that he almost spat out the big golden tooth in his mouth. What? This is impossible. Third Master Gene roared. This was the result of his own shaking. You cheated. Third Master Gene pointed at Li Zhongjiu and roared. Oh, do you have evidence? If you don't, you know the rules. Li Zhongjiu knocked on the table lightly. This time, I won't argue with you. Let's continue. The so-called rules. If you accuse the other party of being a cheater, but can't produce effective evidence in the end, then you have to pull out a tooth and cut off a finger. After all, he was an adult, so he had to be responsible for what he said. Indeed, even if he wanted to cheat, only he, Third Master Jinya, could cheat. After all, these things were in his hands. Moreover, Li Zongjiu also bet in advance, not after Third Master Jinya rolled out the numbers. This way, the difficulty of cheating would be even higher. But Third Master Jinya knew. This Li Zongjiu, there was definitely something wrong with him. Third Master Jinya secretly glanced upstairs. A man wearing a purple robe nodded slowly. Third Master Jinya took a deep breath, cheered himself up, and prepared for another round. 1 million gold coins. 100 times. 100 million. 100 million gold coins. It was placed in front of Li Zongjiu. No one dared to believe their eyes. That was an entire 100 million gold coins. No one dared to believe it. The chips in their hands had already been converted into 10 million gold coins. A total of 10 pieces were placed in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu did not hesitate at all. He once again pushed all the chips in his hand to the 3 sixes in front of him. Hurry up and roll. Li Zongjiu glanced at the other party. Third Master Jinya's eyeballs almost fell out. Even his hands were trembling. He touched the dice cup in front of the table. Even he, Third Master Jinya, had never experienced such a scene. 100 million gold coins. The odds were 100 times. 10 billion gold coins. Even if it was converted to purple yuan, it was still 100 million purple yuan. The income of the Great Joy Casino in one night was equivalent to this amount. This was when it was relatively popular. Some activities could achieve this kind of income. More and more people came to watch the game. It was obviously just a small gambling table in the hall, but it seemed to be a top-level gambling game. This teenager used 100 gold coins, and in just 3 rounds, he turned it to 100 million. Moreover, he did not stop. It was obvious that they were here for the casino. Chapter 339. Li Zongjiu's appearance had alarmed the manager of the casino. The manager was in the middle of dealing with the upcoming arrival of the Queen of 9 Victories tonight. The Queen of 9 Victories was a big shot in the gambling world. Most importantly, her identity was not simple. Otherwise, she would not have been able to survive until now after winning so much money. Therefore, the Queen of 9 Victories' background was also not simple. I knew someone would come to cause trouble, but I didn't expect him to come so quickly. Where did you find this person? Go and investigate. Jinya 3's level is not enough to deal with this person. Go and find Malu. The manager of the casino, Tai-Fi, said in a deep voice. The casino would encounter trouble all year round, so there was nothing to panic about. Even if they really lost 10 billion gold coins, it was not a big deal. They could earn it back in 2 days. But the most important thing was to settle this matter and find out who exactly Li Zongjiu was. Only by knowing the root of the problem could they solve the root of the problem. Tai-Fi stood on the 2nd floor looking down. Jinya 3 had finished shaking the dice, but he did not dare to open it. He placed his hand on the dice cup and looked at Li Zongjiu's calm eyes. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough. Hee, old 3, go to the back and rest. I'll open it for you. An old and slightly hoarse voice rang out, and a stooped figure walked out. Lu Yi. When Jinya 3 saw the old man coming, it was as if he had been relieved. When his whole body relaxed, he almost fainted. This kind of pressure was too strong, and not many people could withstand it. This was also because Jinya 3 was here. After all, if he opened it, it was very likely that he would lose 10 billion gold coins. Even if his hands and feet were chopped off, it would not be worth it. The old man's appearance could be considered as saving his life. The old man who appeared was not an ordinary person. He was casually wearing a white coat, black trousers, and a pair of cloth shoes. There was a tobacco pouch hanging from his waist, but there was no tobacco pipe in sight. Li Zongjiu felt a bit of pressure from the old man. Finally, an expert had arrived. However, His strength could only be said to be average. At most, he had the strength of a 5th-grade Origin Grandmaster. Compared to Li Zongjiu, he could not pose any threat. That young man isn't feeling well. I'll take over this round. Is there any problem? As you wish. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. Ma Lu smiled faintly, the wrinkles on his face almost sticking together. However, he was not in a hurry to open the results. Instead, he grabbed a handful of tobacco from the tobacco pouch at his waist. There were a few wisps of smoke between his fingers. As he gently rubbed them, a wisp of green smoke rose from his fingers and was completely inhaled by Ma Lu. Sorry, I'm addicted to smoking. I'll open it now. As he spoke, Ma Lu flicked his wrist and instantly flipped open the dice cup on the table. The moment he flipped open the cup, the surrounding people could smell the smoke. The smell of smoke rushed into his mind, and in an instant he saw the die appear in front of him. What? Ma Lu wanted to hypnotize the people around him and switch the dice, but he realized that his mental energy was unable to move the dice in front of him. It was as if the dice were fixed in place. The moment he forced the dice, he immediately felt a wave of energy from his mental energy. It seemed to have rushed into Ma Lu's mind. Boom! Ma Lu's mind suddenly buzzed. His whole body seemed to have been shocked silly, and his eyes were in a daze. However, the people around him all burst into cheers and clapped their hands even harder. It was simply too shocking. Li Zongjiu won again. 10 billion gold coins. From the initial 100 gold coins, it had multiplied by 100 million. How did he get such a number? 10 billion gold coins. Even Ma Lu had failed. Who was this young man? Tai Fai's eyes flashed coldly when he saw this scene from the second floor. It didn't matter who sent Li Zongjiu. Today he dared to be so arrogant in his territory. There was no way he would let Li Zongjiu leave so easily. He had to make Li Zongjiu pay the price. Tai Fai was just about to order for Li Zongjiu to be cleared and brought upstairs for a good talk when a strong fragrance wafted over. Tai Fai's eyes moved slightly and he immediately looked over. He immediately saw a woman in a long dress. She exuded a seductive aura from head to toe. Her proud figure and slender legs were incomparably attractive. It made one feel as if a scorching aura was slowly rising from her lower abdomen. Half of his shoulders were exposed, and he looked at the scene before him. Tai Feihe also reacted in an instant. The person who had come was none other than the 9 Victories, Heaven Empress. So it's the 9 Victories, Heaven Queen. When did you arrive? She was already by his side. Tai Fai still didn't know what his subordinates were doing. However, after seeing the 9 Victories, Heaven Queen's figure and aura, it was very normal that his subordinates couldn't stop her. I am here to see if Supervisor Tai has encountered any problems. The corner of the 9 Victories, Heaven Queen's lips curled up slightly. Her face was heavily powdered. Although she wasn't in her prime, her current charming appearance was the kind of posture that many people liked. As she spoke, the 9 Victories, Heaven Queen looked at Li Zongjiu. She then looked at Ma Lu, who looked as if he was facing a great enemy. She somewhat understood the situation in front of her. It seemed like this matter wasn't easy to solve. Even Master Ma Lu had taken action, but it still wasn't resolved. The 9 Victories, Heaven Queen, was slightly surprised. I did meet a troublesome kid, but don't worry, Heaven Queen. I'll send someone to deal with him. It won't affect tonight's game. Tai Fai said indifferently. No need. It's been a long time since I met an expert. Today is a good time to give it a try. The 9 Victories, Heaven Queen bit her lips lightly. She seemed to be very interested in a little fresh meat like Li Zongjiu. After speaking, the 9 Victories, Heaven Queen walked down the stairs. There was a commotion in the crowd. Sir, should we stop him? A subordinate came up to Tai Fai and asked. The 9 Victories, Queen of Heavens, wasn't a member of their casino. She was only invited to help with publicity. However, If the 9 victories Queen of Heavens represented them and deliberately lost to Li Zhongjiu, then the casino would be the one paying in the end. So what if the two of them were in cahoots? Based on that kid's character, he would probably bet the 10 billion. It's the 9 victories, Heaven Queen. The 9 victories, Heaven Queen, is here. Oh my God, the 9 victories, Heaven Queen, is exactly the same as the girl of my dreams. You're shameless. The 9 victories, Heaven Queen, stood in front of Ma Lu. Even Ma Lu couldn't back down. After all, in the gambling world, Ma Lu was considered the second level. However, the 9 victories, Heaven Queen, was the first level expert. Little guy, how about I accompany you to play? After saying that, the 9 victories, Heaven Queen, winked at Li Zhongjiu. She was extremely flirtatious. Any normal man wouldn't be able to stand it. However, Li Zhongjiu wasn't an ordinary man. When he saw this scene, he didn't make any movements. Instead, he slowly put away the chips on the table. I've played enough for today. In a few days, I'll be back. At that time, it won't be just a little. Li Zhongjiu stood up and said. Then he raised his head and looked at Tai Feiha, who was upstairs. Then he pointed at the chips in his hand. Thank you. Li Zhongjiu directly took the 10 billion chips and walked to the exchange counter. As for the 9 victories, Heaven Queen, Li Zhongjiu didn't care at all. What's the point of paying attention to such an old woman? She's disgusting. The people at the exchange counter didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, they asked for instructions from Tai Fei upstairs. Tai Fei nodded. 10 billion. They could afford to lose. With so many people here tonight, they couldn't directly kill Li Zhongjiu. However, they had to find out the kid's identity first. 10 billion. In the end, the other party gave him 100 gold yuan notes. Each note was worth 1 million gold yuan. All of them were placed in a box and handed to Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu turned around and left the Broad Delight Casino. The 9 victories, Heaven Queen, looked at Li Zhongjiu's back as he left. Her lips curled into a playful smile. Although there was a smile in her eyes, it was filled with danger. In Royal City, no one had ever disrespected her. Li Zhongjiu was the first person to disrespect her. Although he was just a little boy, it was a provocation and even an insult to the 9 victories, Heaven Queen. How dare he insult her charm? Then, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Chapter 340. Li Zhongjiu easily walked away with 10 billion gold coins. This night's harvest was indeed a lot. If the Li family were to sell some low-level elixirs, it would take a long time to accumulate so much money. However, this method was not suitable. If he was addicted to gambling, sooner or later, he would encounter an expert. The reason why Li Zhongjiu was able to win so easily was naturally due to his mental strength. The 2 people in front of him, Jin Yasan, should be good at gambling. However, if he encountered a mental strength expert, he basically had no chance and was easily beaten. Although Ma Lu had some skills, this strength was far from enough in front of Li Zhongjiu. It was easy to defeat him. However, the appearance of the old woman also made Li Zhongjiu feel the threat of the other party. In terms of killing, Li Zhongjiu had 10,000 ways to kill this person. However, on the gambling table, he really did not dare to make any guarantees, so he directly stopped. However, in the Bo Yu Casino, Li Zhongjiu was bound to win. No one could protect him. When he returned to the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion in the middle of the night, the Bo Yu Casino did not send anyone to follow him. Otherwise, the result would only be a few more corpses. Hey, what is this? An outdoor activity in the Incandescent Mountain? Li Zhongjiu saw a notice board under the dormitory. A line of words was clearly written on the board. The meeting time and the task content were very clear. The Incandescent Mountain. If I remember correctly, it should be a flaming mountain now. If I use the power of the flames in the core, it will definitely be able to temper my body. Li Zhongjiu suddenly thought. Although it was said that under normal circumstances, it was very good to improve one's strength. However, if Li Zhongjiu did not go easy, it was really rare for him to be hit. Letting Li Zongjio deliberately take a beating was indeed a bit of a crazy idea. Taking poison was also a method. However, as time passed, Li Zongjio's body became stronger and stronger. The effect became less and less obvious. As for some extreme training, it was also a good idea to use the place where the terrifying origin energy gathered to temper the body's strength. For example, in a place like the incandescent mountain. It could also be used to temper the body. He was only focused on training and forgot about these things. The main thing was that when he was busy, it was hard to remember these things. Li Zongjio originally had no interest in this kind of outdoor activity, but now. So he decided to take a trip. After all, the incandescent mountain was under the jurisdiction of the imperial city. But outside of the city, there was a troop stationed in the mountain. This troop was called the Vermilion Army, troops who had gathered a large amount of fire elemental energy to train. However, if the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor wanted to come, the Vermilion Bird Army would definitely welcome them and open the door wide. Li Zongjio, who had won 100 million purple yuan, was cultivating in his own room. For Li Zongjio, the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor was only for the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. The reason why he stayed in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was so that he could enter the territory of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor and experience it. The prerequisite was that his strength had reached a certain level. If one wants to clear the first 14 floors of the Genius Tower and solve these difficult problems, one's elemental energy needs to be at least at the peak of the Sky Origin Ancestor level. Li Zongjio had made a small breakthrough. However, he was only a second-grade Sky Origin Ancestor. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. However, it had been a thrilling night for the Great Delight Casino. Tai Feiha was extremely grateful to the 9 Victory Celestial Queen for her help. If it hadn't been for the 9 Victory Celestial Queen, the other party wouldn't have left so easily. It was obvious that they had chosen to retreat after sensing the 9 Victory Celestial Queen's strength. Based on the information that Tai-Fi had gathered, this kid's name was Li Zongjio. Although Tai-Fi didn't know where Li Zongjio had come from, the fact that he was the first place on the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor's freshman roll this year was enough to pose a threat. Being able to obtain such a ranking was already very impressive. Who knew what sort of arrogant power was supporting him? Since you are the first place on the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor's freshman roll, I will give you some face. I hope that you will know when to stop. Tai-Fi thought to himself, if Li Zongjio came to cause trouble again, Tai-Fi wouldn't be polite. Everyone knew that the Yi family was behind the Great Delight Casino. No one dared to offend the Yi family of the Sacred Flame Imperial City. No matter who was behind the Yi family would be able to take care of them. That kid will definitely come back. The Empress of 9 Victories, Pan Shi, arrived in front of Tai-Fi and spoke indifferently. What do you mean? Tai-Fi frowned. He was in charge of managing the casino. All he needed to do was make money. However, he wasn't good at gambling. He was better at killing people. His eyes don't look like a gambler's, Pan Shi said indifferently. There was also a great interest in Li Zongjio in his eyes. Not a gambler's eyes? What do you mean? He won 10 billion in my casino. Isn't he a gambler? Tai-Fi suddenly said. When he thought of the 10 billion gone down the drain, he couldn't wait to capture Li Zongjio and skin him alive. In his casino, there was only profit. There would never be a loss. If the casino was losing money, Tai-Fi wouldn't be sitting here. Even if Li Zongjio took away 10 billion gold coins, Tai-Fi would have earned the money back by the end of the night. With the reputation of the Empress of 9 Victories, he could easily get the money back. He only wanted to win. Or rather, he didn't come for the money. Pan Shi closed her eyes and recalled Li Zongjio's eyes. He was so calm. From the beginning to the end, his eyes didn't fall on any chips or dice. There was only a hint of playfulness. Therefore, the Empress of 9 Victories knew that Li Zongjio wasn't here for the money, nor was he here to gamble. If he's not here for the money, then he's here for me. The next time I meet this person, I won't let him go so easily. My Great Joy Casino has been in business for so many years. How could any Tom, Dick, or Harry destroy it? At this point, Tai-Fai's face was full of murderous intent. Clearly, Tai-Faiha was not someone to be trifled with. It did not matter if you were to cause trouble elsewhere, but if you were to find Tai-Faiha, then even if you were under the feet of the Emperor, he would still have a way to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Pan sure didn't say much, but she was curious. What kind of person could have such a gaze? She was very curious. Early morning, Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. There were already a few people gathered in the square. Some had just woken up from a dream, while others were still sleepy. In the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, some of the rules were quite strict. After all, this wasn't an ordinary school. They never rejected students. Moreover, they didn't lack good students. If you weren't obedient enough, then you could only be asked to leave. That was how domineering it was. There were plenty of geniuses. It didn't matter if you were there or not. Therefore, under such circumstances, there were very few people who dared to not attend class, like Li Zhongjiu. Only the first and second years participated in the outdoor activities this time. There were about 500 people in total. The third years were basically trying to break through to the next realm. At this time, there weren't any classes. They only needed to complete their final assessment. The fourth years were basically staying in the Genius Pavilion, preparing to tackle difficult problems. The competition for the top 10 spots on the alchemist ranking was very intense. Everyone was unwilling to be outdone. They weren't even willing to take half a step back. It was all for the sake of the rankings. If you didn't move forward, then it was the same as moving backward, because others would constantly move forward. In addition, there were some who were sick or took leave for special reasons. Therefore, there were only about 500 teachers and students participating in the outdoor activities. Li Zhongjiu came to the square. The surrounding people were basically chatting in twos and threes. As the sun rose, the number of people in the courtyard gradually increased. A ferocious gaze was fixed on Li Zhongjiu. At this moment, he couldn't wait to pick up the brick on the ground and smash it on Li Zhongjiu's head. And the source of this angry light was Morong Jian. Senior brother Morong, it's that Li Zhongjiu. That brat actually dared to appear. I thought that he was hiding in the dormitory and didn't dare to come out. Morong Jian was already rubbing his fists. He was waiting to teach Li Zhongjiu a lesson. As for Li Zhongjiu, he closed his eyes and rested. In his mind, he was reading the prose of the White God. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu and blocked the sunlight. Are you Li Zhongjiu, Junior Brotherly? Chapter 341. Junior Brotherly? Li Zhongjiu opened his eyes. Who was this guy who dared to take advantage of him? He really thought highly of him. How dare he call him junior brother? Standing in front of Li Zhongjiu was a handsome young man who was a few years older than Li Zhongjiu. His hair was neatly trimmed, and his eyebrows were sharp like swords. His figure was also tall and sturdy. He was simply a model of a talented person with a graceful demeanor. At the same time, there was a friendly smile on his face. I'm Sima Chun, from the B class of the Heavenly STEM faculty. Sima Chun said with a gentle smile, coupled with a faint herbal fragrance on his body. This was a fragrance pouch that he specially made. Basically, any girl would like this smell. Therefore, Sima Chun usually carried this fragrance pouch with him. Sima Chun? That would be someone from the Sima family. The Sima family was in charge of the special envoys in the country. There were countless experts, and their influence was very far-reaching. Sima Chun's position in the family was not low. He was considered one of the more outstanding direct disciples. The reason why Sima Chun had sought out Li Zhongjiu was because he had heard that Li Zhongjiu was closely related to Yi Guxing's death. On top of that, the Sima clan had suffered an all-out counterattack from the Yi clan. Some of their members had also suffered a heavy blow. They had been ambushed by Yi Lantian many times in the open and in the dark. There were even quite a number of people who had been directly killed. However, the Sima family was not a pushover. Recently, they were also preparing for a counterattack. As a member of the Sima family, Sima Chun was also trying his best to come up with a solution. Since the Yi family wanted to kill Li Zhongjie, why not pull Li Zhongjie to his side? Therefore, Sima Chun took the initiative to come and get in touch with Li Zhongjie. Not to mention whether Li Zhongjie could create a lot of value. The Yi family was already uncomfortable with his faction. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At least, that was what Sima Chun thought. Who's your junior brother? Who's smiling at you? Get lost, Li Zhongjie said directly, not giving Sima Chun any face. Sima Chun was famous for his mild temper. Even if someone pointed at his nose and scolded him, he wouldn't get angry. Instead, he would talk to you calmly. Scolding people was wrong, but no one knew what he would do behind their backs. Now that Sima Chun was here, he couldn't react to Li Zhongjie's words. How could someone be so rude? He must have heard wrongly. Sima Chun thought to himself. After all, it was still early in the morning, and no one was awake yet. Ah, I'm Sima Chun, also from the Heavenly Gone Court. I'm a year older than you. I'm your mother. Do I know you well? Go away, you're blocking my son. Li Zhongjie waved his hand. His voice was very loud. Sima Chun's expression became quite awkward after hearing it. Now that he heard it clearly, Li Zhongjie didn't seem to like hearing that he was older than him. However, he couldn't just ask him to get lost. Junior brother Li, I heard that you've caused a lot of trouble. Although my Sima family isn't a famous family, it's not a problem for us to solve some ordinary problems. If you're willing to cooperate with us, you said that you can help me solve the problem, right? Li Zhongjie suddenly said. Sima Chun had thoroughly understood the saying, don't slap a smiling person. His skin was so thick that even Li Zhongjie was helpless against him. Li Zhongjie had no choice but to talk to him nicely. Of course, I'm not bragging, but there's no problem in King City that I can't solve. Sima Chun said until here, stopping his waist. At this moment, it was as if the radiance was shining on Sima Chun's body. Li Zhongjie couldn't help but touch his nose. A grown man actually using such a fragrant pouch. I'm really impressed. Hey, there's a bitch called Morong over there. Help me settle it. Otherwise, he'll definitely kill me, Li Zhongjie said. Sima Chun was also confused. Morong bitch? There's actually such a person in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. He's been here for a year, but he's never heard of anyone with that name. But speaking of Morong, there's only one person with the surname Morong. Sima Chun turned around and immediately saw Morong Jian standing not far away. At this moment, Morong Jian's body was shrouded in a haze. At the same time, killing intent was released from his body, faintly enveloping Li Zhongjie. If there weren't so many people around, Morong Jian would definitely pounce on Li Zhongjie and tear Li Zhongjie into pieces. Only then would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. When Sima Chun saw Morong Jian, he instantly understood that the Morong bitch Li Zhongjie was talking about was Morong Jian. Although Morong Jian's name sounded a little murderous, adding the word person to it was indeed a little strange. However, no one had ever dared to use Morong Jian's name as a joke. Morong Jian represented the Morong Wangfu. In the Morong Wangfu, there was a Morong Wangfu, a Yuan king elite. If he heard that his own name was being used as a joke, even if he was skinned alive, what could he do? Oh my God, do you have a grudge against Morong Jian? When Sima Chun saw Morong Jian, he was instantly terrified. One had to know that Morong Jian was an expert ranked 12th on the alchemy master list. Most importantly, Morong Jian was only in his second year. In 2 years, rushing to the top 10 of the alchemy master list wasn't difficult at all. Who would dare to offend someone with such extraordinary potential? With a Yuan king elite backing him, who would dare to offend him? Okay. Just pretend that I wasn't here. Sima Chun waved his hands. If he stood together with Li Zhongjie and caused Morong Jian to misunderstand, the problem would be serious. Morning, Li Zongjio. Hey, isn't that Sima-chan? Do the two of you know each other? Kun Arashur walked over to Li Zongjio. He took the initiative to greet him, but when he saw that Li Zongjio didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to him, he just continued talking. Oh, right. Yesterday you didn't go to class. The form teacher asked me to tell you to be careful in the future and not cause trouble for her. However, let me tell you, our form teacher's figure is really hot. I just don't know what her temper is like. If it's very fiery, then I probably won't have a chance. I prefer the cute and lovable type. Lan Kuan muttered to himself. At the same time, he was thinking about yesterday's class. Oh, my temper is very fiery? Li Zongjio had already retreated a long time ago. Before Kun Arashur approached, he had already sensed an aura. However, Kun Arashur didn't seem to have sensed it. He was still daydreaming and imagining something. He saw a young lady in her 20s wearing a light purple dress and a pair of fiery red boots. One look and one could tell that these boots were a rather powerful origin artifact. Not really, Kun Arashur replied instinctively. However, the moment he said this, he realized that something was wrong. He turned around and saw Ling Yan standing behind him. He had a faint smile on his face as he sent a kick flying. Bang! Lan Kuan was sent flying by the kick. He flew for nearly 50 meters before landing on his butt. There was no room for discussion for this kick. Even if Kun Arashur was prepared, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this move. Li Zongjio shook his head, helplessly. It was really hard on this kid. You are Li Zongjio? Ling Yan retracted her leg and tidied up her clothes. Raising her leg so high in front of everyone was indeed a little bad. She glanced at Li Zongjio indifferently. This kid seemed to be hard to deal with. However, under her, Ling Yan, there wasn't anyone who couldn't be taught. Chapter 342. Seeing someone fly out, the students present were all shocked. When they saw the person who attacked, they all understood what had happened and silently moved their bodies into the distance. If he accidentally offended her, he would be in for a treat. This lady's fiery temper wasn't just for show. These second-year students all knew of a legend. It was this little grandaunt who had once beaten up a prince to the point where he had to be hospitalized. How could someone who could do such a thing be simple? This lady's background was quite terrifying. Not only was she the granddaughter of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's master, even the current emperor loved and doted on her. Entering and leaving the palace was as simple as entering and exiting her own home. After kicking Kun Arashur, Ling Yan looked at Li Zongjio. Hearing Ling Yan's question, Li Zongjio nodded. Yes, there was nothing wrong with admitting his name. However, if this lady in front of him wanted to make a move, Li Zongjio wouldn't be polite. Let's see who has the upper hand. Just now, Kun Arashur should have told you that I am your class teacher. If anything happens to you, I will be responsible. So, you better not cause trouble for me. I know your talent is very good, but in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, there are many more people who are more talented than you. Don't be arrogant and complacent. Ling Yan wanted to kill Li Zongjio's momentum. Otherwise, if there was any work to be done, this Li Zongjio wouldn't cooperate well. It was his first time being a class teacher, so of course he had to do it well. Even if there were only 2 students, he had to make them stand out. This was what a class teacher should do. As long as they don't provoke me, there won't be a problem. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Speaking in such a manner, it was clearly saying that everything was the fault of others. He wouldn't be wrong. Even if he beat someone up, it was the other person who provoked him first. Don't worry. If anyone dares to look for trouble and provoke you, you can beat them back. If they dare to weaken the prestige of my Heavenly STEM A course, then you can scram as well. Ling Yan said. With that sharp and spirited gaze, probably not many people would dare to confront Ling Yan. Although she tried her best to be a responsible class teacher and wanted to be a role model, she still could not change her character of getting physical and killing when she encountered problems. Li Zongjio couldn't help but feel amused. This little girl's personality was quite straightforward. When Li Zongjio came to the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, it was already more than 2,000 years later. Even if Ling Yan was not dead, he should be in a state of seclusion. Only when one's cultivation reached the Supreme Being realm would one be able to break through the 3,000 years of lifespan. Even in the primitive Emperor realm, one could only live for 2,000 years. This would depend on the cultivation of the elemental formula. Some primitive Emperor realm experts could only live for about 1,000 years. Therefore, there were very few people who could survive for 3,000 years. Even before the age of 2,000, Li Zongjio was in a state of cultivation and rarely interacted with the outside world. It was only after he became famous by luck and became a pinnacle expert and broke through the Supreme Being realm that he began to move around the continent more frequently. Because Li Zongjio knew of higher realms, he was also searching for higher realms and levels with all his heart. Rubbing his butt, Kuan Erasure limped back and came to Li Zongjio. At this moment, Ling Yan was also walking towards the group of teachers. SSS, you don't say. This temper is not ordinary. Kuan Erasure said with a grimace. Obviously, that move was quite powerful, and Kuan Erasure could not bear it. His body also flew out involuntarily. Li Zongjio was too lazy to look at Kuan Erasure. If you didn't act tough, he wouldn't have beaten you up. He did not expect Kuan Erasure to have such a personality that deserved a beating. Li Zongjio did not expect this at all. He was simply a chatterbox. Hey, I saw that girl staring at you for a long time. Do you have a grudge? Kuan Erasure nudged Li Zongjio with his shoulder, which made Li Zongjio frown. However, he didn't say anything. He followed Lan Kuan's line of sight and saw Gongjio, who had a ponytail, waving at him. It seemed like she was greeting him. However, there were few girls beside Gongjio who were also chattering, so they did not come over. Have your sister, Li Zongjio said. The plaza with more than 500 people was bustling with noise and excitement. However, when a voice rang out in the plaza, everyone could not help but quiet down. Then a figure appeared in the plaza. Li Zongjio remembered this person. It was the recruitment director at that time, Director Shangdiching. Shangdiching stood on the high platform. Every class do a head count. Teachers report to me. After the head count is done, you can board the sky-shaking ship. Sky-shaking ship. Every time they went out, it would go against the low-key nature of the Heaven Star Medicine Manor. Therefore, every time they went out, they would use the sky-shaking ship to carry people. It was a low-key way to go out. It was also a more covert and efficient way. The sky-shaking ship, produced by the Zheng family of the Jade Wave Giant City, was indeed a powerful weapon. The first to board the ship was Li Zongjio, and the other two. There were only 3 people in total, so the head count was naturally fast. Ling Yan walked in front, bringing Li Zongjio and Kuan Erasure onto the ship. There were more than 1,000 seats in the cabin. You two stay in this cabin. Don't cause trouble for my people. If someone comes to provoke you, don't lose face for me, Ling Yan said as he turned around and walked up the stairs. There was another cabin on the higher floor. It was for the teachers. The treatment was indeed different. Presumably, the seats on the higher floor would be better. Teacher, don't worry, Kuan Erasure said with a smile. He knew that Li Zongjio did not like to talk. Ling Yan did not seem to intend to listen to their reply. Therefore, after Kuan Erasure finished speaking, no one responded. The scene was a little awkward. The two of them waited for a while. Then another group of people came up. This time, there were a total of 5 people. Teacher, please. Of the 5 people who came up, the one in the lead looked young and handsome. He was full of talent. The accessories on his body were also quite low-key and expensive. That person did not look back and directly walked up to the second floor. He was also a teacher. The other 4 people waited until that teacher had completely gone upstairs and could not be seen. Then, they got up and walked towards Li Zongjiu and Ling Yan. You two, go sit in the back. One of them walked up with an arrogant face. The front row seats were more comfortable. At the same time, it was a symbol of status. And the symbol on their chest was the symbol of the Heavenly STEM A class. They were all second-year students of the Heavenly STEM A class. Kuan Erisher looked at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu did not respond. Then he did not respond either. He just looked out the window. I'm talking about you two. Two new students. You actually dared to sit in the first row. Impudent. As he said that, one of them stretched out his leg and kicked towards Li Zongjiu's leg. Chapter 343. Li Zongjiu, who was sitting down, had yet to make a move. Kuan Erisher took the lead and kicked out, blocking the kick. Bang! The person who kicked out immediately took a step back. You're courting death. After being forced back by Kuan Erisher, the person was instantly enraged. He wanted to cripple Kuan Erisher, but he was stopped by his companions. There were so many people behind them. If they were to make a move now, wouldn't it be against the rules of the academy? You two first years are very arrogant. I hope that you can be so arrogant when you reach the White Blaze Mountain. Although the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor is safe, the number of students who die outside every year is not small. A person walked forward with a sinister smile on his face. There was a black mole the size of a mung bean under the corner of his mouth. It was disgusting to look at. Originally, these people were prepared to leave after speaking, and temporarily did not care about it. But when they were leaving, Li Zongjiu suddenly stretched out his leg and kicked the last person. Bang! 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 The four people collided and fell one after another, lying on each other's bodies. This scene was seen by some of the girls who had just come up, and they all covered their eyes. My eyes, my eyes. So embarrassing. I can't believe I did such a thing. The few people who had fallen to the ground were filled with shame and indignation. They clenched their fists and wished they could throw a punch at Li Zongjiu's face. However, Li Zongjiu calmly turned his head and looked at these people as he spoke indifferently. You should be careful when you walk. There are many people who fall to their deaths every year in the mainland. It seemed like a kind reminder, but it made those people furious. You have guts. In the end, they sat down angrily because the people who were coming up the ship one after another also had to walk through this passage and sit at the back. Even Li Zongjiu shook his head helplessly. After 3,000 years of cultivation in his previous life, he thought that he had already become an old man. However, now that he had been reborn, he seemed to have regained his youthful mentality and made such a childish move. If someone knew Li Zongjiu's mental age, they would definitely think that Li Zongjiu was an old urchin. Very quickly, Morongjian and the rest also boarded the boat. When they saw Li Zongjiu sitting in the first row, their eyes were filled with disdain. It was as though they were saying, "You can show off now. Wait till we reach the White Blaze Mountain. We'll make you suffer." As the saying goes, geniuses are envied by others. If you displayed talent and strength that was much stronger than ordinary people, you would often be out of place in a big environment. Junior brother Li, junior brother Lon. Sima Chun also greeted the two of them, mainly because Sima Chun had been greeting people along the way. Most of the people responded because of this face, plus Sima Chun's strength wasn't weak. He was quite a popular person. Gong Jiu also came up and winked at Li Zongjiu. When the surrounding sisters saw Li Zongjiu, they also threw a few flirtatious glances. They were already second-year students and had seen many things. What's more, Heavenly Star Medicine Manor didn't have a rule that forbade cross-year relationships. Although Li Zongjiu was young, his cold personality made people very fond of him. They couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at him. Hey, did you see that? Those sisters just winked at me. Kuan Erisher seemed a little excited. He was here to make a name for himself. As a future hero, he should first have a beauty in his arms. He should at least have a few beauties by his side to accompany him. Otherwise, how could he become a hero in the future and leave behind some good stories? These were all necessary. Li Zhongjie completely ignored Kuinarashi's narcissism. Although there were many people, the efficiency was relatively high. Soon, all the students were on the sky-shaking ship. With a boom, the sky-shaking ship sped up and charged into the clouds. Whoosh! Its speed was incomparably fast, and it quickly rushed into the clouds. Because Heavenly Star Medicine Manor had already reported before, when they rushed into the clouds, a team of sky guards quickly came to confirm. When the airship reached a certain height, Zhang Tai could see a large number of air cavalries patrolling in the sky, which was covered with clouds and mist. After all, some meta beasts lived in the sky. If they accidentally passed by Grand Feast King City and found a lot of food below, they would definitely rush down to eat. The ground might not be useful. By the time they found out, it might be too late. Therefore, there was a need for a layer of defense in the sky. It could be seen that this batch of air troops was relatively powerful. The meta beasts they were riding were all third-level meta beasts comparable to meta generals. Regardless of whether it was attacking or defending, it was the best choice. These air cavalry are really huge. Kuin Arisher looked out of the window at the air cavalry that was escorting the sky-shaking ship. His eyes were filled with envy and amazement. It's all fake. Any 6th-level spectral phoenix will destroy them in less than 2 minutes. Li Zhongjie said, faintly. That was indeed the case. A 6th-level meta beast was equivalent to an Origin Emperor expert. If such a meta beast suddenly descended from the sky, not many people would be able to resist it. However, there were only a few 6th-level meta beasts in the entire continent. Meta beasts that had grown to such a level would definitely have intelligence as long as they weren't born stupid. It wouldn't be a problem for them to talk to humans directly. Rashly attacking a powerful empire was obviously not a wise choice, unless there was a reason behind it. However, if that was the case, there was still room for discussion. It's easy for you to say, a 6th-level meta beast and a spectral phoenix. I wonder if I can see such a legendary meta beast before I die. Kuin Arisher said, anyone who cultivated would think that one day they would be able to sit on the back of a powerful meta beast and soar into the sky. They would be able to trample the entire world under their feet. At that time, they would truly be free and unfettered in the world. Now, it was just like in Monarch City. In Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, they had to be obedient. If they were careless and offended someone, they would be in big trouble. Therefore, Ling Yan had been emphasizing that they had to keep a low profile and not cause any trouble. If they really caused any trouble, it would be quite troublesome. In just 15 minutes, the sky-shaking ship began to descend. With a boom, the sky-shaking ship stopped at a certain height. Li Zhongjie and the others walked out of the deck and immediately felt a heat wave sweeping towards them. Whoosh! The heat wave hit them in the face. The surrounding air was mixed with extremely dense fire attribute elemental energy. In the distance, there was a huge white mountain peak standing tall. On that mountain, there were only some pale white rocks. There were no crops or plants on it. There were only these dry rocks and potholes. This mountain peak was also incomparably huge. It was close to 1,000 feet tall. This was the White Blazing Mountain. Everyone, go down and gather at the location. Director Shangdiching said. This time, he was the leader of the instructors. Whoosh! Whoosh! The instructors landed one after another. Li Zhongjie and the others also flew down. The sky-shaking ship stopped at a rather high altitude. It was close to 100 meters from the ground. If it went down a little more, it would probably cause a sandstorm. Fortunately, these students were not mediocre. Each of them happily landed on the ground. Some even purposely showed off their operation. The sky-shaking ship also rose into the air and flew towards the distance. It could be considered as leaving and waiting for the designated time to come back. Before disembarking, Director Shangdiching also used the broadcast on the sky-shaking ship to explain the rules of this outdoor activity clearly. The time limit was 3 days and 3 nights. Within this stipulated time, enter the white blazing mountain and search for the medicinal herbs in the herbal book. Whoever brought back the most number of herbs and ranked higher would be considered the winner. The first 3 winners would be rewarded with points. At the same time, the last 3 would have their points deducted as punishment. There were no restrictions. You could form a team of 2 or 3. It was up to you. In the end, it would only depend on the results. Chapter 344. Before the start, everyone was given a herbal book which recorded some of the more difficult to find herbs in Baiji Mountain. They had to search according to the herbs in the book. Moreover, they had to be fresh. Whether they were recently picked or not, they could tell at a glance. The 2 of you listen up. Ling Yan came forward with 2 books in his hand and handed them to Li Zongjio and Kun Erisher. Although there are only 2 people in our class, I don't want our class to be ranked lower than the others. You know what I mean. The threat in his eyes was self-evident. There were a total of 16 classes. The class with the least number of people was the first year of Tiangon Department's Class A. Only Li Zongjio and Kun Erisher were in the class. However, in the other classes, there were more or less 30 people in each class. Some of them had even more. The second class with the least number of people was the second year of Tiangon Department's Class A. But there were 4 of them, and they were all seniors. With such a terrifying difference in numbers, how were they going to fight for victory? This was simply an impossible task. Kun Erisher was preparing to analyze the impossible situation for Ling Yan. This allowed Ling Yan to understand the situation clearly. Otherwise, he would really think that the 2 of them were immortals. However, Ling Yan's gaze was fixed on Kun Erisher. Within his gentle gaze, there was also a hint of death. If Kun Erisher really said those words, he would probably be kicked again. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Kun Erisher immediately said with a smile. There was a trace of stubbornness and determination on his face. He had to persevere. If the 2 of you can get first place, I can guarantee that I'll give you a chance to enter the forbidden area before the end of the first half of the semester. You don't need to rely on your ranking on the pill alchemist ranking. Ling Yan took a step forward and said in a low voice. Originally, Li Zongjio didn't care at all. He didn't come here to look for medicinal ingredients, but to borrow the fire attribute essence energy here to break through his ancient golden tyrannical body art. But when he heard Ling Yan's words, even Li Zongjio's eyelids twitched. Hit the snake where it hurts. Ling Yan's words hit Li Zongjio right where it hurt. This was exactly what Li Zongjio had been dreaming of. Really? Li Zongjio asked for the first time. The longing in his eyes was not an act. Ling Yan also laughed heartily in his heart. He was secretly pleased with himself. Looks like it's not that unmanageable. I thought that you were really stubborn. From the looks of it now, it was only SOSO. Of course, I'm your form teacher. How could I lie to you? Ling Yan said proudly. Since he said it out loud, he naturally had the confidence to do it. Otherwise, wouldn't he be throwing his face? Kun Arashi's breathing became hurried. He thought that it would take at least a year to enter the alchemist ranking. After all, there were so many geniuses, and some of them were even more talented than Kun Erisher. In addition, the alchemist ranking was basically filled with the 4th years. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to break through. Therefore, the fastest way to enter the forbidden area of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor would take at least a year, or even 2. If Ling Yan really had a way, it could only mean that Ling Yan was really powerful. Everyone wanted to enter the forbidden area to comprehend it properly. Anyone who entered the forbidden area would gain something, unless you were a complete idiot that couldn't be saved. But such a person wouldn't have the chance to enter the forbidden area. All right, it's decided then. Li Zongjio said. Good luck, he. Ling Yan patted the shoulders of the 2 and revealed a scheming smile. How could it be so easy to get first place? Moreover, the opportunity to enter the forbidden area was only an opportunity. It wasn't a guarantee that one would be able to enter. As long as one was an outstanding student, they would have this opportunity. There were 2 outstanding students in each class, and there were only 2 people in their class. No matter what, it would be the 2 of them. In fact, these things were clearly written in the manual of the academy. However, some people were arrogant and didn't look at it. Therefore, they often missed out on some benefits of the academy. The group in front had already set off. Some people wanted to cultivate alone, while others wanted to get a good result. One could see it in the crowd. The new students were all walking at the back. Mo-Su Lee and the others were more eye-catching, and they were surrounded by a large group of people. It was as if they were waiting for instructions. Mu Qing-yin also loyally guarded Mo-Su Lee's side. They were all from the A class of the Earth branch. Clearly, their teachers had told them that if they could get a good result this time, they would have the chance to enter the forbidden area, or some other kind of resources and inducements. Li Zongjio had seen the teacher in charge of the A class of the Earth branch before. It was Yang Xuelin. Let's split up here. Pay attention to your safety. Those people definitely won't give up so easily. Kuan Erishur said to Li Zongjio. He was also worried that Li Zongjio would be killed in a while. If that happened, it would be too tragic. Although they were all from the same academy, it was hard to say what would happen. Yes, you should be careful too, Li Zongjio said. They didn't plan to move together. The 2 of them had their own secrets. Kuan Erishur also didn't want his secret to be known by others. It was fine to play together, but it wasn't so good to cultivate together. The 2 of them chose to split up. Li Zongjio didn't even think as he rushed towards the mountain peak. His figure was like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. Follow that brat. Don't let him run away, Murong Jian immediately said. At this moment, they were already prepared for this. They were now at the foot of the Baiji mountain. Just the surrounding temperature was enough to make it difficult for people of the Yuan Master Realm to move. Fortunately, these people were able to reach the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Most of them were at the Yuan General Realm. Those who were more talented and walked at the forefront of the cultivation world were those who could reach the Yuan Ancestor Realm, although the strength of these freshmen hadn't been revealed yet. Mo-Su Lee and Mu Qingyin were most likely experts of the Yuan Ancestor Realm. As freshmen, their strength was catching up to the seniors. In addition, there were 2 even more monstrous geniuses, Li Zongjio and Kuan Erishur. This outdoor training would definitely be very exciting. That guy who stole my cauldron, I've finally found you. Just as Shueihua was walking, she suddenly saw Li Zongjio flash past her and rush towards the mountain peak. What a guy! This caused Shueihua to become excited. She had long wanted to find this guy and take revenge. No matter what, this Li Zongjio had embarrassed her, so she had to make this Li Zongjio lose face. At this moment, Shueihua gave up on looking for herbs and directly chased after Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio's speed was very fast, and the surrounding temperature had also risen to a terrifying level. The ground in this area seemed to be close to flat ground, which meant that the altitude was getting higher and higher. At this moment, Li Zongjio was at an extremely high place. There's a good hiding place up ahead. Li Zongjio searched the area and found a stone array. The stone array was able to gather the surrounding temperature. This place is filled with fire elemental energy. Even a Sky Origin Ancestor level expert would find it difficult to last for an incense stick's worth of time here. Li Zongjio felt that the temperature of his skin was rapidly rising. Even so, Li Zongjio still did not use his own elemental energy, but used his physical strength to resist the surrounding temperature. Within the stone array, a natural defensive shield was formed. Li Zongjio sat down cross-legged. He quickly activated the body elemental technique and sucked in the surrounding fire elemental energy. When the fire elemental energy entered his skin, he immediately felt a piercing pain. This piercing pain made Li Zongjio grimace. In the past, it felt like knives were scraping his body. But now it felt more like red-hot iron rods rolling back and forth on his body. Chapter 345. Shui Wei chased for a long time, but Li Zongjiu's figure had long disappeared. She was surrounded by barren mountain roads, and the high temperature was spreading all over her body. However, Shui Yue's body seemed to be surrounded by a cold aura that helped her resist the high temperature. Damn it, is that guy a rabbit? He disappeared all of a sudden. Shui Yue was also stomping her feet in anger. Just as she was getting angry, she suddenly saw a mushroom-like thing slowly emerging from under a rock not far away. Hey, I'm so lucky. Isn't this the iron rock mushroom? Shui Yue excitedly picked up the small iron shovel in her hand and ran to the bottom of the rock to dig. The iron rock mushroom was a kind of medicinal herb that was difficult to find. It was also one of the top 20 rare medicinal herbs in the herbal medicine booklet. This herbal booklet was actually a ranking of the rare herbs in Mount Baiji. Those herbs that could be listed in this booklet basically had some background. Currently, some of them had been discovered by others, and some of them could only be seen from afar and could not be approached. They were also listed on the booklet. It was very difficult to find the top 10, so it was a very good harvest to be able to find the top 20 iron rock mushrooms. It was currently ranked first and was the most precious medicinal herb that had been discovered. It was called the Scarlet White Lotus. The place where this kind of refinement took place would be a sea of blood, and at the same time, a hell of heavenly fire. Even if one got close to the Scarlet White Lotus, one would fall into the terrifying hell of the Scarlet White Lotus. In the end, many people would be obliterated by the Scarlet White Lotus. This was not only a spiritual medicine, but also a spiritual medicine that could kill people like scything flax. Even if you saw this spiritual medicine, if you did not have enough strength to pick it, then it was best not to go near it. After all, this was not a joke with one's life. Many people were self-confident, and when they found the Scarlet White Lotus, they would often be carried away by it. Therefore, they would rush blindly and lose their lives. Li Zongjiu cultivated in the same place for nearly 6 hours. It was now noon. The temperature was also higher. His skin was instantly scorching hot, as if he was a cooked lobster. No, I'm still a little short. Li Zongjiu's skin had already begun to crack and peel. Under such high temperatures, there was no way to directly recover. Therefore, he had always maintained this state. Keep going up. They were less than 500 meters away from the top of the mountain. If one climbed over the top of the mountain and reached the core of White Blaze Mountain, the temperature would reach a terrifying level. Even Yuan monarchs would not want to stay in such an environment for long. 10,000 meters above the incandescent mountain pass, there was no rain at all. Once any water got close to this place, it would be directly burned away. It evaporated without a trace. Li Zongjiu stood up and continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. This time, he advanced another 100 meters. Compared to the previous temperature, after advancing another 100 meters, the temperature was almost twice the original temperature. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Li Zongjiu felt that his internal organs were burning fiercely, as if they were about to melt. As for his clothes, they had long been burned away. Li Zongjiu used his yuan power to cover the important parts. Otherwise, he would become an exhibitionist. Let's continue. Li Zongjiu's entire body was charred black, and no part of his body was intact. With every step he took, his entire body felt like it was being torn apart. This kind of pain also made Li Zongjiu feel a strong desire to break through during this process. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The ancient golden body of the tyrant dragon was constantly converting the damage it received into power. However, this power had been lingering in his body all this time. Even when he recovered his strength, it wasn't enough for him to consume. He could not make ends meet. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's entire body was still being burned by the fire attribute yuan power. The obsidian flame seemed to have sensed the scorching heat of the surrounding environment and actually joined in the absorption of the fire attributed yuan energy. Li Zhongzhou's body, which was the carrier, also suffered extremely terrifying damage. Plop! Just as he was about to reach the top of the mountain, Li Zhongzhou could not hold it in and fainted. Without using the slightest bit of elemental energy and just relying on the strength of his body, he was definitely a man to be able to walk to this place. How many people would not be able to reach this place? Even if a Sky Origin Ancestor level expert used his yuan power to maintain his condition, he would not be able to last more than a few hours in such a hot environment. However, fainting in such a place was naturally an extremely dangerous thing to do. This was because there was a high chance that one would not be able to survive. Not far from where Li Zhongzhou had fainted, one could see that a white lotus was quietly blooming. Although this lotus was white, its stem was as red as blood. It was quietly extending towards the place where Li Zhongzhou had fainted. It was prepared to absorb Li Zhongzhou's fresh blood when Li Zhongzhou was completely dead. This way, it could become its own nourishment. A stem slowly emerged from the ground and slowly wrapped around Li Zhongzhou's body. Sacred Flame, Royal City, Lone Moon Palace. Yi Lone Moon had already signed the order for the Hidden Moon Guards to move out. At this moment, 15 Hidden Moon Guards were kneeling on one knee in front of Yi Lone Moon. In their eyes, there was only loyalty. As long as Yi Lone Moon ordered them to kill someone, they would move out to kill that person at any time. This was a realm that ordinary people could achieve. They were a group of death warriors that Yi Lone Moon had raised. They could often help them to solve some difficult and complicated diseases. Listen up, all of you. I don't have enough patience anymore. Tonight, I want to see Li Zhongzhou's corpse placed in front of me. I have already informed the Vermilion Bird Army. You can only attack on Incandescent Mountain. Once you leave Incandescent Mountain, you can't attack. Do you hear me clearly? Yi Lone Moon said. After so many days, they were still unable to remove Beiholiang and Li Zhongzhou's heads. Yi Lone Moon could not even lift his head in front of Yi Lantian. Yes, Master. The 15 Hidden Moon Guards shouted. After the Hidden Moon Guards retreated, another group of people dressed in green walked out. These people were all experts, but they were disguised as such. Usually they did not move out much, but they were all veterans and their faces were unfamiliar. Beiholiang will go and meet his lover tonight. You know what to do. There was a knife above the word lust. For a disciple of an aristocratic family like Beiholiang, he was rich and had connections. It was not a problem for him to casually raise a few girls in the city. After Yi Lone Moon found out about this, he quickly took control of Beiholiang's favorite mistress and made her invite Beiholiang to come out. The matters in the city. Yi Lone Moon had already informed his elder sister about this. No one can stop me. The Yi family's great cause will be mine. Yi Lone Moon turned the teacup in his hand. Finally, he squeezed the teacup in his hand, and a series of cracking sounds were heard. Chapter 346. Li Zhongzhou seemed to be in a muddle-headed state at this moment. Suddenly, he felt a clear current surging through his body. This was the feeling of breaking through one's limit. It was like a very stubborn piece of cowhide that was constantly being pushed back. Suddenly, the limit of the cowhide was broken. It was this feeling of enlightenment that immediately woke Li Zhongzhou up from his muddle-headed state. Boom! Suddenly, a large amount of new energy gushed out from the almost dried-up source and poured into Li Zhongzhou's body, flowing into every part of his body. His entire body was once again glowing with vitality. When Li Zhongzhou opened his eyes, he found that he could not move. It turned out that he was entangled by some blood rattan that came from nowhere. It was also these blood rattan that gave Li Zhongzhou the final blow. At the most critical moment, it directly caused great damage to Li Zhongzhou. That was why Li Zhongzhou was able to break through his limit. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for him to break through this realm. Where did this thing come from? Li Zongjio immediately snorted. The blood-rot Tan seemed to have realized that Li Zongjio had woken up. Immediately, the rot Tan suddenly tightened, wanting to crush Li Zongjio directly. However, there was no chance now. Li Zongjio, who had reacted, immediately released all the energy in his body and instantly shattered the blood-rot Tan. Boom! The blood-rot Tan exploded into pieces that filled the sky. Some of the blood-rot Tan's fresh red juice was sprinkled on Li Zongjio's body. This juice originally had an extremely high temperature, even more terrifying than magma. However, when it fell on Li Zongjio's body, it did not even ignite a single strand of his hair. This was because Li Zongjio's current physical strength had far exceeded the temperature that could melt it. It could not hurt Li Zongjio. I've broken through. This feels pretty good. But what is this thing? Li Zongjio saw the blood vine fragments on the ground. He picked up a small piece and sniffed it. There was a faint smell of blood, but at the same time there was a holy aura. This thing looks familiar. Li Zongjio immediately took out a small booklet from his bosom. When he flipped it open, he saw the blazing blood white lotus ranked first. Evil on the outside, but holy on the inside. What an image. Your so-called holiness is all from the height of the accumulation of blood. It seemed that there were indeed countless treasures on the incandescent mountain. He had found the incandescent white lotus so quickly. Although the blazing white lotus was a plant, it could move freely on Blazing Mountain with its roots. It was just that its speed was a little slow. However, it was able to conceal its aura, making it impossible for people to find it. By the time Li Zongjio chased after it again, the blazing blood-white lotus had already disappeared without a trace. Trying to escape in front of me, Li Zongjio grabbed a handful of soil on the ground. His mind power instantly penetrated the ground and immediately found the roots of the blazing blood-white lotus. Previously, these blood vines had wanted to absorb Li Zongjio as nutrients. However, the sudden increase in damage had already prevented Li Zongjio from breaking through the limits of the ancient golden tyrannical body technique. Now, Li Zongjio's physical strength alone was enough to fight against a Yuanzhong elite. Compared to his previous life, it was still a little lacking. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had refined a Daluo Vajra elixir for himself. After consuming it, his physical strength had soared rapidly and directly broken through the limits of his mortal body. His physical body had the strength of a Yuan monarch elite. However, Li Zongjio was different now. His physical strength had been honed bit by bit. Therefore, during this process, the power accumulated in Li Zongjio's body was innumerable. In other words, there was already a lot of hidden potential in Li Zongjio's body. If it were to erupt, it would be a terrifying level. Just as Li Zongjio was chasing after the blazing blood white lotus in the valley, there was also a group of people who were quietly moving forward despite the high temperature. The person leading the group was a woman. She was only wearing a special singlet and a pair of shorts. Her slender legs and forearms were exposed, and her skin was dark brown. Her face was covered with a cloth to help her breathe. If she breathed in the surrounding air directly, it would be too hot. If she breathed it in, it would definitely harm her internal organs. There were 5 people behind her, all of them holding pickaxes and carrying a special Rot-10 basket. "Survey the surroundings," the woman said. She stood on a rock and looked around. At this moment, they seemed to be in the middle of a furnace. There was a dagger at the woman's waist. The dagger was completely black, but it was able to reveal a trace of light. Even in such a hot environment, there was no change. One could even see the cold light emitting from the dagger. Someone used a pickaxe to dig a hole in the ground and grabbed a handful of soil, trying to find some information through the soil. "It's nearby." "Be careful, the polar rock snake is extremely good at camouflage." "Yes, Captain." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire ground began to tremble. The 6 of them immediately became vigilant. Then they saw the ground burst open, and a terrifying figure instantly emerged from the ground. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at one of them. "It's a level 4 polar rock snake. Everyone be careful," the woman shouted. She instantly pulled out the dagger at her waist and chased after the polar rock snake. Boom! The few of them immediately engaged in a chaotic battle with the polar rock snake. The person who was targeted and bitten at the beginning was also rescued by others. If he had been a step late, he might have been eaten by the polar rock snake. "I've been waiting for you for so long." There was a trace of excitement in the woman's eyes. A flame suddenly curled up from the dagger. Terrifying fire elemental energy instantly covered her entire body, bringing her along as she charged forward. Boom! The instant the figure moved, the polar rock snake also began to roll, causing dust to soar into the sky. Such a terrifying attack caused the girl to be shocked. If not for her powerful yuan power, she would have long been crushed by the polar rock snake. On the mountaintop, Li Zongjiu also slowly walked towards the valley. The blood vines of the blazing blood-white lotus were spreading in this direction. However, before he could find the blazing blood-white lotus, Li Zongjiu heard a violent vibration. It was accompanied by a series of low roars. Someone is fighting with a meta-beast? Logically speaking, where there are meta-beasts, there should be something like a guardian elixir. Thinking of this, Li Zongjiu also excitedly chased in the direction of the sound. The opportunity that Ling Yan mentioned was very important to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was also very lucky to have broken through the ancient golden tyrant body technique on the first day. In the next 2 days, he could also properly train. First, he had to test his body's strength. The control of one's own strength was also very important. Being able to encounter a local meta-beast, Li Zongjiu was also impatient to come into contact with it. After breaking through, the surrounding temperature was no longer a problem for Li Zongjiu. Hence, Li Zongjiu's original route was also to head towards the depths of the valley. Whoosh! When Li Zongjiu's figure rushed downwards, a yellow rat emerged from the ground. A khaki-colored rat crawled out from the crack in the ground. When it saw the direction that Li Zongjiu was heading in, it immediately ran down the mountain. Very quickly, it fell into the hands of a black-clothed man. In an instant, the black-clothed man heard it. After chattering for a while, the black-clothed man looked in the direction of the valley. Found it. Chase. Whoosh! Over 10 figures immediately erupted with terrifying speed and force at this moment. Boom! Chapter 347. Inside the valley. Rocks flew everywhere. Su Mo gritted his teeth in anger when he saw that his team members had been seriously injured. "The 3 of you, take the wounded and retreat. Tai Hua, you and I will kill this guy." A man called Tai Hua immediately carried an iron rod in his hand. The iron rod spun in the air and immediately blocked some of the flying rocks. Got it. Tai Hua first covered the 3 of them as they retreated with the wounded. Then he carried the terrifying firepower of the iron rod in his hand and went around the polar rock snake. He leaped and smashed the iron rod on the head of the polar rock snake. Clang! The flames on the iron rod immediately dissipated. The polar rock snake's body defense was too strong. It could be said that it was invulnerable. Only Sumo's dagger could scratch the polar rock snake. The other people's weapons, and even Yuan, could not cause the slightest damage to the polar rock snake. Boom! The polar rock snake rolled over and pressed the iron pestle under its body, smashing it into the ground. Cough, cough, cough! Tai Hua was seriously injured. Seeing this, Sumo's figure also flew up. The dagger in his hand immediately turned into a ray of light and swept towards the head of the polar rock snake. Swoosh! Bang! The polar rock snake's head was hit by the dagger. However, this little bit of damage was not even a scratch to it. On the other hand, Su Mo had directly lost a sharp weapon, so it was impossible for him to injure this terrifying fellow by relying solely on his origin energy. At this moment, he could only retreat. Go! Su Mo carried Tai Hua. Tai Hua's sternum was broken. At this moment, he was able to open his eyes because of his training. Otherwise, he would have fainted. No, Captain, I can't escape. Hurry up and go. I'll hold it back, Tai Hua said firmly. At the same time, he pointed at a pitch-black iron ball in his hand. Lightning palm. Once thrown, the area within a radius of 5 feet would be covered by terrifying iron pieces. There was no place to escape. No, I will never give up on my team members, Su Mo immediately said. However, the polar rock snake wouldn't listen to their conversation. Immediately, it rose to a height of nearly 100 meters. Then, it smashed down towards Su Mo and his companion. Damn it, this move was unavoidable. Could it be that Su Mo really wanted to abandon his companions? This was absolutely impossible. She would never let such a thing happen. Get out of here. Su Mo grabbed the iron rod by the collar and threw it out. The thunder palm was also caught in Su Mo's hand. She had already made up her mind that once this fellow landed, she would perish together with it. So, Su Mo had already made up his mind to die, but all of a sudden, a strong gust of wind swept past the top of his head and a figure appeared above him. What? A trace of surprise flashed across Su Mo's eyes. The figure that rushed out seemed to be unafraid of death as it crashed into the polar rock snake. At this speed, not only will the polar rock snake not suffer any damage, but its internal organs will also be damaged by the shock. Su Mo could already see Li Zongjio being smashed into a pile of meat paste. Immediately, he couldn't help but lower his head. If he were to become a pile of meat paste in an instant, it would be too miserable. However, Su Mo guessed wrong. Li Zongjio, who was flying over, crashed into the polar rock snake's abdomen with a boom. Immediately, the polar rock snake's body fell backward. Obviously, it was knocked over by Li Zongjio. After the collision, Li Zongjio's feet lightly tapped on the air. Once again, he rose into the air, raised his fist, and directly smashed towards the polar rock snake's head. Boom! Boom! Su Mo stood there in a daze. He didn't even have time to throw out the thunder palm in his hand. All he could see was that the polar rock snake was being violently beaten up by Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio's fist wind was swift and fierce. His fist hit the dagger stuck in the snake's head. Bang! The dagger directly pierced through the polar rock snake's head and came out from its chin. The dagger actually penetrated the polar rock snake's head. Whoosh! The dagger fell to the ground not far from Su Mo. When Su Mo saw this scene, he was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. This was simply too ferocious. Suddenly, the polar rock snake's body, which was nearly 150 meters long, rose into the air and left the ground. Then, it made a circle in the air and fiercely fell down. Boom! As he fell, the entire incandescent mountain seemed to shake. Such a terrifying scene. Such a shocking scene. Su Mo couldn't believe it for a long time. Tai Chiao, who was lying on the ground, also opened his eyes wide in surprise. Could it be that the mighty ape god is the reincarnation? After falling to the ground, the polar rock snake had already been smashed into pieces. Li Zongjio glanced at his fist. This is a little more fierce than I thought. Previously, Li Zongjio had estimated his strength roughly. In terms of strength, he estimated that there wasn't much difference between him and the polar rock snake. They should be in a stalemate. Li Zongjio was worried that he would be defeated by the polar rock snake. However, when his fist landed, he immediately felt that the body of the polar rock snake was as soft as a piece of cotton. It didn't even have the slightest resistance. One punch was enough to seriously injure the polar rock snake. Li Zongjio's ancient golden tyrant body technique had just broken through to the 3rd level. It actually achieved such an effect. Judging from the latter's aura, the polar rock snake should be at the 4th grade origin ancestor realm. In other words, it was a middle rank 4 origin beast. However, as the latter grew up in White Blaze Mountain. The strength it possessed was much greater, and its defense was even more terrifying. It was much stronger than an ordinary rank 4 middle-grade Yuan beast, and could even be compared to a rank 4 high-grade Yuan beast. Su-mo was only at the 3rd grade Origin Ancestor Realm. Being able to fight with the polar rock snake until now was already pretty good. However, it would be difficult to kill the polar rock snake just by relying on such a fierce fighting style. If Li Zongjio hadn't arrived in time, Su-mo would have been dead. With one punch, the polar rock snake's head defense had been smashed. Then, Li Zongjio grabbed the rank 4 Origin crystal from the polar rock snake's head. This item alone was worth a lot of money and could be used to refine some effective elixirs. That darn thing should be nearby. Li Zongjio leaped and landed in front of Su-mo. When Su-mo saw that the person who came was actually a teenager, his eyes went blank for a moment. This wasn't a dream, right? The person who beat up a rank 4 soul beast like it was a monkey was actually this fair-skinned young man in front of him. After the breakthrough, Li Zongjio's skin had also undergone a transformation. Although it wasn't too fair to Su-mo and the others, he was a real fair-skinned teenager. Li Zongjio was also attracted by Su-mo's healthy figure. With Li Zongjio's experience, he had seen all kinds of beauties. However, when he saw Su-mo's healthy figure and the slightly bulging muscles on his body, he was attracted to him. There didn't seem to be any extra fat on his body. He had such a healthy physique, yet he was wearing so little. How could anyone not look at him? Have you seen this flower before? Li Zongjio opened the herbal booklet in his hand. It depicted the appearance of the blazing blood white lotus. Are you looking for the blazing blood white lotus? Su-mo lived in the Blazing Blood Mountain, so he naturally knew about the blazing blood white lotus. Have you seen it before? No, I haven't. The blazing blood white lotus is invisible. Once you approach it, you will be controlled by it and become a walking corpse. Su-mo explained succinctly. This was to tell Li Zongjio how terrifying this thing was. Although Li Zongjio's strength seemed to be good, it was still not enough to deal with the blazing blood white lotus. In the past, even a Yuan King level elite had almost lost his life to this thing. He had had no choice but to retreat. If he hadn't left, he probably wouldn't have been able to. Thanks. Li Zongjio turned around and walked away. Since she didn't know, he could only search for it himself. Wait a minute. Su-mo called out to Li Zongjio. Can you sell me the Yuan crystals you have? This time, they were hunting the polar rock snake precisely for the crystal of the polar rock snake. With the Yuan crystals of the polar rock snake, their entire team would be able to break through. Therefore, the Yuan crystals were very important to them. I can pay you 1 million gold yuan, but I have to pay you in 3 months. I don't have any money now. Chapter 348. 1 million gold yuan? For Li Zongjio, who already had 100 million gold yuan, this amount of money was of no use at all. However, the most important thing was that the Yuan crystal in his hand was definitely worth more than 1 million gold yuan. According to Purple Yuan, it wouldn't be a problem even if it was sold for 3 or 4 million Purple Yuan. After all, this kind of special Yuan crystal had a higher value. If the price was agreed upon, then it would be fine. However, he actually said that he would pay after 3 months. Just based on the current situation, who knew how many changes were happening every day, some people might not even be able to survive after 3 months. Now that he had given it to him, what would he do if he ran away? Therefore, this was a very inconceivable deal. In fact, even Su-mo himself didn't dare to believe it when he said it. That Yuan crystal might be very precious to people like Li Zongjio, but it wasn't necessary. However, for Su-mo, it was very precious and very hard to come by. Their team had spent nearly a month searching in the Baiji Mountains in order to find the polar rock snake. Even though they knew that their chances of winning were very low, they still fought with their lives on the line. From this, one could see how important this Yuan crystal was to them. Li Zongjio didn't directly leave. Instead, he turned around and glanced at Sumo. Sumo's heart moved. It seemed that there was still room for discussion. He was just afraid that Li Zongjio would ignore them. If that was the case, then there was no room for discussion. Just based on the performance, just now, Li Zongjio could kill them all with one hand. Even if he stood there and let them attack him, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat them. "Who are you people?" Li Zongjio asked. "We are the Vermilion Bird Army," Sumo said. When he said this, Sumo's heart was filled with pride. However, he didn't tell Li Zongjio the number of the army. This was considered a military secret. Whoosh! Li Zongjio threw the item over to Sumo. After Sumo caught it, his face was filled with disbelief. Feeling the vigorous energy released from the object in his hand, Sumo's heart was shocked. Was this the polar rock snake's crystal? Sure enough, it was filled with terrifying energy. It was amazing. Such power. However, since Li Zongjio had given the crystal to her so easily, there must be a condition. "I trust the reputation of the Vermilion Bird Army. Other than the 1,000,000, I want you to help me find medicinal ingredients. Bring me all the precious medicinal ingredients that have appeared around here." Li Zongjio said. He was not a saint, and this was merely a transaction. Although he didn't care for 1,000,000 gold coins, it wasn't a small amount, so he wasn't willing to give it up. In addition, since the other party was the Vermilion Bird Army, then the Vermilion Bird Army was stationed near White Blaze Mountain. They must be more familiar with White Blaze Mountain than Li Zongjio. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find the polar rock snake so accurately and follow it all the way here. In order to increase efficiency, Li Zongjio didn't mind losing some. After all, the polar rock snake's crystal didn't have much use for him. However, for an alchemist, it was beneficial to collect more of these things. "No problem." Sumo immediately agreed. "You want to find medicinal ingredients? Are you an alchemist? Or an alchemist?" Sumo looked at Li Zongjio in surprise. At such a young age, not only was his battle strength strong, but he also knew how to refine pills. If that was the case, then wouldn't he be a monstrous existence? Cough, cough. Tai Hua was also helped up by Sumo. After obtaining this crystal, the two of them didn't know how grateful they were to Li Zongjio. Moreover, if it wasn't for Li Zongjio's help, then they probably would have died here today. Just this life-saving grace alone was already difficult for them to repay. "I'm from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor," Li Zongjio said. Looking at the injured Tai Hua, he flicked his finger and a third-grade healing pill fell into his hand. These pills were all casually refined by Li Zongjio. They were all made from leftover materials. After reaching a certain level of cultivation, doing these things casually would be more effective than some people going all out. Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. I didn't expect him to be a great talent from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Sumo's eyes suddenly lit up. The Heavenly Star Medicine Manor had considerable prestige among these soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that their alchemists had been attached to the rear during the expedition, which guaranteed them absolute medical care, no one would have been so foolish as to rush out and risk their lives like that. There would always be some students from the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor who would join the army. They were really capable, but some of them had bad tempers. But for those who were capable, there was no problem with a bad temper. Since everyone was considered as one of them, then Sumo didn't need to be too reserved. This is a third-grade pill. My God, my God! Tai Hua held the third-grade pill in his hand and smelled the fragrance on it. He almost fainted. This thing was too powerful. It wasn't that Tai Hua was ignorant. He had seen third-grade pills before. However, this kind of thing was only available to the backbone of the army. They had an endless supply of ordinary healing pills. But at this moment, they actually had the opportunity to obtain a third-grade pill. This made Tai Hua extremely touched. "I want to have a taste of what a grade 3 medicinal pill tastes like." Tai Hua was extremely touched. If you don't eat it, I'll take it and hand it in. Suemo looked at Tai Hua, who was reluctant to put it in his mouth for a long time and couldn't help but laugh. This kid was really naughty, but as Sumo's team members, they had suffered too much. That was the reason why Suemo wanted to win this competition. Hey, little brother, you've helped me so much. I won't let you suffer. We've explored more than half of the White Blaze Mountain in a month. I'll lead the way. I guarantee you'll have a bountiful harvest. Suemo said, All right, I'll give you half an hour to recover. After half an hour, we'll set off. Li Zongjio said, Lend me your dagger for a while. Suemo casually threw his treasured dagger to Li Zongjio. Could it be that he was afraid that Li Zongjio would snatch it away? This was a 4th grade Meta Beast crystal, and now it was a 3rd grade pill. Both of them were very valuable. Even if he took his dagger away, it wouldn't be worth it. That was why Suemo thought so. He was very relieved and threw the dagger to Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio held the dagger in his hand and ran to the front of the polar rock snake. From Sumo's angle, it was very obvious that he opened the mouth of the polar rock snake and walked in. So alchemist is such a profession. Suemo saw Li Zongjio's actions and couldn't help but exclaim. Li Zongjio only took the gallbladder of the polar rock snake. Originally, he didn't want it. However, the gallbladder of this thing should be good. In the future, it would be somewhat useful when refining pills. Li Zongjio's trip this time wouldn't be in vain. Half an hour later, the sky had turned dark. Tai Hua, who had been recovering from his injuries, stood up very excitedly at this moment with a surprised expression on his face. Holy shit, my injuries are all healed. Not only that, I also feel that my strength has increased by 3 levels. My eyesight seems to be better. Damn, this is simply a divine pill. Tai Hua couldn't believe it. This medicinal pill could actually bring about such great benefits. He even felt that his blood and qi were now vigorous. He couldn't wait to run 8 or 10 laps around the White Blaze Mountain to exercise and vent. You're showing off. That guy has been in the snake's stomach for half an hour. Don't tell me he suffocated to death. Just when Suemo was about to go forward to check, he happened to see the stomach of the polar rock snake suddenly bulging. Then Li Zongjio opened a hole and walked out. It's about time. Let's go. Where did you find this polar rock snake? Chapter 349. Even though Li Zongjio's body wasn't dirty after staying in the snake's stomach for a while because of the protection of his yuan qi, the smell was indeed a little heavy. At first, Suemo didn't know why Li Zongjio stayed in the snake's stomach for so long. It was only later that they found out that Li Zongjio had been analyzing the things that the snake had eaten in its stomach. Then, based on the things that the snake had eaten, he determined what the polar rock snake had eaten in the vicinity and what might be growing there. The incandescent mountain was very wide. Just the height alone was more than a few hundred feet. The area it covered, in addition to the evolution of the mountain's terrain, was naturally very terrifying. Therefore, it was very convenient for Li Zongjio to have someone to lead the way. Over here. Suemo really admired Li Zongjio. The 3 of them set off. Along the way, Suemo and Tai Chi also displayed the strength of the Vermilion Bird Army. In such a hot place, they were still able to bring out 100% of their mental state. They often landed on the ground to explore and find their way. Night fell. Even though there was no sun, the temperature of the incandescent mountain didn't drop. Instead, it gave people a very stuffy feeling. It was as if the entire incandescent mountain was a very large steamer. Everyone inside was in a very stuffy state. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 15 figures quickly flashed past. Previously, they had compared Li Zongjio's route, so they also landed in front of a canyon and set up an ambush here. The heat avoidance pills we have can only last for 2 hours. In half an hour, we must take care of Li Zongjio and return at full speed. The leader of the Hidden Moon Guard said. The experts behind him were also in high spirits. In order to be able to move freely in the incandescent mountain, They had to pay a huge price. They had also paid a great price. One heat avoidance pill could last for 10 hours. But as they went deeper, the effect of the heat avoidance pill became weaker and weaker. They had to take more. Therefore, in the next hour, if they could not cripple Li Zongjiu, they would be the ones to die. He's here! Up ahead, a figure was walking on the path. Although the path was pitch black, the appearance of this person instantly attracted the attention of all the hidden moon guards. Even under the night sky, Holy Yen City still appeared lively and glorious. In a rather secluded pavilion, a woman in a white dress had been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, a man stuck his head out from behind a nearby wall and waved at the woman in front of him. "Little you, Brother Liang." The woman turned around and was pleasantly surprised when she saw Beiho Liang. Beiho Liang was also looking left and right. Then he carefully walked up to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Why did you call me out so urgently? Is your father's illness getting worse? I'll give you 100,000 gold coins. Take it first," Beiho Liang said. Then he took out a stack of banknotes from his sleeve and stuffed it into Xiaoyu's hand. "No, Brother Liang," Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but it was too late. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several figures jumped down from the pavilion. They held a shiny long blade in their hands. When they landed, they did not say anything and directly rushed toward Beiho Liang. When Beiho Liang saw this, he immediately pushed Xiaoyu away. "Shit!" After Xiaoyu was pushed away, her body was directly pierced through by a blade. The sharp white blade in her chest was bleeding. Xiaoyu's body slowly fell and was quickly pushed to the side. Beiho Liang wanted to escape, but he realized that he was already surrounded. There was no way out. Don't kill me. How much money do you want? I'll give it to you." Beiho Liang knew that he was going to die, but there was no other way. His strong desire to live made him want to struggle. Even if he was a student of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, even if he was a young master of a family in Black North Giant City. In Black North Giant City he was nothing. If he offended the nobles, they had countless ways to make him disappear, or even disappear without a trace. Beiho Liang took a wrong step. When he touched the sun, when he started to have a grudge with Li Zongjiu, he was already dead. This time, whether he went to White Blaze Mountain or not, his end was the same. The leader of the black-clothed men walked forward. With a wave of his blade, he chopped off Beiho Liang's head. Bang! Beiho Liang's head rolled on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. This young master, who could call the wind and summon the rain in Black North Giant City, became a corpse without any struggle. Before he died, he did not even leave behind any last words. Even if Beiho Liang's family really came to investigate this matter, when they started to investigate, they would know how big Beiho Liang's family was. They would know how big of a trouble Beiho Liang had encountered. At that time, they would naturally shrink back. If they wanted to confront the Yi clan head-on, then they would have to wait for their clan to be exterminated. The Yi family had lost one person. They only lost one person from the Bei family. That was already too easy for them. If they could not back down, even if they destroyed the entire Bei family, they would have nothing to say. Wanna resist? Haha. Sorry, you can think about it. Take away the head, burn the body, and throw the rest into the river. The leader said. Immediately, someone walked forward and used a piece of black cloth to wrap Beiho Liang's head. The rest of the body was poured into a pile of white powder. The white powder instantly ignited the body. It was colorless and odorless. The entire process of killing and leaving did not exceed 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the place was completely clean. When Beiho Liang's head was placed in front of Yi Lone Moon, the bitter face of Yi Lone Moon finally showed a trace of a smile. If I can't even deal with this kind of trash, then I will really become a trash. Yi Lone Moon sneered, then looked in the direction of White Blaze Mountain. Now he was waiting for Li Zongjiu's head to be placed in front of him. White Blaze Mountain. The leader of the Hidden Moon Guards looked at the body under his feet in disbelief. Just a moment ago, when they were about to ambush Li Zongjiu, two people suddenly charged out from the side. These two people rushed into the camp of the Hidden Moon Guards and instantly reaped the heads of three people as if they were harvesting chives. The remaining people wanted to attack, but they realized that Li Zongjiu had already rushed up. When they faced Li Zongjiu, they realized what they were facing. When Li Zongjiu attacked, they did not have any room to resist. Looking at the crushed heads on the ground, they knew how terrifying Li Zongjiu's combat power was. Moon, why isn't your name in the information I have? You're not from the Yi family? At this time, all of his subordinates were dead. Only the strongest one was still standing, but his arms had been completely cut off. Two of his arms fell directly to the ground. He did not have any ability to fight back. In front of Li Zongjiu, he did not have any room to resist. Therefore, Li Zongjiu found the token of the Hidden Moon Guards on him. When he saw Li Zongjiu take out a thick book of information, he was shocked. Could it be that this Li Zongjiu was here to deal with the young master? Why isn't there any? Li Zongjiu flipped through the information in his hands. The information that Bei Holiang had given him didn't mention the existence of the Hidden Moon Guards. This meant that the Hidden Moon Guards had either been sent by someone else, or Bei Holiang didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with them. You're the Hidden Moon Guards? People from the Lone Moon Mansion? Su Emo said in shock when he saw the token in Li Zongjiu's hand. You know them. Su Emo walked over and nodded. That's right. The Yi family's second young master, Yi Lone Moon, has a group of private soldiers in his mansion called the Hidden Moon Guards. They have not been mobilized until now. Of course, they have always been under our control. Su Emo said. At this moment, it was the captain of the Hidden Moon Guards' turn to be shocked. He never thought that his Hidden Moon Guards, which were so well hidden, would still be found out by the other party. You. Who exactly are you? The Hidden Moon Guards had already guessed that Li Zongjiu was not just a simple country bumpkin. Humph, you bunch of hoodlums and bandits. Do you really think that no one knows what you're doing? It's just that it's not time yet. If we want to kill you, our Vermilion Bird Army will move out and kill you in less than 3 days. Chapter 350. The reason why Su Emo said this was because the person in front of him was destined to die. It was only now that the Hidden Moon Guards realized how terrifying the power of the imperial family was. The Yi family seemed to be able to cover the sky with one hand, but in reality, even the private soldiers of the Yi family's second young master were under their control. It was just that the Yi family did not need to care about you at the moment. They did not care about you at all. That was why such a situation occurred. They allowed you to develop freely, but everything was under their control. Although the Hidden Moon Guards were rarely deployed, in order to train these Hidden Moon Guards, the people in Lone Moon's residence had done many shady things. That was why Su Emo hated these people to the core. This Yi family is really arrogant. Li Zongjiu could not help but shake his head. Li Zongjiu always had the feeling of a tiger being bullied by a dog. However, if this was the case, Li Zongjiu's strength in his previous life was not as good as his current strength at this age. If Li Zongjiu had to face the Yi clan back then, he would have died many times over. But it was different this time. Although I had no enmity with you in my previous life, in this life, you just had to provoke me. Don't worry, the Yi family will accompany you soon. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he directly plucked off the head of the Hidden Moon Guards and searched through their storage rings. He realized that other than some clothes, there was not a single cent. The only rich person was the leader. But the money in his hands was only enough to cover the expenses of the entire team for a few days. They were really poor. This is a heat avoidance pill. It can resist the heat of the incandescent mountain. Su Emo also found some things. The heat avoidance pill could be considered as a luxury item in this place. It was a consumable item that needed to be consumed at all times. Usually, the consumption of these consumables was very terrifying. You can keep it for yourselves. Li Zongjio waved his hand and said, "From the performance just now, it seemed that the Vermilion Bird Army hated these people very much. After all, these people were some of the nobles in the palace. How many of the nobles' deeds were clean? The Vermilion Bird Army was different from other armies. The purpose of their existence was to intimidate the ministers in the imperial court. Although there were also imperial guards in the palace, the imperial guards were more like a bunch of decorations. They were placed there to make a strong impression. Usually they were used to deal with small thieves and the like. In fact, they couldn't even leave the palace within their jurisdiction. However, the Vermilion Bird Army was different. If they were stationed outside the city, they could send out a signal from within the city, and they would be able to assemble within an hour and provide reinforcements. Furthermore, the outside world did not know much about this mysterious army. How many people were there? What was their average strength? Who was their commander? Those were all very secretive information. Even if you obtained some information, there was no way to verify it. There was no guarantee that the information you obtained was true. The existence of such a team was the biggest threat to these people. The Vermilion Bird Army knew the nobles in the city like the back of their hand and would follow them regularly. Naturally, they knew what these people were doing in the dark. However, they usually didn't have the chance because Suemo and the others were soldiers and couldn't act as they pleased. However, it was different in Mount Baiji. They encountered them by accident, and their main target was Li Zongjio. They only killed these people to protect Li Zongjio. The dignified Hidden Moon Guards couldn't even defeat 3 people, except for Li Zongjio. Suemo and Tai Ji's fighting strength was also very frightening. They let these people know how powerful the Vermilion Bird Army was. For Li Zongjio, the sudden appearance of the Hidden Moon Guards was only a small interlude. He didn't even need to pay too much attention to them. In his eyes, these assassins were just a bunch of trash. However, these trash had angered this sleeping lion. When the 3 of them arrived in front of a stone valley, they could feel from afar that there was an unusual aura coming from this stone valley. In front of us is the very famous chaotic stone valley. Most people will become deranged after entering it and become a lunatic. Generally, if there are fugitives, we will exile them here. Suemo said. It turned out that the polar rock snake that they were chasing was also discovered in this chaotic stone valley. They had set up an ambush to ambush the polar rock snake, but it didn't work. In the end, Suemo led a small team to chase after it. In the end, they chased after it for a month. They didn't even know that the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor had entered the mountain. Fortunately, Li Zongjio stepped in and pulled them back at the most critical moment. As for this chaotic stone valley, they usually didn't dare to get close to it. Some people didn't believe in heresy, but they usually ended up in a very miserable state. So far, there was no exception. Their Lord Commander came to take a look at this place and directly ordered everyone not to get close to it. It became a forbidden area for the Vermilion Bird Army. Suemo glanced at Tai Chiao. If they entered this chaotic stone valley, they would be violating the military order. Tai Chiao, stay here and help. If anything happens to me, immediately return to the camp. No, Captain. I have to stay by your side and protect you, Tai Chiao hurriedly said. Seeing that Tai Chiao was about to go crazy, Suemo immediately said, If you go in with me and something happens to me, who will go and find help? Tai Chiao stopped after hearing Sumo's words. He thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. That's right. Then I'll stay here. If anything happens to Captain, immediately release the signal. Tai Chiao said, Good job. Suemo patted Tai Chiao's shoulder and looked at Li Zongjio. He didn't have time to waste with them and directly walked in. When he saw the chaotic stone valley for the first time, Li Zongjio knew this was the place he wanted to come to. The surroundings were filled with powerful mental strength. Of course, this mental strength was not concentrated, but scattered. It was like a powerful army, but they were scattered here and were not under command. Therefore, when you approached the fire, only the nearby soldiers would attack. If this powerful mind power was concentrated, even a Yuan King elite would find it difficult to resist. Li Zongjio exclaimed in his heart. At the same time, he felt an unbearable itch in his heart. It was obvious that the things in this chaotic stone valley were extremely nutritious. It would definitely be a very good tonic for mind power. Don't go beyond 5 feet from me. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Li Zongjio looked at Su Mo, who was chasing after him, and said indifferently. Su Mo didn't care. It wasn't certain who would be protecting who. Combat power was one thing, experience was another. After all, this was the territory of the Vermilion Bird Army. If she was led by the nose, by Li Zongjio, it would be too embarrassing. This is the territory of the Vermilion Bird Army. We have already done a lot of investigation here. I guarantee that you won't be at a disadvantage if you follow me. Su Mo said, and then took a step forward. She directly led the way. Chapter 351. Within the chaotic stone valley, Li Zongjio walked towards the place where the mental energy was concentrated. When he got closer, he could feel that Su Mo, who was beside him, couldn't hold on any longer. We've already gone too deep into the chaotic stone valley. Even people of the same age as us couldn't get within 500 meters. We've already walked close to 1,000 meters. Su Mo said worriedly, "Sure, it's coming." Li Zongjio quickly waved his hand. The instant Su Mo spoke, Li Zongjio also felt a wave of energy quickly approaching. Rumble! Suddenly, a terrifying force burst out from the ground in front of them. It seemed like some kind of giant beast was traveling under the ground. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and it appeared in front of the two of them. "Careful!" Su Mo immediately shouted as he held the dagger in his hand. The origin of the other party was unknown, so he had to be prepared to go all out. Blood Vine! The wave of energy rushed in front of Su Mo and was about to reach his feet. However, Li Zongjio took a step forward and threw out a ball of obsidian fire. Instantly, the thing underground rushed out. Boom! From Sumo's point of view, the thing that was forced out was the assassin of the night that the Vermilion Bird Army had to face. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had faced the terrifying Bloodvine. However, compared to the Bloodvines they encountered in the outside world, the Bloodvine in front of them was like an enlarged version of the Bloodvine. Just this one alone was equivalent to the polar rock snake that they had faced before. So thick! Li Zongjio was shocked when he saw the Bloodvine that he had forced out. Previously, when he was cultivating the ancient golden tyrant body technique, the Bloodvine had appeared. If it wasn't for the Bloodvine's sneak attack, Li Zongjio might not have had the chance to break through his body's limit. However, the Bloodvine that bound Li Zongjio was only as thick as a thumb. Why was the Bloodvine in front of him so terrifying? Even Li Zongjio was shocked when he saw it. This Bloodvine is an assassin of the White Blaze Mountain. It appears and disappears unpredictably and is incomparably ferocious. Moreover, there seems to be no end to it. Su Mo said in a deep voice. In fact, what Su Mo didn't mention was that the vines they had seen in the army were at most half as thick as this Bloodvine. They weren't as thick as this one before them. This kind of power was even more terrifying. However, Li Zongjio did not take Su Mo's words to heart. Li Zongjio already knew what these blood-red vines were and where they came from. The blood vine that had bound him must have been a branch of the blazing blood white lotus. Based on the current situation, the roots of this blazing blood white lotus were so wide that it occupied the entire chaotic stone valley. This chaotic stone valley had obviously become the territory of the blazing blood white lotus. The blazing blood white lotus was also described in the herbal booklet. The blazing blood white lotus was a kind of herb that could release mental fluctuations. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous. Li Zhongjie and Su Mo had now intruded into the territory of the blazing blood white lotus. However, the main body of the blazing blood white lotus had yet to awaken. On the other hand, the blood-red vines in front of them had an extremely strong desire for living things. After sensing the two of them, they quickly rushed towards them. Li Zhongjie directly rushed out and attacked the thick blood-red vine. A small black iron hammer appeared in his hand. Mysterious lightning hammer. Boom! This hammer also carried the power of Li Zhongjie's obsidian fire. In an instant, the thick blood-red vine was shattered by Li Zhongjie. His entire body burned and spread towards the depths of the ground. What? Su Mo couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Li Zhongjie destroy the blood-red vine in front of him with a single move. It should be known that the blood-red vines were extremely difficult to deal with. In order to kill a single blood-red vine, it usually required the strength of an entire team. This was because the blood-red vine could continuously grow and was extremely flexible. I'd like to see how many tentacles you have. Li Zhongjie's eyes flickered with a cold light. Immediately, the mysterious lightning hammer in his hand made a loud boom. It smashed onto the ground. Boom! The ground of the chaotic stone valley suddenly shook violently as if there was an earthquake. In an instant, it shook violently and the ground cracked. Crack, crack, bang! Countless pieces of flaming vines flew up from the ground and landed on the ground with a bang. The surrounding mountain walls also spat out these terrifying blood-red vines. Without exception, they were all destroyed by Li Zhongjie. The originally scorching hot valley seemed to have become even hotter at this moment. Su Mo just stood there and watched Li Zhongjie's actions in shock. It should be out soon. Li Zhongjie said indifferently, "What's out soon?" Su Mo couldn't help but be stunned. What is Li Zhongjie talking about? Could it be that there are some meta beasts here? Su Mo also saw that Li Zhongjie seemed to be holding something in his hand. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. When he saw it, it was actually a little dazzling and he couldn't see it clearly. Li Zhongjie stood calmly in the middle of the road. In front of him, there were already potholes and it seemed to have become a ruin. At this moment, Su Mo even felt that the surrounding air seemed to have grown eyes. In an instant, a chill struck his heart. It was as if someone was secretly spying on him. How could this be? Then, Su Mo saw an extremely shocking scene. The mountain walls on both sides of the messy skeletons were falling off like tree bark, little by little. What was hidden in the mountain walls were terrifying, blood-colored vines. There were so many vines that were continuously twisting around like a group of giant snakes that had stood up. As they swayed, it was extremely dazzling. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would definitely not faint immediately. This was because this scene was indeed too frightening. Such a scene was simply like a nightmare in one's life. If one was entangled by these vines, who knew what would happen to them? Should we retreat first? Even Su Mo lost his confidence. It turned out that there was such a terrifying thing in the chaotic stone valley. No wonder the commander had ordered that this place be turned into a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter. As for the prisoners who were exiled here, of course, there was no way for them to leave this place alive. They had already died here and became a pile of white bones. It was obvious how miserable their fates were. Li Zhongjie didn't answer. Instead, he was still focused in front of him, as if something would appear in front of him. Su Mo was anxious, but he could only stay by Li Zhongjie's side to protect him. If he directly ran away, it would be too disloyal. Rumble. Suddenly, the blood-colored vines seemed to carry the force of a thunderbolt, crushing towards the two of them. In front of them, for vines twisted and turned into a huge vine circle, rolling towards the two of them. If they didn't dodge quickly, they would definitely be crushed by these vines. In front of these terrifying vines, any kind of power would seem so insignificant. Su Mo looked at Li Zhongjie with an indifferent face. What is this guy trying to do? Why is he still unwilling to leave? Over there. Li Zhongjiu's eyes instantly locked onto a place. The vast flying knife in his hand was also thrown out. Swish! The flying knife left his hand as if it was effortless. But when Su Emo saw the scene, he quickly moved in front of Li Zhongjiu. He didn't know what Li Zhongjiu's flying knife was for. The other party's attack would definitely crush him. The trajectory of Li Zhongjiu's flying knife was unclear, but Li Zhongjiu could clearly feel that this flying knife had cut through the vines that were blocking it. Chi! It easily pierced through the middle of a lotus's root. Phew! Su Emo was already prepared to attack, but he saw that the blood-colored vines that were about to crush his head had suddenly disappeared. What? When Su Emo saw this scene, he was shocked. Could it be that he was hallucinating? Did I see wrongly? Su Emo didn't dare believe it. He was an origin ancestor. Could his eyes be blind? Even if his eyes were blind, the aura was exactly the same. This is... Su Emo looked at Li Zhongjiu, wanting to ask what was going on. However, he saw Li Zhongjiu lift his finger and flick her forehead. Wake up, Pa. Su Emo only felt that his body seemed to be moving backwards rapidly. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but take a few steps back before he stabilized himself. When he looked again, he realized that there was no change in his surroundings. There was no broken valley or terrifying blood-colored vines. How is this possible? He looked in the direction that Li Zhongjiu was heading. Su Emo saw a pure white lotus growing under a rock about 200 meters away. There was also a flying knife on the lotus. Everything that had just happened had been an illusion. Chapter 352. Su Emo was drenched in cold sweat even though she had come to her senses later on. If the blood vine ring had attacked them, the two of them would have been pulverized. Even if it was just an illusion, they would have already felt that they had been pulverized. Even if their bodies had not been attacked, they would not have been able to get up. You won't be able to rise again, and you'll really die like this. Su Emo could not believe it. As a member of the Vermilion Bird military, she believed that her willpower was extremely strong. It would not have been easy to hypnotize her. However, she did not even know when she had been hypnotized. For people with weaker mind power, this was just a small trick. However, it was very easy to succeed in such a small trick. Li Zhongjiu cultivated the white god Fu. When he took his first step into the chaotic stone valley, he already knew that the blazing white lotus in the chaotic stone valley was a type of spirit medicine that could release a spiritual influence. Although the other party's mental influence was very strong, Li Zhongjiu had seen through it at a glance. He had spent a lot of time searching for the real body. After he had found it, he had acted decisively and destroyed the other party's illusion. Li Zhongjiu stepped forward and plucked the blazing blood white lotus. At the same time, he retrieved his vast flying dagger. Since it was ranked first, it was obvious that the power of this spiritual herb was not simple. I did not expect that such a small thing would cause our Vermilion Bird military to lose so many soldiers. Even Su Emo was in disbelief when she saw it. The mental influence of this flower is very strong. Anyone below the Yuan monarch level will be affected by it. Even if you retreat immediately, there will still be repercussions later on. This thing is not to be trifled with. Li Zhongjiu said. The repercussions were like continuing to have nightmares after returning. It would make one nervous and might even destroy one's cultivation base and make one's mind unstable. It would also have a great impact on one's future cultivation. I see. Su Emo nodded. After the flower was plucked, the pressure that had originally appeared in the surroundings seemed to have disappeared at this moment. It seemed that this chaotic stone valley was no longer a strange place. Looks like you will have to report this to the higher-ups when you return this time around. Otherwise, if you continue to banish that criminal here, it would be equivalent to letting him go. Are there any other strange places on the blazing blood mountain? Li Zhongjiu asked. Strange places? This place is strange everywhere. But if it's as strange as you said, then only the core valley can satisfy your needs. Core valley? Li Zhongjiu frowned. That's right. Legend has it that the blazing blood mountain was formed by a meteorite that fell from the sky. The temperature produced in the core valley is so high that even Yuan monarchs would find it difficult to mature. Therefore, very few people can enter it. Furthermore, in the core of the valley, there is an exotic beast that is covered in flames. It seems to be guarding something. The dynasty had once organized an attack, but they returned in defeat and did not discover anything. If you want to go, I advise you not to go. Su Emo said. Lead the way, Li Zongjio said directly. Su Emo looked at Li Zongjio in astonishment. What was wrong with this guy's brain? Didn't he already say that this place was not a place where ordinary people could enter? Even Yuan monarchs might be in danger. Yet Li Zongjio still wanted to go. Wasn't he courting death? You have thought it through. Let's go. Li Zongjio walked out of the stone valley. Su Emo did not know if he was harming Li Zongjio or helping Li Zongjio. The reason he told Li Zongjio about this was because Sumo's personality was like that. He would speak his mind. When the two of them appeared in front of Iron Pestle was still in disbelief. You came out so quickly? Is there nothing inside? Or is it too dangerous? Should we just leave? Tai Pestle asked curiously. In comparison, he was more interested in knowing what was inside the stone valley. Everyone was curious about it. Let's go to the core valley. Su Emo did not answer Iron Pestle. After all, this fellow's brain was as stiff as a block of iron. Even if he were to tell him, he would only laugh and treat it as a joke. Where are we going? Iron Pestle could not react to Sumo's words. Where was he talking about? Could it be that he had heard wrongly? The core valley. He wants to take a look. After saying that, Su Emo looked at Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio gestured for Iron Pestle to lead the way with his eyes. Iron Pestle was more familiar with the core valley. When they were planning the attack on the core valley, Iron Pestle was one of the soldiers in charge of guarding the core valley. After all, Iron Pestle had been a soldier longer than Su Emo. People will die in that place. Ordinary people can't withstand the temperature. Iron Pestle said hurriedly, Just lead the way. You talk too much. Su Emo said. Hearing Sumo's words, Iron Pestle led the way. However, as they walked, he could not help bragging. After all, Iron Pestle had seen the battle in the core valley with his own eyes. Speaking of the core valley, I have to tell you guys about the situation back then. At that time, the meteorite landed outside the Imperial City. How can you not be nervous? How can you not be nervous? How can you not be nervous? You directly mobilized 2 of the 4 great armies to provide support. Moreover, there were also countless experts who wanted to squeeze in from within the city. In that battle, I actually only saw a little bit. Within the flames, there are very ferocious monsters. Brotherly, if you want to go, you must be careful. Iron Pestle said, Let me tell you, my brain was damaged at that time. When Iron Pestle said that, even Li Zongjio could not help but glance at him. So you know that your brain was damaged. On the incandescent mountain, Ling Yan's figure was floating in the air. There was a water curtain around his body to protect him. With this water curtain, he could resist the terrifying power of the surrounding flames. Therefore, Ling Yan could walk freely on the incandescent mountain. He believed that many people had similar yuan tools. Even if they did not have one, it would not be a problem to buy one in advance. That's strange. That kid is gone. Ling Yan found that he could not sense Li Zongjio's aura. As a teacher in charge, he also needed to ensure the safety of the students in such an outdoor activity. This was also the responsibility of a teacher in charge. If his students died or had an accident, it would be a waste of talent. Sometimes, if he could help, of course, he would help. Therefore, Ling Yan also left a mark on the 2 of them. Less than a day had passed. Of course, he had to check if the 2 of them were still alive. Originally, he wanted to find Li Zongjio first, but when he took out the mark. However, he discovered that the mark on Li Zongjio's body had already disappeared. There was no trace of it at all. This caused Ling Yan to be instantly enraged. However, Li Zongjio also had a higher opinion of him. This kid is quite sinister. I'm afraid that my students are too upright. What if they get bullied? Ling Yan naturally knew that Li Zongjio had discovered the imprint that he had left on Li Zongjio's body. Furthermore, Li Zongjio had already removed the imprint at an unknown time. Let's go check on that Kuan Erasure guy first. Immediately, Ling Yan chased after Kuan Erasure. However, when Ling Yan followed his mark to find Kuan Erasure, he found that Kuan Erasure was not there. Instead, he was left on a lizard's body. Damn it, you two really think that you are very smart. Ling Yan grabbed the lizard and then fiercely threw it on the ground. His face bloomed with a fierce light. He could not wait to grab the two of them and eat them. Originally, as a form teacher, he was confident that he could discipline the two of them until they were obedient. But now, the two of them actually dared to play tricks in front of him. They used such a method to avoid his surveillance. Good. I want to see how capable the two of you are. Ling Yan, who was furious, returned to the campsite. He did not care about the two of them on the incandescent mountain. As the three of them approached, even with their cultivation, they could already feel the unbearable heat. Even Tai Hua had to take a heat avoidance pill to be able to bring the two of them forward. Another 500 meters, and you will see a cave entrance. That cave is deep underground. That cave is very big, but once you enter that cave, you may be attacked by the strange beasts inside. Tai Hua pointed forward and said in a deep voice, "You two go back." Li Zongjio already knew the route. The surroundings were indeed very hot. Even Li Zongjio had to release his yuan power to protect his body. Fortunately, the obsidian flame was able to subdue the surrounding flames. Therefore, Li Zongjio was still able to move freely. However, the two of them seemed to be crippled as they kept drinking water.